Bada bing, bada boom. Are we doing snake pitters? I've just realised I've got this displaying when we don't need it. Absolutely unprofessional. Get out of here. That's wrong too. We're on 22,600. Get out of here. We don't want that bosh. It's a watch-along party. It's a watch-along party. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the home of the fastest snake in the world. Where we're going to watch the fastest humans in the world at Gran Turismo 7 and see how our boy Calster, how's Calster going to get on today? We've got the big face reveal too. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to just chilling out, being able to sit back, watch this with you. It's like going to the pub to watch the footy, but instead I get to do it from home in the comfort of my rig with the best racing community in the universe, the Snake Pitters. Are we ready? Are we ready today? I know I am. I've got some snacks. I've got Marmite rice cakes. Oh, a bit of Marmite. If you don't know, lovely Marmite. I've also got a caramel wafer, a Tunnux wafer, ready to fuel myself. And in the most English thing ever, on a boiling hot day, nice cup of tea. Lovely stuff. It needs to cool down a little bit first though, especially when it's warm. So we're about 15 minutes away from the live broadcast, and then it'll be starting. But let me say some greetings to the snake bit. Welcome in. Come on, everybody. Tickle the like button on your way through the door. There's no like goals, but the more, obviously, this is the best place in the universe to watch your Gran Turismo 7 content. Get in, lads. It's like a lads group chat. So the more you like it, the more the boys, the lads, all the legends come in and have a bit of banter. So the more we like the stream, the better the atmosphere will be. If that's even possible. But anyway, let me scroll. The chat is popping off. So let me scroll to the top and say hello to you legends before we jump to the broadcast. We've got 12 minutes before it starts. Right, we've got YouTube Sebastian. We've got TC Blankenship. We've got Tyre Mashu, Andy V, MD 87573, YouTube Krampus Racing, Bruce Eli, Michael Edge, The Real Mad Hatter, Marty B, Robert Beck, TC Blankenship, Bruce Eli, Time of Shoe again, bit of chatter, Derek Jones, Mr. Moose Knuckle, RSR Edward, Beards Weird, scrolling down, Bosner's come in, Dinglebury Hand Pump, Mr. Nice Guy of the Gran Turismo 7 community, Mikey Edge, Red versus Blue, MTL Magoo. Am I shouting? I'm a bit excited. I'm looking forward to today. Ninja Twins Gaming. We're going down. We'll go even more. Kick your ass. 31 YouTube. He's got to kick our ass.
Let's have a bare knuckle fight then.
Come on then. Big Kel W6R. Sorry, my apologies. Everybody's chatted away. There's some repeat names. Alex B Martin. Who else? Beards Weird. We've said Beards Weird. Uncle Pom Pom, welcome in. Harry Racing Pom Pom. Have you got your pom poms on? A bit of cheerleading. TC Ninja Twins Gaming. I've just seen somebody. Harry Racing. Paul Dawn. Roman. Oh, it's just jumped massively. We're just popping off too much in the snake pit. So Roman Schulz. Paul Dawn. V Dub Guy, DHCM, what's up? The sky, mate. The sky is up. Deco 39. Barry T. Somebody's just become a member. Look at that. He's having a party in the. Oh, it's Stein. The broadcast is Stein. Can you hear that? Is the game sound? Let me just turn that down for a second. Distracted me that. Where were we? Paul Bruce Eli, Wayne Ashton. There's too many people. Kid Nick, this is popping off, guys. It's popping off. I'm trying to not miss anybody. Rainer Jax, I am the party. Are you? Well, welcome in. You're in the right place. Thank you for subscribing, Rainer Jax. Who was the member? Big Kel, thank you for becoming a member. Joe W. J. W. Pepper. Kind Nick, hey yourself, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Paul Birch, Tom Lanigan. I hope I've not missed anyone. Barry T. I'm having to scroll up because it's just kicking off too quickly. That's the problem with the dizzying heights of fame of being the world's fastest snake. The chat's just popping off too much. I'm just burdened with this. So odd. Wayne Ashton. Amazing coaching session yesterday, Sammy. We'll have more for sure. Thanks.
Amazing
it's reading it out.
Yesterday, Sammy.
Let me turn this sound up.
More for sure. Thanks.
It's distracting me because I could hear the game back. But thank you, Wayne Ashton. Get some snakes in the chat. We had a coaching session. Exclamation mark coaching if you're interested. Wind, how we doing, mate? We've got so many people. I feel like I'm missing people. Apologies if I have. Apologies if I've missed anybody. It's not poisonal. It is not poisonal. It's just the nature of the chat. Spawny Racer. Spawny Ray's changed it to. Spawny, have you changed your name? So, welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just going to test some. I've got two screens set up. I've got one with my normal gaming screen and broadcasting from the PlayStation 5 and another with YouTube. So I'm going to ask you which is better for you guys. So turn that up. Should be able to hear that now. Let's change the screen, see what this one's like. Let's do a bit of testing. We'll do a bit of testing. So can you guys hear that all right now? Is it a little bit, feels a little bit quiet to me. Is my thingy turned down? It's a bit low. Let's test it out. Picture quality's all right though, isn't it? Jack Hamilton with a 2. Saturday stream, love it. Thank you, mate. I must have turned notifications off on this screen. Let me turn that back on. Sorry, mate. Streamlabs Dono's turn that back on. Sorry, mate. But thank you, Jack, for the £2. It's quiet. Can we turn it up? Sammy Snake. I'll tell you where Sammy Snake originated from. Can I change the volume on here? Where's the volume on the PlayStation 5? There it is on the left. See, that's full. Hey, Jay Serrano, he's got to be favourite, hasn't he? He's got to be favourite. Big Mac 076. Hey, Sammy, hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine, mate. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you, mate. What's the sound like now, guys? I've got it streaming on everything, yeah? I can change the screen and we can try something else.
To prepare yourself mentally.
Why don't you tell me what this screen... This is better. I tell you what I might do. Let me just change screen to something else.
So yeah, for me, it's the most difficult between the games online season and also on the World Finals. So yeah, for me, it's the most difficult because you need to be consistent every time on games. So you need to prepare yourself every day.
Yeah, this is better, I think.
To explain that for the
so this is a little bit better, isn't it? The volume, I can control that better.
Understand that.
So I'm going to turn this off. Is that better? This is streaming from actual YouTube now with a screen capture. Right, we've got 6 minutes.
My most challenging aspect,
and I can.
is my mind. It's always the mind.
Oops.
I think it's always where.
Valerio Gallo. We've had a coaching session off Valerio Gallo. He's featured on the channel. We've collabed with him.
You try to listen to your heart instinctively, and you want to be fast.
I've got to look over to the left though. That's the only thing.
But then it comes to the mind and says, "You gotta control yourself." And
have we seen Calcia now? I don't think we have. I'm looking forward to the big face reveal.
Listen to both things, but try to have a match.
Is the volume okay for you guys though? A bit higher. Okay, I could turn it higher. Maybe it's full on there. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to turn it down on my headphones and turn it up for you. It might just be my headphones. There we go. Oh. You picked Calster in the manual, Serrano in the Nations. That's a yeah, that's a strong choice.
To apply so many techniques.
Big Calster face reveal.
Racing in general.
Who's this we've got?
It is
That's
kind of easy.
oh, what's his face?
But
He's from
when
like
you
Chile or
really
somewhere, isn't he?
Do it.
Keep
is
pausing
not.
it by accident.
You have to race people going side by side. You have to know when to brake. You have to know what line.
In fact, what I might
take.
do, I'm going to move
And,
this screen.
That's hard to acknowledge, and that's the fun part.
Just going to minimise this for a second so I can.
Inestrosa versus Carranza, Porsche versus Toyota, the victory.
That's better.
And Inestrosa wins the grand final here in Los Angeles.
Just a sec, I will fix this. There we go. And I'll move OBS actually. What I'll do, I'll move OBS, my chats. That can get moved over
So
here.
in terms of pressure before starting a race, I think the points, they are what they are. I would
can
not feel
minimize this
more
chat
nervous just
box.
because I know I have to get more points. I don't think it's the main
There
factor.
we go.
I'd say like you always
Spot
want to
on.
perform well. So
Sound is
you
good.
feel more nervous
Sound
just
is
because
good.
you
Hey,
wanna do well and-
Nielsen,
and,
how we doing, mate?
Focusing only on getting that
This is
specific
brilliant.
points to get that to a specific
Watching
position.
this
So
with a
I think
snake
you always
pit.
try to do your best.
Missed
Euro,
anybody?
He comes across the timing line to take a commanding victory.
So, does everybody know what the first combo is? For thank you for subscribing, Forza Canada. It's Nürburgring backwards, isn't it? And Calster is in the Subaru BRZ. Screen is bugged. Oh, crap.
We are racing for one final time
Hold on.
in 2025. Porsche will lead the field across the line, followed by Honda, followed by Subaru.
Why has
As
it
the
done
grand
that?
final for the manufacturers' cup is underway. As they go side by side with one another, we come through in towards the third sector, into the braking zone, around the outside.
There we go. Sorry, it's because I've changed the window to my. That's okay, isn't it?
Champions of 2025.
Let's hope there's no.
チームの力は
That's okay now, isn't it?
どこよりも
There we go. Sorry about that.
優勝できたこととてもほっとして
Oh, 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 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
We go racing as the grand final.
Up the ring the wrong way. Up the ring the wrong way. I think Mr. Snake would allow that.
He does. He's looking to get him for
No
free.
chance.
And they go side by side, breaking down there. But there's the soft top and a tyre. Oh, Wise goes through one. Here is
Welcome, everybody. Right, okay. 2.5. I don't know why I'm looking over there. It's over there. Looks okay. Okay. I didn't pick it. I missed the selection thing, Deco. I'd obviously be rooting for Calster. I sent him a message this morning on Discord. Says good luck. I think the main thing for Calster today is to just enjoy the experience. Picked as A. When you just wanted the credits, you just went with the favourite.
その船をこう守るための覚悟というか、その船をきちんと運航するための
There we go. I've just got that up to speed because somebody says we were behind.
その船をこう守るための覚悟というか、その船を
Sorry about
きちん
that.
と運航するための
Making sure it's fully live. I've had to skip a few seconds there.
あの
The man, the myth, the legend, the creator
Yeah,
of Gran Turismo 7.
なんかね、みんなでこの巨大な船の
Having
ク
dinner
ル
with
ーと
guests.
して
Hope they're late.
この船が世界のあちこちに
Yeah,
安
imagine
全に
this. Like, imagine what these guys are feeling right
みん
now.
なでね努力している
All the hard work to qualify for this event, to go on stage in front of hundreds and hundreds of people, and however many are watching via live stream. I'm shameless for that one. What car is Serrano in? No worries, David. I got requested to do this actually. It was Bad Buddha who suggested the idea. So credit kind of goes to Bad Buddha. And then I announced it. So yeah, I don't think anybody else really does this. Key used to do it, but I don't think he's playing Gran Turismo 7 anymore. So it just made sense to do it. Posted about it yesterday and everything. Good place for everyone to chill out and watch the racing. How long do we have to wait? I'm not sure actually. We'll find out in about 20 seconds. It shouldn't be too long. You know the results for the first part of the qualifying wins, right? No spoilers then. Maris, are you saying other people are doing it? Well, I don't know. I know that I didn't know. Obviously, we announced it yesterday. I didn't realise anybody else was doing it. Oh, here we go. Right, let me watch this. Nice little intro. We're about to find out, Magoo. Let's go. I'm actually a little bit nervous. There he is, Broadbent and co. I know.
Turismo World Series 2026. So I've just done the maths.
Wonder what her driver rating is.
9th season. 9th. We're edging very close towards a decade here. But you know what? Each year it keeps getting better and better.
Yep,
and
Andrew
last
Carter.
year was kind of mind-blowing, so I'm really, really psyched for this year because I just think it's going to be even better. So it's round one, of course. We're here in Milan. We're going to have some of the best sim racers in the world battling it out to be crowned champion as we go on our entire World Series World Tour. Lots to get through, but first of all, let me give you some free stuff. Don't forget, you can jump into the World Series action too. Inside Gran Turismo 7, head over to the bonus campaign and select the winners campaign banner on the GT7.
My camera's not in the way, is it? My camera's fine where it is.
To win 1 million credits.
I missed
both
that.
the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. Just imagine what you could spend that on.
It was a 6'6" fridge.
Open right up
Bigger than
until
Sammy.
each of the
I
grand
doubt
finals
it. Are you on about
begins.
Kelsey? You think
Good
that's what
luck.
Kelsey's going to be?
Watch the World Series broadcast through GT7 and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers campaign. Tune in to the Manufacturers Cup and you'll receive a Porsche 911 GT3
That's
R22.
weird, Marty.
Watch, claim your rewards and enjoy. I mean, free
Is this one
rewards
race or
are
a
very
series
hard
of
to
different
say no
races
to.
today? There's going to be two
So don't
races.
miss
There'll
your
be the
chance to grab them.
Manufacturers Cup race and then the Nations Cup. Here we go. Is Kelsey there? Can't see Kelsey yet.
Amazing. So, first of all, welcome everybody. This is Brian. Hi, Brian. Everyone say hi, Brian.
It might be appearing later, Ghost.
Sono così emozionato. Ciao, Jules.
Apparently Kelsey's over 6'4".
Yeah, as long as it's
He
not
told
rude.
me.
Yes. Benvenuti a Milano.
Milano! Italiano.
Oh, this is. I thought America. You are the best
Incredible.
crowd we've ever had. This is insane. This is great. I'm loving it. So excited to have you here, though. Thanks for coming and joining us.
I'm so excited. For me,
We'll see, MD.
Gran Turismo is a milestone. Io sono veramente emozionato. L'emozione non è soltanto mia.
He's had a while
ma anche
now.
di
He's had a
questo
few
pubblico
months, hasn't he?
incredibile qui a Milano, al Teatro Lirico. How do you feel? First round.
This is an amazing crowd. Right, you see, I've got some other good news. I mean, it's not just great that we're here in Milan, but also I do believe there's some rather interesting Gran Turismo news we would like to tell you
Oh,
about.
what's this? Gran Turismo news. A new track, new cars, new new GT3 car. Come on. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Group 1 this. Bruce, thank you for the 45. Get the band together, even if it's Buddy's idea. Let the party begin. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the 45 to TKK. Is that a BMW? What's going on here? Hey, up here. Is there some new Group 1 cars getting added? I can hear the Italian crowds chanting in the background. If we were in UK, we wouldn't have any of that. Too morbid.
I mean, do you like that? I wasn't sure. Do you like it?
Io credo che siano molto contenti
I
di
want them to
questo.
tell us more.
They like it so much.
I mean, they were literally screaming all the way through the entire video. So I think that's a solid, yeah.
I'm just looking at the qualifying results below. Kals looks like he's qualified P11.
When that's going to happen, and it's going to be epic. Are you excited about it?
I'm so excited, sono così contento, sarà incredibile, i migliori
They've shown the video, but I want to know. Just stop
round.
talking about the event. Tell me what cars are coming.
Now, I know you missed last year, which is a shame.
Yeah.
But if any of you did out there, here's a little bit of our 2025 Manufacturers Cup recap.
Did they fob off Jimmy Broadbent when he's not in the UK? 9 moons. I hope you've got your Kelsey t-shirts ready. 9 months. Thank you, Mandy Vane. Epic support, buddy. I was here. I was in the London event. I watched this. That was a fantastic overtake on the last lap from the hairpin. Savage, I've seen you, Amanda. I've seen you putting them qualifying times in.
Gran Turismo World Series.
Well,
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, Mandy?
Who will be taking the checkered flag and those all-important 6 points?
Time flies.
Get aggressive, and Lever into the wall. Side by side they go. That's going to cost Drumont.
Here we go then. Toronto splits the middle. Euro as well. The headlights illuminating the darlings as they blast their way down. As they come into the final corners of this race. And are they going to make it? Fanatec goes through on the outside to the checkered flag. Kylian Drumont takes victory for Subaru here in Berlin. Absolutely fantastic.
It's time to meet our 12 competitors as we welcome them onto the stage here.
I thought they were doing it now. That was for the previous event. I hope they do like a proper pimped out like walkout, like UFC walkout. Fireworks, sparks, everything. Calster comes swagging out like Conor McGregor.
Fantastic drive from the Chilean.
Cheers, Mandy.
Great to be here in Fukuoka for the Gran Turismo World Final.
Does it need turning up?
Welcome to the Gran Turismo World Series.
It is full volume at the moment.
Underway, World Finals.
Oh my god, this is taking too long. Patience, guys, it's coming, it's coming.
Oh, he's hit Serrano's round.
Two-pack booming as he walks out. It was all a dream. That's not two-pack, is it? That's Biggie. Kelston with big oversized PlayStation 5 controller.
It's time to meet our drivers who will be competing in the Manufacturers
This is
Cup
on YouTube, I'm
in
watching this
2026 for round 1. First up for Mazda.
Oh, here we go, here we go. We get to see what Kelston looks like. Obviously, that's Paul Mazda. Kelston's driving for Subaru, by the way, guys.
And hopefully add a victory.
No fapping, no fapping in the chat. Don't get your trouser snakes out. Just give it a cheeky tug when you see Kelston, please. They'll be tempted. Mehdi, that's what Mehdi looks like. I didn't know that.
Can he do the business here tonight in the Group 3 Volkswagen
Very quick driver. In his jeans, I'd be boiling. I'd be sweating my tits off in my jeans. Oh, go on, give them high fives. Go on, Benny. Go on, lads. Go on, son.
Next up, a debutant, a new face to the Gran Turismo World Series.
Is that
from Britain, Subaru?
Air control.
It's Callum Moxon. 24 years
what
old, making his debut
a boy!
and also adapting to using the wheel after
Epic
many years playing
with a controller. Yes. Callum Moxon, the boy, the man that lived the legend. That was epic with a PlayStation 5 controller.
But he was part of the Mazda lineup, which took second in the Manufacturers Cup back in 2021.
That's brilliant. That's made my day.
Next up,
I've just pressed the short
Santos
button.
for Lexus, the 19-year-old
Controller gang.
will be here in the
Antonio
GT
Santos, I knew what he looked like already. I've got him on Instagram.
Let's see how he gets on this weekend.
Very, very quick driver
Lexus,
again.
Two-time champions within this category. And they would love to add to that tally here tonight.
Oh, look at the swag! Look at the swag!
Mikolaj Sejic, the
Go on,
Polish
hype
driver,
it
is
up. Who else we
competing for
got?
Nissan this season. He finished third in Berlin
I think I've
last
raced
year.
him in the daily races.
Of course, the
Is he Polish?
2023 Manufacturers Cup champions. 2 top 5
Obviously wiped the floor with him.
His name so far.
Yeah, I'm loving the high fives. Or the side fives.
Another driver making his debut in the GT World Series is Maximilian Kroll, the German. He's competing for Ferrari this year in the Manufacturers' Cup. The last Ferrari podium, though, believe it or not, was back in 2024 in Prague when Mohammed
This is German.
Against
That is
Porsche.
good, yeah.
Kroll, of course,
Watch
now
me
competing
fly.
in the 296 GTB. AMG have got a new lineup this
Jack
year with
Balding.
Jack Balding at the helm, also making his
Really
debut,
good
just
driver.
18 years of age is the British driver. The last time we saw them on the podium was back in 2023.
Go on, Jack, get some. Go on, Jack. Come on, lads. Amp 'em up. Let's have it.
Jose Serrano for Porsche. They're the reigning champions.
Was that Iceman? Was that Iceman? I didn't realise. Oh, here he is. Quickest man on planet. The man to beat. And I don't think there's any surprise that he's bald. All the quickest drivers are bald. Fact. Look at that haircut. Absolutely. Look, I mean, look, he's copied my style, and I guess that's to try and get a bit of the pace that I have, understandably. Engine Hinksy, I know the name. First time I've seen the face. You go faster with no hair, more aerodynamic. Max, I didn't realise that Maxi Kroll was Iceman. He's very quick.
Moves from Subaru over to German manufacturer Audi. He
Why is
won
that?
the 2022 title with Subaru. Let's see how he's going to fare, though,
These
with
are
a brand
like
new
Serrano
car
and Killian. They're like
the Audi R8.
the big hitter names. Go on, slap them hands like they're a pair of buttocks.
And finally, another debutant in the GT World Series, 18-year-old Samuel Moreno from
Oh,
Spain.
he should be quick because his first name is very quick. Oh, is this Mourinho?
First live event appearance, and he's racing for BMW in 2026.
Great first name. Sammy State, yeah, I don't know. Nah, I'm too fast for these guys. I don't want to embarrass them. Some 38-year-old ex-powerlifting, content creative wannabe just comes out and absolutely spanks them.
Of our host nation here in Italy.
Good to see you, Jack, by the way. God save our gracious Queen. Oh, it's Italian. Italian national anthem. Sorry. My British pride was taking over then. I think so, Mandy, yeah. Oh, it's an absolute banger, this one. I don't know the... Oh, yeah, the Queen is dead, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Go on, lads. Get some Italian pride. Italia! Yes, a little bit of national pride. I don't care what the country is. As long as people are patriotic. Love it.
Oh, what?
Let's get you out of. Shut up, Mr. G. Burrows. Somebody ban that guy. Mr. G. Burrows. Ban that guy. Wanker. Milan, Jack. I think they have it at different places all over. Remix. Italiat. Italiat. Italia. I think I just improved their national anthem. I'm not. Is there any Italian drivers? Gallo's there in the crowd. That's the Australian driver next to him. I forget his name. Very allergic. I think. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Is Calster the tallest? That's him on the far. So Calster's on the left there. Far left.
National anthem is like they were all the, not even just the words, but the bits as well. Like fully into it.
I was well into it too. Viva Italia per lo tutti Gattuso. Gattuso.
I'm super excited. We were just sitting
That
down
was
there
Valerio Gallo, yeah, in the,
you know
I think he was in a white
really
t-shirt.
Excited.
Yeah, absolutely.
We all are.
Should have
Il nostro pubblico
translated.
comunque si fa
Hey,
sentire.
wind.
Italia, fatevi sentire!
You'll upset some people. 7-year-old golf lessons.
Okay, I think we
So
should
you must
ask
be
the
rich,
crowd
rich.
who they
What
think
do you
is
mean?
going to win.
Yeah.
Who they think is going to win.
Who's talking about golf?
Everybody.
Secondo voi chi vincerà?
What's that? Come again? ¿Qué pasa?
Too many.
Too many to choose from. I mean, it really is anybody's race, so we're going to find out very, very shortly.
They're going to do Nürburgring reverse.
Don't know the structure. We have provided a lovely
You got your
video
salami
explaining how it all works.
No, I've got Marmite rice cakes.
12 manufacturers selected from the online
Should have a
series
pizza.
ranking.
Some
One
pizza and some
global
pasta to
championship
honour
and a brand new road to the World
Italiano.
Finals. Manufacturers will compete
Gusa.
for 3
Hey,
online rounds.
what's the matter with you?
Asia, Oceania, and the Americas. One driver per team will race in each round, with 3 of them competing together at the World Finals at the end of the
Right,
year.
okay.
For today's race, we'll have 2 time trial sessions. The 6 fastest teams from Q1 will advance to Q2, where they'll battle once more to determine the grand final starting grid.
I've never really
Grand
paid
final
attention
points
to
are
this.
awarded from 1st to 6th place, with victory delivering the maximum of 6 points.
So,
Now, we're joined down here by Valerio.
Oh, here he is.
Valerio, that must feel
My
pretty
man,
good.
Valerio.
They are screaming behind you. Does that feel good to hear?
we're friends. We're friends on PlayStation.
Yourself. It's amazing. I love this country.
Vi ama ragazzi, vi ama. Sì. Today is like this. Welcome to
We're
Italy.
getting ready to start.
Grazie. Thank you so much.
I mean, how does
Oh,
it
don't
feel?
worry,
Like,
Cliff, you can
obviously,
watch it here, buddy.
you're
Apparently it's
in
crashed.
Your home country, like, does that add is it a bit of pressure? Do you train differently? Like, what do you know, how does it work?
There's a lot going on, surely. I think, for this event, especially, I was waiting a lot of years. And we finally made it, in our home country with all our own people. And, all our friends came to watch me. And
I know,
I'm
Martin.
so proud because I was growing with them, this time. And to see myself now in this stage with them, it's such a pleasure and an honor. So thank you all. It's really, I'm not enough thankful, so thank you so much.
He's a great ambassador for the game, isn't he, Valerio?
Attenzione a casa e lui è
No, I
chiaramente
haven't, Jack,
contentissimo e felicissimo per quello che fate e ovviamente il nostro pubblico italiano si sente, vero? Te la faccio in italiano questa domanda.
Sì.
Come ti senti col pubblico di casa qui con te oggi?
A casa.
Pardon, come again? Subtitles, please. Is that who he's backing? Is that an Italian driver?
This is what, like. So, can you ask them a question for me, which is like, would they like to just come and follow us around the entire world because this audience is amazing? Do you want to come to Japan, please? Come on.
To be fair, this Italian crowd is way more animated than London was.
Potrebbero seguirci in tutto il mondo gli italiani perché fanno veramente un
Subaru
sacco
Jack.
di rumore perché l'energia è solo nostra.
Grazie ragazzi.
It's amazing if we could fit them all on one bus.
I don't want to talk
and they
over
can
it
with
too
us,
much.
we
The world is
absolutely
corrupt.
would. Well,
Maybe when there's a
Valerio,
gap.
it's amazing
When there's
to
a
see
gap,
you.
I can.
It's great to see all the praise from your home country. You totally deserve it. But I guess we should probably, I don't know, do some racing today? I guess. All right, let's do some racing. Let's throw it up to Tom and Jimmy.
Come on then. Oh, this is where Big Jimmy.
Jules, thank you very much indeed. Hugely excited to get the 2026 GT World Series
That's not Jimmy,
underway
that's the other guy.
here in Milan. What an amazing city, what an amazing crowd, and an amazing day's worth of action.
You need to pull your finger out, Jacoby. Come on.
These guys are insane.
Oh, looking fresh to death, Mr. Jimmy Broadbent. Has he lost a bit of timber?
Just like chanting and singing. It's amazing.
Lovely
What a way to
haircut.
start
I
off
rank it.
Our season this year.
Kind of curtains, kind of like side curtains.
Today we've got the Nations Cup later on. I mean, they're not going to have any energy.
Bangability has definitely gone up.
Oh, I think that'd be fine.
It's gone up a notch.
Italian coffee's pretty strong.
It's pretty good as well. Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to getting the Manufacturers Cup underway. Lots of action, as we said, to come here tonight, including the top 6.
Yeah, MD, it'll be interesting, won't it? I don't think it's the strongest.
But don't forget, of course, that we've got plenty of action to come this season as well. The GT World Series heads over
6.3 out of 10, yeah. What would you rate Jimmy Broadbent out of 10 for bangability?
Have a look at this for more.
What would we give him? I give him a good, I give him a, 6.5, 7, above average.
We'll be at the Sands Theatre on Saturday, 3rd October, as part of Grand Prix season.
Obviously
Singapore.
not an
Check
8.5/9.
from Monday, 25th of May for tickets.
Fastest
And
nick in the
find out
world.
more about an
Chicks
exciting
dig
Singapore
bald
regional
guys.
time trial challenge on GT7. See you in Singapore.
Well, thanks, me. It's me again.
Good job, you.
I appreciate that. Very kind of you.
7.57,
9 years
4 pints. Yeah.
Anyway, accident to
Two
come.
at a time, I'm not getting. Well, you know,
Manufacturers Cup. That's the
when you're confident in your sexuality, when you're that straight that you can act gay, that's when you know you're a real alpha. You know, if you're worried to go, that guy's. Do you know what? If I was a woman, I'd shag him. That's when you might be a bit closet gay, I'm saying.
Everything is completely different. So it's a one-lap attack for these guys. They've got a bit of
All right, we'll stop that chat.
Imagine one of the most well-known circuits in the world. They're going, actually, now I do it backwards. That's what we're doing today for our competitors. A great way having to start off our Manufacturers Cup.
Mr. Broadbent
some names not doing so well earlier.
Looks like he's had his beard trimmed. He's got his fresh do.
Decided the grid positions from 7th down
to
12th. The top 6 though are going to be
out. Where is he?
Last chance qualifier.
There is Subaru.
Moments time. You can see it's the EMEA region.
Keep them trouser snakes in your pants, please. I know it's tempting.
Porsche will have Jose Serrano, the reigning champion in the Nations Cup. We'll have Kroll, the German driver, in the Ferrari. Lexus for Santos. Moreno for BMW. Sejak for Nissan, and Balding in the AMG. And here you can see they are the top.
What did Dinglebury say? I missed Dinglebury. What did he say?
Unfortunate though for the likes of Paul Ura, Kilian Drummond in particular, who's changed manufacturers.
I'm not
they
kidding.
go no further, then they will line up in those positions on the grid.
Yeah, and of course Kravchenko.
It's a challenging wank, but
horrible time, making a mistake there.
I'll accept the challenge.
The fastest time.
Never been one to back down.
Having to change over from the gamepad to the wheel. Not a bad effort there. 4 seconds off. 4 seconds around the ring isn't that long,
no.
But of course,
sorry guys, we'll switch. Look at them all warming up.
It's not going to cut it.
They all have to use the same wheel settings. There he is, old man! Go on, Calster!
That'll be out on track here at the Nordschleife
I hope he absolutely loses his shit and ends up fighting with one of the other drivers. Who do you think?
We often talk about it, Jimmy, but the pressure of
do you think
from your bedroom or your sitting room
could take
onto the world stage with a crowd
Serrano in a fist fight? What are you saying?
It can't be underestimated.
Yeah, I mean it's very, very difficult.
Do you think Calster's 24? Do you think Calster? Who could Calster beat in a fist fight on the stage right now?
Certainly does. Well, there is the Ferrari driver. That is Maximilian Kroll, again another driver who makes his debut. So
was it Jack? That was Calster. No, Jack's
this is Jack Balding heading out on to.
This is Jack coming out now.
Time. As we said, the Nordschleife, but in reverse. Take everything you know about it and we'll just flip it on its head. And it's as difficult as it sounds because I had a couple of goes.
And is he allowed to use his controller as a weapon?
Man, I'm getting anxiety.
This is a long qualifying session, isn't it? Because it's one lap. Who do you think's the hardest out of all the world finalists? That's what the real question is. Who's the toughest?
And a little bit of time, really.
The Brazilian Carraza, he's like the most built, but he's not competed today.
20-30 seconds.
I think he has qualified.
Already having to get into the hard work of a situation. So interesting to see how this AMG will do around here. Of course, very famous competitor in.
I got it wrong. Maybe I got it wrong. I thought that was what we reacted to.
Didn't quite work out for him. Let's see if it does for Mr.
Was it?
Into the first
real
corner now of the lap, and nice and easy through there. Using all
I think.
It's so strange watching this because I know it, but I don't know it.
Killian's quite big.
Exactly. As you said, everything is completely reversed.
But I've got to go with Serrano because he's bald, and all the hardest people are bald.
Just on the inside there of that corner.
I'm going Serrano.
Heck of a party it was
as the hardest World Tour driver.
But yeah, this is Jack Balding's outlap, of course.
Do you know what I don't like when I'm watching this?
On the circuit,
how the inputs are the same as what they are in Music Rally. You know, you do the Music Rally at the beginning of the game, you see the throttle and the brake. I don't want to see it that way. I want to see it the normal way we see it in the game.
Sure that they've got everything in as good a position as they possibly can. But as we know, it's very easy in principle to do it, but in practice, it's completely different.
This is tricky to get this right in one lap.
It's so tricky to
under this pressure,
especially in sim here in GT where.
Serrano's a Jason Statham GT7
environment you usually drive from.
I would say so, Paul. I have to agree. I would knock 7 bells of shit out of everybody on that stage, I reckon.
First appearance. A little bit of trivia there. When he was 8 years old.
Why are they doing this later? I don't know. I think that's good. Well, it's a new addition. I actually like never being reversed.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, Nikolai Sejak driving for that Nissan team. As we said, Nissan, of course, Manufacturers Cup champions back in 2023.
Using every inch.
The podium in the GT World Series. That was back in Berlin.
No, I don't think they don't use cockpit view. They just show that. I think because it visually looks better.
Polish in terms of name. He's got a very British, thick British accent for that matter as well. Catches you quite off guard when you first talk to him.
Here is Moreno in the BMW, the M6. 2016 model, still going strong, this thing.
10 years old now.
Yeah, I mean, almost as
They're
old
on
as
hard tyres too.
GT World Series. We're getting there, not quite there yet, but
the first guys out of the pits might get 2 laps, but I think it looks. I don't know whether it'll probably run out of time
as we come backwards through Brunchen 1 and
Fact,
2.
my hair would be white. I think of a ground. Great.
Big instance you see at the ring take part. Here's Santos and Alexis. Always a very good bet as well, Alexis. Of course, quick as well this year. Well, that remains to be seen, I suppose, but already in the top 6 in qualifying. Good start to the Manufacturers' Cup. But
I think Jose Serrano probably is like...
The qualifying does matter.
He just seems that notch above, like, not by a lot, but notch above like anybody else currently.
A little bit of a poke, saying, hey, listen, look how quick I am. Well, I was saying that Moreno has already picked up.
I'm interested to see how Maxo will do, because he seems to have some really good pace.
It's a warning sign there for Moreno. Don't do that when you start your one and only flying lap, because obviously it's going to go wrong.
Yeah, the BMW will be a good car here.
Interesting, this particular qualifying session, as we say, because, as you said, the reference points are completely different. But we do talk about this circuit from a racing perspective, Jimmy. You know, you go round
hard tyres with the Subaru.
And you look and you think, okay, well, it's sort of quite wide and open.
See, the Ferrari could be decent, but it's a bit unstable. I don't know what it's like at Nürburgring. It's unstable on bumps, and there's a lot of undulation, bumps, jumps, high curbs. It could catch you out. So he's probably got to avoid these curbs as Iceman, aka Kroll P5.
Your car is limited by gravity, but now you're assisted on the way down. So instead of you're doing maybe 20, 30 kph faster than you would usually. So it really does change the landscape of the lap. And as you say, Tom, it opens up overtake opportunities that wouldn't usually be something you even think
still
about.
Good visually, isn't it? After like 3-4 years, still looks really good to get.
This GT last year, very cool, very sexy looking colours.
I'll be watching it all today.
This is a carousel.
Waffling with Matt. This is all I'm doing really today.
This is a very, very difficult entry here.
Do you think they use auto drive?
And have to slow the thing down.
This is the opening lap qualifying Krampus.
Kroll doing it a lot better than I did it in my lap.
Well, the top 6 qualify. So oh yeah, I forgot.
The drivers are going to go out to an out lap.
The top 6 are now qualifying. So Kalster's qualified in P11 out of 12. Now the top 6 are qualifying.
Moreno, he's picked up that half-second penalty. That lap's gone already.
Moreno with a half-a-second penalty. How's he got that?
First mistake of the year. Good to get one in early.
Serrano in the Porsche.
Very nice and early. Here is Serrano. New bit of kit for him this
year. I think
this
is like quite a good car everywhere. So
very aggressive. Of course,
Serrano
really
has got a very good chance of winning the manufacturers in this car.
On his back, both in the Manufacturers Series and Nations Cup. Incredibly fast last year. In his own words, almost a perfect season. Obviously, they're going to try and reflect that in this season. But this is the first hurdle, really, and it is quite a hurdle.
Yeah, it is. If you look at Serrano's form, though, at the end of 2025, I mean, that man was absolutely imperious. In the Nations Cup, he completely dominated things once we got to Fukuoka.
That was close, wasn't it? That's a scary corner, and he was right up, scraping his wing mirror on that barrier.
Variant. So, gone is the 991. This is now the sort of up-to-date modern car, as it were, with Jose Serrano. And I've spoken to some of the competitors up and down the field.
I think it looks like there's some issues with watching it live on your PlayStation 5.
I think is going to be quickest out there on track. So it's down to Serrano to deliver that lap time here.
So
they won last year in the RSR, and they've got an even better car this year. I wonder if they
back towards the GP circuit,
change the bop slightly to balance the cars a bit more.
To drive this circuit a certain way, and my brain's having trouble here, but yeah, really interesting to see it attacked from the secondary way.
And these
guys, they're going to find every bit of speed possible. So on every little bit of tarmac, up through the Spinspitz curve now. And now
60 minutes ago, going to release their new update. Is that with the new cars? Have they released it now?
Which actually is, as I think we were discussing
earlier, that
GP circuit is very weird when you go around the other way.
Yeah, exactly. Normally it's quite flowing and quite easy, but there's a couple of corners in particular, the hairpin bends when you get onto the GP circuit. One of them is really off camera.
Maybe we'll check out the update in between.
You just have to wait, and the circuit falls away from you. And the last corner is
the races.
You can't see it. You go through
could
there,
do that, couldn't we?
power now, no, off, on, you know, and then eventually you can get on the accelerator and blast it towards the line. So yeah, it does make things particularly difficult for the drivers to have to contend with. But that's why they are the best in the world. That's why they're here on the international stage in Milan. competing for
New
these
cars
lap times.
shown off of the June update, right? Okay.
Brooks take a part in this.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Fair enough.
We all know it's true. It's all right. Here is Moreno, yeah. Very frustrated, I assume, he'll be with that 0.5-second penalty. That's going to put him automatically pretty much in 6th place in this. But still,
I was going to try and update it, but it doesn't seem to be playing game.
So, not completely gone for him, but here is Santos in the Lexus. Kind of hard to have an idea who's quick right now.
I'm just checking for updates.
The faster of the people who've come through the last few sectors at
No,
the moment.
there's no update
Nissan,
that I've seen for Gran Turismo
we won't have
7.
any lap times for a little bit yet. Balding, though, is coming around the last corner now. Look at my mini-map, so we're going to get a lap time from him very soon, and that will set the bar for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Kelster's just luring them into a false sense of security.
In the GT World Series in the Manufacturers' Cup.
Oh, right, what they win, yeah. The coaching session with me, yeah. That would be one hell of a prize, wouldn't it?
Serrano, as you said, the sort of man of the moment, really. He's coming over the rise. Now, normally you'd go through there, left-handed kink, and it's one of the scariest and fastest parts of the track. Have a look at some videos on YouTube. You'll see plenty of people getting it wrong and ending up in the wall on the outside. Thankfully, though, of course, when it's reversed, it becomes a lot less scary.
Yeah.
So here we go then, across the start-finish line to get our first lap time. Balding in Team AMG. What can he do? What is the bar that is set for the rest of the competitors? It's a 7:54.1, not bad at all. Very quick, actually, if you include the GP circuit in there as well. Sejak, though, was looking very, very fast through the last couple of sectors, so I do think we might see a slight improvement. We know the Sejak and Nissan combination is a strong one, and of course we'll be looking to try and get off to a good start this year.
Actually, about 0.4 of a second slower is Balding's time than he set in general qualifying earlier on today. So let's wait and see if anybody else can make some improvements. Here is Sejak then, about to come to the line, and this is looking certainly faster, and it is a 7:52.794 for the Polish driver.
Hard tyres.
That is quicker than he set
is it
earlier
medium
on today
tyres we've
by
got on
about
at the
a second or so. About 8
Daily
to
Race
9
B
tenths
this week
of a second is where the margin that he's gained over the course of that lap. Now we know San Marino, he's been given a penalty here for this one, and let's see what the time on the board is going to be, because that penalty's now gone away, so he's served it over the course of this lap. Where's it going to put him, though, in that BMW M6? Again, we know not the most favoured car out there on track. It's actually the slowest of the times we've seen so far, and of course,
with a half a second penalty, he was only 2/10 off Jack Balding.
That half a second, it's the time that you
Mr. Santos, Antonio Santos. Oh, he's got 0.5 second penalty. Where did he pick that up?
You have to think, what if he didn't have that penalty? That's probably a pole time. Santos picking one up
That'd be
as
quite
well.
tricky at Nürburgring reverse. Where do you pick a penalty up?
God, that must be so frustrating to do the entire lap and just pick up a penalty right at the end. It just shows you how tight the margins are for these guys. So here's Santos and Team
on hards,
Lexus.
was that, Jack?
Across the start finish home with the penalty, and of course, because he has the penalty when he goes across the line, it is actually not a lap at all.
Oh, it's invalid.
Here's Kroll for Team Ferrari, of course.
This is Maxo, aka
what can Kroll do?
Iceman.
We know it's pretty quick around here, but we'll see.
That is Jimmy Broadbent on the commentary,
I must say, aren't inspiring too much confidence, but we'll see how they are now. There's just a run to the line. What can he do? Time now ticking down, 7:52.7 to beat from Sejak and the Nissan. Can he pip him or not? He can. Oh,
yes,
my word.
by 2 tenths. Maxo, go on, Iceman.
For Kroll and Team Ferrari. And if Serrano can't go quicker, they will be pole position.
That's a great lap time there for Maximilian Kroll. Of course, that Ferrari, quite new to GT7. We saw it making its debut at the back end of last year in Fukuoka. And clearly the team and the drivers have gotten that car dialed in very nicely. What about Jose Serrano, though? As we said, man of the moment. He's going to be the last of the drivers to come across the timing line. He's blasting it towards the checkered flag. And it's not looked too bad here for Jose Serrano. He was fastest overall in that sort of penultimate sector.
Got to be close, got to be close.
Now here, and is he going to be
52.1?
It certainly is. Jose Serrano does take it by 0.4 of a second over Maximilian Kroll.
So Serrano takes
P1.
the
one and only race
Maxo,
that is absolutely phenomenal from Serrano,
P2.
continuing where he left off at the end of 2025.
In the Nissan.
Yeah, business as usual there really for Serrano, isn't it? Just really showing that he's still got that
new
pace.
cars. Is there? Is that on a June update? Bosh. That's what we needed. What's the date of the update?
Started by putting it on pole here
in June.
Of the
I'm on holiday in the first week of June.
Here in Milan, and you know that is a really unique challenge. That is driving this circuit in reverse. I've said it a couple of times now, but it's basically learning an entire new track, and this circuit has over 140 corners, and you have to forget them all and learn them all again. And to do that and come back and
but did it say a date?
Straight away put up pole position. I mean. He's got to be the one to beat.
Porsche Penske 963 Hypercar Ferrari. Oh, it's the Hyper.
Nothing to be sniffed
it's
at
new
well.
Hypercars. Wow, that means that week we'll have a daily race C with Group 1 Hypercars. That's going to be interesting.
All day, if that was the case. But Jose Serrano going out of the pit lane,
sent the link on Discord, have you?
And really extracting the maximum out of that Porsche 911. in that 992 variant now then as well. So Kroll in second, Sejak in third for Nissan. That's a very strong result for him. Balding in fourth in the Mercedes AMG.
I'm ready.
It'll be Moreno and of course Santos.
I can't click that because it will
following
take
the late
the stream off.
penalty. But as we said, good job. This is the man, Jose Serrano, reigning champion in the Nations Cup. And he would love to
June the 11th, good, because I think I'm just back.
Once again in 2026 as well.
You know, it's really nice seeing the reaction.
Carlson's name is Callum Moxon.
These guys really deserve it there. You see a lot of support here for Serrano. They know he's the champ. They want to see him do well as well.
It won't be next week.
But,
no, the updates come in.
I mean, it's almost like a home
June the 11th. Somebody's just said when the new cars come, so that'll be.
Forgiven for thinking
that's more than likely a Thursday, I imagine. So then the following week will probably be
having his lap
Group C or Group Group 1. Sorry.
And then down in 6th position. So if you missed it, here are some highlights. It was Balding who.
That's why he's getting faster wins. It's the key to success, mate.
Free car. All looking very strong as the guys got to grips with the Nürburgring in reverse.
I'm going to have me caramel tonics, me caramel wafer bar. I'm getting hungry.
The first lap time came in, as Jimmy said, from Jack Balding. Then it was Sejak next to Cross, and he managed to obliterate the time set by the Briton as the Polish driver took the checkered flag for the 2023 Manufacturers Cup.
How old is Serrano, actually?
Big surprise on his debut in the GT World Series to get it up into second position. Picked at the post, though, by the reigning champions Porsche with Jose Serrano at the helm. A 752.
I know, but that was a good move on it.
Spaniards means that he will be lining up on pole position here for the race this afternoon. And there we go, Jimmy, we can see the results.
Yeah, so just a reminder, Serrano there.
So C. Moxon is our man, Calster.
Might not sound like much, but around there.
Not far off the base.
Very quickly, him and Kroll and the German driver for Ferrari. Sejak there, rounding out the top three.
Looks like the German in 12
Moreno, Biff and Santos, of course, with his cup track there in 6th position. And that sets the grid there for the top 6, and of course 7th to 12th already decided in the qualifying session a bit earlier on today.
Yeah, so disappointment for some drivers there. For Paul Ura, I think he'll be, okay with the fact that he didn't manage to make the top 6.
Is just to try and stay with the pack.
But, you know, it's a
keep out of trouble
that one,
and hope some incident kicks off that you can take advantage of.
So there's a good opportunity for those positions to
very hard to overtake in that Subaru. It's not got
at the Nordschleife and
great acceleration.
Certainly when it's in reverse. And of course, we've not seen these competitors rating each other around this circuit. So it's all well and good going and doing, you know, one flying lap in qualifying. But when you've got
that's all they have.
12 other drivers on the grid, it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, 12 other drivers all think they're the fastest driver there. So you tend to have this big crunching thing going on. But yeah, race coming up, and very, very interested to see how the likes of Paul Ura can come back from that result. And of course, those who weren't as hot in qualifying. But you can't advise Serrano. The guy's looking just imperial.
Is that he's 23?
Yeah, exactly.
Is he going bald as well? That just shows you, like, the genetics
Let's have a look then
of how quick he is. If he's going bald at 23,
hard, medium and soft compound of
then
available for the drivers. So we do
that's when the baldness kind of set. Mine took me like my early to mid 30s.
45 minutes or so.
So I'm not quite as quick as Suzzetti. That's why I'm going bald now. But 23.
Onto the soft tyre first of all. Try and make some
ground.
Why. Is that going to then cost you and compromise your race later on?
It's a tough one. I mean, it's one of those things where you want to
exactly, Stefan.
Position, especially around here. It's so hard to overtake that sometimes maybe using that soft early and just getting yourself in a nice bit of space might.
So these
be
are the different
the
straps.
Alternatively, maybe
they have to use all 3 tyre compounds.
But that's not for those guys to figure out. Not for us, luckily.
Thankfully.
I wonder whether Carlson could make 2 laps on the softs work. What's the? I wonder what the tyre wear multiplier is.
Seconds from the softs to the mediums, 6.6 seconds from the mediums to the hards as well. And the Nürburgring 24-hour.
I've got no chance of qualifying for this.
Track on the calendar, and we decided to let Jimmy Broadbent go and show us how not to go around it. Have a look at this.
With limited success. So already got a penalty there as I explore some of the ground.
Well, there you go. Just absolutely brimming with testosterone, Bob.
And I was having a tough time. I'm not going to lie to you. Here's me on the run down.
Jimmy Broadbent having a go.
Now watch this great breaking point. Look at this.
Perfection.
Perfection. Very, very tricky.
Were you blindfolded, or?
I mean,
I hope so.
You just don't feel.
Yeah, I can't expect they expect the guys to fork out and pay for
here,
it.
this is the Vauxhall. This might
be
easy,
Spawny.
the circuit in general,
it swings and roundabouts. If you keep your hair, you're going to be slow.
That way around, but well, for me anyway.
But you look younger.
Of course, last weekend was the fabled Nürburgring 24-hour race. We won't ask some people how they got on. We will look though at Takuma Miyazono, who
I'm guessing Calster will start on the hard, surely at the back, near the back.
Amazing to see the man who we've lauded so much in the
GT
World
World Flip.
Series.
Well, I'm just saying that, mate. I'm just saying that to not, you know, I'm just trying to be humble.
And actually making it to the checkered flag, finishing 4th in class.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Can't relate.
No, can't relate to that. Not at all.
He did very well, and actually, I think he really enjoyed himself. I mean,
that's how people recruit drivers.
I was in the car at the same time as him when he was doing his night stint, and super competent, really fun to come across him as well. Gave him a little wave.
Hey, what did he say?
Nice moment. It's nice.
What did Jimmy Broadband just say? Come across him.
So we know Jose Serrano and Porsche will begin.
Family show this. You can't talk about that.
Ferrari, then it's Sejak for Nissan.
Coming across people.
AMG, Moreno, Santos, Jura, Hafidi, Drumont, Hengte,
disgusting.
Moxon, and then Miroslav Kravchenko will complete the grid
Terrible.
in 12th position. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this one will fare. And of course, we've got some new names to the championship this year. We've got a few
Kimi Velocini just appears.
In particular, though, some of the
a wild Kimi Velocini appears
reigning champion,
to ruin the Gran Turismo World Series final.
Nissan, of course, won it a few years ago, and Mikuai after that podium in Berlin last year. I think he could spring a couple of surprises.
Yeah, there's a lot of pace here in this shot. It's always very tricky for us to try and pick those who we think are going to succeed or maybe just have a step above the rest of the competition. It's always hard to look by Serrano, and again, for you guys at home, it seems that you agree with us. 73% thinking that Jose Serrano's going to take the win today. But good support there for Drumont, 10%, although nothing for Sejak, really.
Kimi's a World Tour driver. He's definitely not.
Well, hey, look, if you get it right on the Predicted Winners campaign, you get yourself 1 million credits on GT7. So, you know, amazing. Absolutely wonderful. Looking forward to that. Manufacturers Cup action then is about to begin here in Milan. Let's go down to Jules and Brian before we get the race underway.
I mean,
Jeffrey
we
Dahmer.
are just moments away
I know the
from
name,
round one, Manufacturers Cup Grand Final. What do you reckon? It's going to be good?
Teatro Lirico! I think they're ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, you two, one more time. Let's go racing!
I'm not saying anything. Here we go. Right, this is the main event. Who's nervous for Calster? I am. A cannibal I've just seen. Oh, it's the elongated Manufacturers Cup intro. Is it the same as what we see when we enter the races? Always feels like it goes on forever. How can we jazz it up? How about a snake rap? Hello all, welcome to the Snake Pit. This is the best stream, it's not shit. This is gonna be where Calster wins. He's gonna beat everyone into oblivion. There we go.
It has been such a long time since the checkered flag fell in Fukuoka at the end of 2025, but we do begin the GT World Series.
Snake dance with no music, yeah, rarity that.
Here in Milan,
only for special occasions.
The loudest crowd we have ever had.
But I can't think of any lyrics. That's where the beatboxing comes out.
Their names on the scoreboard for the
can't
first
rhyme anything with that word, Toggle.
Let's have a look and remind you how the grid is going to line up here at the Nordschleife. So it's Jose Serrano,
thank you, appreciate it.
on pole position. Maximilian Kroll for Ferrari lines up on the front row. Nissan and Mikuai Sejak lining up at the head of the second row.
I'm glad you appreciate it.
Bolding making his debut in P4.
All from the top of the door. I didn't. You might have thought that I rehearsed that.
P5 with Lexus.
But I assure you that was
Santos
straight from the top of the dome.
Next up is Mazda and Pol Jura. They struggled, didn't make it through into the top 6 shootouts.
Is that a Beetle?
And Volkswagen
oh, lovely.
It's Audi, Killian Drumont, new manufacturer.
It's a Volkswagen Beetle, yeah. Right, is anybody going to crash into turn 1? Because there is a long straight coming into turn 1. It's an overtaking opportunity.
Now, we know,
and
of course, tyre strategy
it's a risky overtake. So is anybody going to crash like in Daily Race B? We've seen all this week, everybody crashing in turn 1. Will the world's best drivers negotiate this first corner without dying?
Maybe just hoping.
Hey, Paul, how we doing, mate?
Make their way through.
Killian,
there's no big strategic plays there, which means all the action, all the overtakes are going to have to happen.
Killian will send him for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you can see there, this is the calm before the storm now, really, for these drivers.
Should we get a yay or an A? Yay for
the heart rate monitor on
that
them,
was Jack, actually, wasn't it?
Beating out of their chest, because despite the fact that we've got some very experienced drivers in the GT World Series,
come on, show me Callum.
That pressure, that tension, it all comes
yay
down
for crash, nay for no crash.
On track, and they know that this is the first opportunity for them to go well, really, to get those points on the board, to start their season off in the right way, and to hopefully help their teammates with the opportunity. Let's see what happens then as Manufacturers Cup 2026 begins here at the Nordschleife. Jose Serrano leads the field across the line.
That Ferrari's got some good top-end speed.
And Balding, etc. Then the hard shot runners of Moreno will be in the background. Let's see what they can do as we come down and head in towards the left as we go over the rise. Will we see the changes for position?
I think there's going to be one incident that's going to cost somebody. It was actually a decent spread there. They weren't as close as I expected them to be, so I'm wrong.
For now, but at the front
nobody risked it, lap one. The top four on mediums, so everybody else is on hards.
The nature of the run down
so maybe the top four will try and work together. Now, the interesting thing about this race compared to the daily races, they're not allowed to bump draft.
They're
not allowed to bump draft down the straights.
At the moment, Balding and the top four, a little bit of a gap. That's because they're on that medium compounder tyre. They're going to have a pace advantage early on in this race. So the closer Moreno and the rest of the hard runners can stay to the medium shod drivers, the better. As you watch Sejak now in third position behind Kroll. Watching very quick in that Nissan GTR. But 6 laps here at the ring.
Okay, no incidents, no overtakes.
Certainly is. On board we are then with Jack Balding as we flick it through this left and then the right-hander through the forest, but in the opposite direction. On board we are now here with the British driver, and as we said,
I am genuinely nervous.
Doing it under racing circumstances, though.
Kalster is in this race. He's currently in P11, qualified P11.
To at this particular point, when we would be dropping down it. Just a point to mention, by the way, whilst we're on the opening lap of action, we are expecting
what was that noise?
A technical issue with the PlayStation.
Was that on my PC?
Was that the viewer campaign isn't working at the moment, but it's a work in progress.
Oh, did you hear that?
Watch and claim the gift even after the stream has ended. You've got a couple of
J Balding, Jack.
You can't watch it from your PlayStation 5 at the moment. We will get that sorted.
So you can't watch it from your PlayStation 5, so you better tune in to this YouTube channel and watch it here, because this is the best place to watch it, lads. Come on, you know it.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming up now to what will be probably one of the overtaken zones. It'll be the run down towards Bergwerk after the carousel here. Let's see if these guys can get through here better than I did.
I don't know what it was.
They can, what a surprise.
It's almost like it's their job.
Yeah, it almost is. Yeah, very difficult way to put the car in there. Like I said, you're under a lot of load coming downhill there, and it's very easy just to get it wrong on the way in.
They'll maybe have some overtaking opportunities in the infield, the GP part of the track.
So he's almost getting out of
Serrano's pulling away already. That Porsche is very good on the hard tyres.
Porsche, although I've got to say Moreno and Santos there.
Nice, Jack. Get him in, get him in.
Within touching distance too, so that hard tyre maybe a bit improved over what it was last year.
I suppose that's the name of the game, isn't it, really, when you're on that hard tyre at the moment, is damage limitation, really. If you can stick with the medium truck runners as best as you can.
I don't think you have to watch it for, I think as long as you just watch it for 5 seconds, I think Death of Godwin.
Race duration, all being well for the drivers. So those who are
plus
on
it's
the
a stage
hard
pitch, so yes, of course, you can put it on your CV.
Make sure they keep in touching distance of the cars in front, and they will be in a good position come the end of it, because of course they'll have quicker tyre compounds to run, in theory. So looking at
I wonder what the slipstream's set to as well. I'm presuming it's real. Maybe that's another reason why he's able to create a gap. It is a lot harder to follow.
They are the 2023 Manufacturers Cup champions. Ferrari, they've never won a Manufacturers Cup title. Last time they were on the podium was back
Serrano will make sure there's a cold pay for them. Hey, listen, don't count them out.
In the GTR, but this is where you have one of the challenges of driving around the ring here.
Hey, yeah, you're right. Kalster's up 2 positions.
Really throw it in.
Kalster's up 2 positions. He's in P9, I've just seen. Oh, there's what? That's one. Paul Ora goes wide. Go on, lad, go on. Oh, it didn't show you his overtake. I think he got past him as well. Oh, come on. Kalster's the main event. He got past Paul Ora as well. He's into P9. Come on, lad.
While we go back on board with Sejak, and both him and Kroll, I think, have closed up a little bit onto the back of Serrano now.
Let's have it.
maybe not
Come
as
on,
quick as
Colin.
we first thought there. Or maybe these guys keep a little bit extra in attack. But Sajak now really starting to push Kroll along. I think he's starting to get a little bit impatient, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. We're coming in towards the first half of the traditional Nürburgring circuit, the second half as we look at it. Let's have a look at Jack Bolding, Maximilian Kroll, and also Mikolaj Sejak at the start of this race. And as this is coming down from the dotting
that
road,
was...
side by side there.
Momo was thinking about sending it around the outside. I had to back out there. That's a brown flag situation where you get two tyres on the grass there.
We cross back to live racing action then here. So
I wish I had some money to do that, Jacoby.
Hasn't managed to find his way through on the German driver for now, but as you say, it's certainly signalling a statement of intent here because he's
back down to P10. Looks like Paul Hora's overtaking
him. Also back into it. So I thought maybe that this would be an easy run for Serrano, but the top three really close now. Sajak is starting to get a little bit impatient. Where do you pass it on this version of the circuit? I think maybe you can have a go. Up here, if you've got a slipstream, you see Kroll there putting out to try and not being on the draft for whatever
This is a
reason.
balls to the wall corner. It's dirty air as well coming through here. You rely on downforce. I'm sure they'll be able to negotiate it, but
sorry, down the hill, speed's really high at this point.
They've got the long straight. The home straight is going to be like the biggest overtaking opportunity.
Really easy to overdo it and end up on the curbs and then end up in the wall, like we saw Paul Euro did earlier on in the lap.
Wouldn't mind being in Jack Baldwin's cockpit at the
It's
moment.
custom slip, is it really?
This trio of drivers in front of him as it stands for the time being. The top three, as you can see, separated by just about half a second.
Custom
or
slip,
so
wow.
As they head towards the end.
So exactly the same. Or is it not the same as daily races? Is it like slightly more nerfed? I wonder.
Going on to either the medium or the soft combat time.
We'll be able to find out all these questions from Calster when he's back.
Just brushes the grass on the outside there.
Mate, you don't get away with that very often out of the ring, I tell you that. So Sajak there doing well to keep the car pointing the right way. And now we come back on
now,
to the GP.
The Porsche is really good on the infield of the GP track. So as much as this is an overtaking opportunity,
Kroll and Serrano already sort of eking the gap out a little bit from Sajak behind.
Bolding
is still there or thereabouts behind. So the top four,
the Porsche will be strong.
Surprisingly, on that softer compounder type, the medium, softer than the hard.
So they got it's 6 laps. It's 6 laps this race. This is a long race.
Leading the hard tyre runners. So
it's more.
Of course, all tyres must be used, the medium, hard, and the soft, and that will come into play a bit later on. Now we use the cut through here, not the full GP circuit, which is a really tough corner from this angle because on the exit, the road falls away from you. You end up going off into the grass on the outside. So there is our Dunlop tyre strategy.
Of course he will. Of course he will.
The soft tyre, we think only go for 1 lap, and these mediums only for 2. So Serrano's only going to have 1 more lap of pace at the front before having to choose which way to go.
Absolutely, and we have seen drivers bucking the trends of that in the GT World Series pretty much ever since day dot.
The strategy is a hard one.
That strategy will prove to be the one that they'll follow, or whether we'll see anybody coming in at the end of this pit lane. Don't think it'll be the case for the
nobody pitting. So Maxo P2 here is within 7/10, which is asking a bit much. But it does have top end speed advantage. He might get a little bit of a look into turn 1 if he manages to get a good exit out of this final corner. 6/10.
You can just see how different it is in terms of the pace over the course of
Porsche
this lap.
Didn't get as good an exit. Right, this is going to be interesting now. 6/10. The Ferrari's got top end speed advantage, and this is a very long straight.
So here it is, probably the
so the Ferrari could be thinking about making a move here.
Here comes the slipstream in action. Looking back from Serrano, that Ferrari already starting to catch in the slipstream there.
Interesting.
A little bit extra, a little bit less air resistance. So the car
might not be close enough actually.
Rear wing. Maybe he's close enough. Serrano is very heavily defending the inside here, but it might not matter. There goes Kroll, maybe up into the lead. Yeah, just up by up into the lead goes Kroll in Team Ferrari.
7/10 on that straight.
And now the home favourite, Team Ferrari.
Now the Ferrari did get a slightly better exit out of the last, but that's about 7/10. With the fact that the Ferrari has stronger top end.
It does make things interesting though, because the dotting
Where's Calster's still P10?
It's right towards the end of it, so you have to have a lot of commitment, especially going through that left-hander at the end of it. So good stuff from Kroll there, great from Jose Serrano. Decided not to fight that one too much, did he really? Tried to defend it on the inside, but he knows it's going to be in vain.
The BRZ isn't great. It's just been been overtaken on the straight, I think.
Behind Kroll. Hope that either the German
well, it might have been after turn one. I don't know what's happened, but Kalster's gone down to P11.
Serrano can just maybe save a bit of tyres, save a bit of fuel at this early stage of the race, and just
it's about consistency.
Because coming towards the end
the Subaru will not be the strongest car.
You know, winning and losing this one potentially.
Mate, you see Kroll
for overall pace at this track.
Some of them, you know, I think maybe
if he stays consistent,
might run out at some point. These curbs, they're very high here.
Somebody could easily drop it
in the wrong way. They tend to just spit you out. So Kroll, they're playing with fire, but that's the pace you need to bring to these competitions.
I think there's one Manufacturers' Cup race, and then there's going to be the Nations Cup event.
But right now, Kroll is trying to build a gap from the reigning champion, Jose Serrano.
Antonio Santos, meanwhile, has just got behind.
Who would I be cheering for after
fifth position? So clearly,
Kalster.
Santos has made a mistake on that lap, or just been passed on the Justin Gehur potentially. But yeah, half a second or so, relatively speaking, for the gap between Drummond and Santos. Maybe
it's got to be Jack Balding, just because he's after Jack, just because he's British as well. I'd say Maxo Iceman. I've watched him a few times. He's a sound guy.
Really interesting strategic options opening up here for our drivers. I mean, I was just looking at Kylian Drummond there when you were chatting to me, Tom, and he's gained 4 places since the start of his race. So he is moving. So he is quick on that hard tyre. Maybe we don't see it particularly now because he's down in P5. But that Audi, he was saying it's quick. So here's a look back. Here is Drummond and Santos. Moreno there.
Are they going to go either side?
Stuck in a straight line. Getting just split there by Santos and by Drummond. And you must think of Moreno. Oh, God,
are you going to go for a move as well? He's easing off Moreno here. He's expecting an incident here.
2026.
You see him ease off the accelerator.
Brave Drummond was there.
Oh, that was a brave move.
Also awareness from Santos just to give him that racing room on the inside. Fantastic from Kylian Drummond and also Antonio Santos.
Yes, Nathan, we saw it at the beginning.
Might come back to him a little bit later on. He's still sitting on the coattails of the Lexus in 7th place as it stands for now. Point to mention as well for the likes of Paul Euro and Miroslav Kravchenko. I actually shared the taxi with him from the airport over to the venue here in Milan yesterday, and was chatting
5 new hypercars in the June update, Ian.
Basically, the cars that they're driving, the Mazda and the Lamborghini, not the fastest out there on track. They've struggled a bit with the balance of performance updates for 2026, and as such, that's why they're a fair way off as it stands for now. They'll be hoping for a bit more fortune and hopefully a little bit more pace later on this year. Now, delighted to be able to welcome to the commentary box Nico Menzel. Nico, great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, you know the Nordschleife very well. What do you make of it in reverse?
It's unbelievable. I almost do not recognize it anytime.
Who's this talking?
You know, it's actually... Now I can see there's a crazy track we're racing in because I think we are used to drive the normal Nordschleife, and now you can actually feel the quick corners, the craziness about the barriers being so close.
Is that German?
And, it's great, cool.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the scariest part is the idea of coming down from Mudcove to Bergwerk at like 280 kph and then having to stop at the end there. I just can't imagine that in real life. But and obviously, Gran Turismo here has a very accurate version of the ring.
I'd imagine.
You're very familiar with
what are they going to do? 2 laps on the mediums?
I mean, did you find yourself using the?
You don't get to see the tyre wear, do you? Either.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't see what the tyre wear is currently like.
I'm used to drive this car on this track for many years, but still to get back in the rhythm, you know, after a while not being in the car is always helpful, and especially a practice.
Top 3 are really close. Jack's hanging with them.
Different. Also practiced.
Jack's not out of this.
In the night, which is very special on this track, and honestly, it helped me a lot during the night, especially just getting in the rhythm quicker, and it's fairly crazy to see, you know, our back over. And
nice exit from Serrano. I think he's got a bit of a run into this with this Ferrari. Will he think about making a move?
Yeah, you can see Serrano here sitting in the wheel tracks.
It's a long straightaway.
Over that crest of the hill, he's going to pull to the outside of the Ferrari then.
He's got the inside line, but
Serrano versus Kroll, and Serrano then with the outside line, which is going to flick to the inside line as they come over the crest and go into the left-hander. And the Spanish driver back through and into the lead once again. Fantastic commitment from Serrano and great driving also from Kroll.
So far into these guys go that quickly.
We've got to see how the strategy pans out. What's the field spread, roughly?
I mean, obviously we had the 24.
Is that the gap to each individual, like from P4 to P5, that's 9 seconds, and then is Santos at 1/10?
How would you think?
It's not a huge field spread.
Do you have any advice to give these guys now? Of course, completely different experience, although maybe slightly similar. How would you? What advice would you give these guys driving on this circuit in this configuration?
I think it's about initial driving, really. Nordschleife requires a lot of initial driving skills, and I guess it's the same now going reverse. The trickiness, as you just said, is like, as now we can see the replay, slipstreaming all the way, using the side draft, also very important, and especially Lüttinger, but also here, it's not only the slipstream following the car, but also the side draft, because at some point it slows you even down.
Probably had an
so
instant mile.
you gotta actually move to the side at some point.
Yeah, apart from P12, I was more thinking of Kelster.
You do not have.
There is a bit of a gap
curbs,
from
right? I mean, the exit curbs are now on the entry and used to try to use them to prepare your car bed into the corners. But not having the exit curbs makes it even more special. So stay more or less on the tarmac, I'd say.
The Subaru should have a bit of a tyre advantage towards the end of the stints on the mediums and the softs.
Pit stops coming through from these medium shod runners because they're coming towards the end of their tyre life, really. According to the strategy that we saw on screen earlier on, about 2 laps is what we're expecting for the medium runners. So that would be Serrano, Kroll, Sejak and Balding all in to the end of the pit lane. Let's wait and see what they will do.
The final year of foreign trade management
apprenticeship.
Well. Okay,
for those hard
thanks
shot
for
runners.
that.
Vermont, the gap now up to nearly 10 seconds between.
I didn't think it had side draft. Sometimes the commentators aren't like having.
Towards the pit lane we are about
they're
to go
doing another lap.
Surely we're going to see some drivers coming in, but the medium shot runners
3 laps on the mediums.
You know how this works by now, Tom. You get your strategy and it gets thrown out the window. I don't know if there's like another pit lane or anything.
The Nissan won't have as good a tyre wear as the Porsche or the Ferrari.
Car park.
No, neither will the Mercedes of Jack Baldwin towards the end of the stint.
I don't know about you, Nico, but when I see this, I get like a shiver. I'm like, oh god, they're going the wrong way up the pit lane.
Honestly, all the time.
So yeah, Callum is Kelster. Sorry, I'm calling Kelster's got in the pits.
That haven't pitted there.
It's changing for mediums.
They've decided to try something differently here. So I mean, that's a good thing for them in terms of they're now going to have a bit more pace here, Nico. But the problem is, they're going to be on sort of more worn, softer compound
tyres
later on in the race.
Yeah, but I think like the medium guys, they could actually manage their race a bit better because they had more or less free air, especially the first 2 guys, not fighting that much and just trying to save the tyre as much as they can to just have one stop in the end. So I think
thing is though, if the mediums could do 3 laps, then maybe the softs could do 2
a lap slower, but therefore you don't have to stop.
I'd say it's probably going to be 1 lap of the hards.
Second position. Serrano, as we know, of course,
for the MR cars, which will have better tyre wear.
Now been able to build over
and the DRZ, which is just really good on tyre wear.
Was actually fastest overall.
So if I was Kelster, I'd be thinking 1 lap on the hards, 2 lap on the mediums, 2 lap on the softs.
8 seconds quicker.
Maybe 3 laps on the mediums, 1 lap on the softs.
Well, we can have a look actually. I mean, here's a replay of maybe why that was. So it's just after the Dr. Herder, and he comes for this very tricky Galbraith cockpit, just grabs the grass and then the wool.
Okay, that's costing maybe a second or 2.
This circuit here.
Maybe a bit less, maybe about a second and a half.
And other things, he does have a lot more tyre wear than the cars around him. That front right tyre is looking pretty second-hand there for Sejak, and he's got to bring that now all the way around the circuit, which is now a anti-clockwise circuit. So that's going to be tough for Sejak.
Do you think there could be a legacy of the drivetrain layout as a front engine?
Look at Maxwell though, just mixing it with Serrano, keeping with him.
I mean, once there is more force on the tire, it also gets stressed more. But maybe probably you're not in the rhythm as you are going the right direction, and you overturn the car here and there. So I think it's all about managing the driving style. Just turn as much as you really need.
Still don't know who this guy is.
Turning the front means also you scrub the front, you overheat it a bit, and therefore
you can see the tyre wear. Where's the tyre wear?
Have a bigger drop in the end of the day. I think this part honestly is one of the most scariest, isn't it? Going all the way down and now into the carousel. Crazy.
Yeah, it's where I had my unceremonious crash earlier when I was trying to drive it. You go down and think, oh, okay, and the front's loaded in the weird way, you try and brake and nothing happens. You just go straight
in number
off into the
form or
woods.
percentage.
I'll
look again when it shows.
For our competitors, but turning into a bit of a 2-horse race now on the medium runners. It's Serrano and Kroll. Sejak is starting to maybe bring a little bit of that gap back. He actually had the fastest sector 5
they will have a tyre
of anyone
multiplier on, yes, because otherwise you'd be able to do.
The pace is still
times
there
1, you'd probably have to do
but the damage is done
3,
there
5,
earlier
maybe
incident.
6 laps on the
Keep
soft.
an eye out as well for Jura. The gap there, 17.5 seconds between himself and Hafidi. That's going to come down because, of course, he's now on a quicker compound tyre and a new compound tyre. So let's see what sort of inroad he's going to be able to make now he's in clear air. You can see Maximilian
This is such a scary
all over the rear
corner.
wing once again here of Jose Serrano.
He's easing off. He's not thinking about going for a move here.
Into the circuit now will open
See him
up
lifting off the accelerator.
The second half of it. You can see Serrano there just taking a wider sort of V line through the corner, but Kroll all over the rear wing here of this Porsche. It seems like a case of when and not if he's going to try and attack. We're going to come over the crest of the hill. Serrano just able to defend. Kroll gets out of the throttle a little bit early, just biding his time at the moment.
How steep it is down there. You never realise it when you're going the other way up there, but you almost fall down.
17%, yeah, on that occasion.
Quite captivating.
And imagine trying to break down that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So if you're Maximilian Kroll here, Nico, you're sitting in this position in P2. Do you think it's a case of attack, or would you be sitting there waiting?
Honestly, in this part of the track, you're more the waiter. You're trying to have, like, as he does now, 50 meters
That's a tough guy to follow,
distance
though.
to the car ahead, because otherwise you just scrub your front tires and you destroy them. I mean, GT3 cars, it's a lot of dirty
tyre
air,
temps
a lot of aerodynamics.
need to be added, don't they?
It's all about saving the tire for actually then the GP circuit to make benefit out of that, having a good front axle there, and there you can overtake better. And it was in the grass there.
Yeah, Serrano just pushing the envelope here. He's got to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap,
There we
surely.
go.
I mean, those front tyres are, and the rears actually now are
So
going to
these
start
top
crying out as we
two have had a
get
decent run.
already to the halfway stage of this race here at the Nordschleife. As you said, pretty much a two-horse race at the front, Jimmy. 2.7 seconds they've now got over Mikołaj Sedgwick. Just a point on Pol Jura. Gap was about 17.5 seconds. It's already down to under 16 seconds now.
Well, I mean, the question that's sort of being posed to us now, you think about it, these guys have made the medium tyre last another lap. Is that Dunlop soft tyre also going to last another lap? So, I mean, we tend to find that the name of the game is to just don't use the hard tyre. Hard tyre is lava. It has to be used, but it's just very slow. But we're seeing that on the other end of the spectrum.
He's got a bit of a run on him now. He's got a run on him. But that delta down to 1 second. He's got, again, the Ferrari has...
That tyre at this point...
Yeah, he's going for it.
Compared to there, as we see
The
another
Ferrari
fight for
does
lead
have...
here comes Kroll.
I think Serrano backed out off of that.
By Serrano. I never thought that had been overtaken.
Moxon, P11
most
pole.
overtaken zone of the race so far.
Hey, Major, it's going good, mate. Enjoying watching this racing.
They'd like seeing a Ferrari go through for the race lead here.
It's unbelievable, the crowd, honestly. I barely
It is
seen
a bit
something
weird.
like it. I'm really...
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I'm thinking these guys are going to do 2 laps on the
I think
softs.
we've ever had in the GT World
I'd love
Series.
to know
So
what the tyre
we're
wear
coming
is currently
towards
on
the
right
end of
now.
the Nordschleife layout, as it were. We're going to be heading in towards the pit lane before long with these race
Henkse's
leaders.
had a
Henksy, they're
warning
beginning the
colliding with
warning
another
for
car.
Colliding with another car. Where's he? P8 at the moment in that Toyota. Different manufacturer for Henksy. And we'll see how he's going to fare over the course of this season.
No
But
problem,
so far,
mate.
it's not been a particularly brilliant start to their year. They, of course, are former champions, but the pace, clearly the BOP, not working out for them at this early stage of 2026.
At that stage now, it's very important to be close to the
How much do you
competitor
reckon
in
Jimmy
front,
Roberts
because you know
pays
you're
to?
going to
I
enter
don't
the GP circuit right now. So now it all opens up. It's a
2
wider
to
track, and now
£5,000
you have
I'd say.
opportunities to overtake. So you're going to push all the way, like the last 1-2 kilometers
An
before you
appearance
actually
to go up,
enter the
everything
GP
paid
circuit,
for, and I reckon
to
2
be
to
in a good
5 grand.
overtake position, which
guess.
did not really work out because the Ferrari had actually better traction out of the Vidal chicane.
Let's have a look here at Moreno and Santos. Then this is in the battle for P6 in the race down the Dottinger
run, but then he's still in the slip.
using the slipstream to his advantage quite
And then
nicely,
Killian is
getting
still
through
feeding
on
in the
Lexus.
slip to make sure
That's
that
also the
he
side draft effect. You
gets
see
them
now
fighting.
the car on the left actually regains
Killian's doing some
ground,
smart manoeuvring there. He's getting these guys
seeing
to
like
fight
one
by
bot sitting here, he should have
positioning
actually
his
moved
cars.
to the right to be in a better position and to not give him that comeback on the straight. So it's not only slipstream but also side draft, really.
Now Lewis is there to
towards the end of the lap,
spectate.
we're
I think he's
about to
gone with
go then
Kalster to
Kroll,
watch.
Serrano, Sedgwick
Not
and
competing, he
Balding.
didn't
Surely they're going
qualify.
to have to pick because those
Hey,
medium
Stumpy,
tyres
the
are gonna be
sky
absolutely
is
crying
up.
for mercy now at this
Kalster
point. You can see there,
is
especially for Sedgwick and
Kalster
Balding, those front
25.
tyres, of course, front engine,
He's a
rear-wheel
friend of the
drive
channel.
cars
We've
with Nissan
collaborated
and
with him a
the
few
AMG.
times. We've done
They
live
are
streams
in a
doing
much
daily
worse
races with
state
him.
than the top two.
He's
And they do
a great guy,
drink
so we're
over
kind
to
of
the
rooting for
left-hand
him.
side, and
He
they
is in
will come into
P11 at the
first
moment
pit
in the
stop
Subaru.
in the race so far. Now, which way are they going to go in
that's a
terms
bit
of
harsh.
tyres? Do they go for the hard tyre, try and do one lap on those, and then try and extend the softs as long as they possibly can? Of course, they did one lap longer than we were expecting them to do on the medium tyres at the start of this one. And does everybody else follow suit? So Kroll and Serrano go onto the soft tyre then here. Sedgwick and Balding going for the hard tyre.
Now I missed the tyre wear again. I missed the tyre wear.
Hard tyre. through the next lap as quick as possible. I have to think that soft tyre is capable of doing 2 laps. We will see now. I mean, this is the first time someone's used a soft in this race. But keep an eye on their tyre wear. That must be the play, surely.
Well, keep an eye out as well for the likes of Drummond, Santos, etc. All of those drivers who were on the hard tyre, they've now pitted onto the medium competitive tyre. The gap, 15 seconds before those pit stops. So surely they're going to be taking that time out of them, hand over fist.
What does that stand for?
One interesting scenario, though. You box.
Calster is allegedly such a lovely person. Got a lot of time for him after he helped me whilst on the stream. Yeah, he's a really good guy.
You could use your
now,
hard tyre.
what is the slip like for the Porsche?
Surely you can box in the last
Porsche is doing it. The Porsche is doing him all day long. They're on the softs now.
Use it once doesn't say 1 lap though, does it?
It's true. It's a very good point. What do you think?
Well, that's how I think Michael Schumacher won the race. 20 years ago.
Do you know if I was
Silverstone?
If I was Maxo there, I would have lifted off the throttle ever so slightly earlier, so that Serrano didn't get such a long run. The sooner he overtakes, the sooner he closes up, the less of an overrun he has, and then the Ferrari has better top end speed, or you could sit back into the slipstream.
You see the car shuffling as it goes over the bumps and all the little crests there. And these two,
yes, there's quite a few, Mark.
A relatively unknown driver for us.
Lumu is in P3, I think. J Bolden, he's not often in the daily races. P2 is Maxo. P1 is Serrano, he's sometimes in the dailies going from the back. Polora.
Thank you so much for joining us, Coach Boss. It's been an absolute pleasure.
P5. Antonio Santos is sometimes in.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is P7. Calster.
Be a good final, I think.
Nice.
Where is he at the moment? He's P10 currently.
We now ride on board with then in the wheel tracks at Mikołaj Sejak's Nissan. Over the crest of the hill we go, flicking it through into the right-hander. Both of these drivers on the hard competitive tyre. You can see Pol Ura, he's at a position now at this point. He's on the medium competitive tyre, having pitted a lap or so sooner. He's made good ground up into P5. He's going to have Drummond bearing down on him, though, before too long, because he's about 3.5 seconds
that'll be interesting.
behind the Spanish driver in that Mazda
tyres.
for now. So let's keep an eye out and see how this will work, because Ura is in that position where, as I said, he's out of sequence. So
he's gained a position, hasn't he, Calster? Currently.
But also, those tyres are going to be wearing out quite quickly here. So
Camerat,
let's see how it goes.
Thank you for becoming a racing snake, mate. Appreciate the support.
Kylian Drummond, that gap down to, what's it now, 8 seconds. It was, I think it was 15 according to our timing screen prior to the pit stop.
I'll let you be the
I don't think Calster's going to pit for a 2 lap.
That's your one there. But as you say,
strategy on the hards.
For the guys at the front, because they
the strength of the BRZ is the tyre wear.
Defend from these guys who are going slower right now on that hard combat tyre. But it's all the strategy is going to become clear at the end of this lap, basically. So we will just have to wait and see, and hopefully they can get through one piece. Here's Kylian Drummond, someone who's on the soft tyre.
To compete. Why is he too young? Jay Bolden. Why was this the first year to be eligible?
And looking quick as well. So just a poor qualifying session from him, really.
I think he must have crashed, Kravchenko.
He's gone from Subaru, spent many years.
We haven't seen, there wasn't a highlight of what actually happened.
Back in 2022, let's not forget. And I spoke to him last night. I said, what was the idea behind changing from Subaru? You've been with them for so long. He said, I just think the Audi's got more potential.
I didn't think he was that young.
I've tried it out in testing. I've been doing loads of laps with it, and I
Jim
think
is commentating. Yes, he's one of the commentators.
He is confident with that. The results
he asked me, I said, sorry, I'm going to do a live stream with the snake pit instead.
Strategy. Is this going to be what will bring the Frenchman into at least the fight for the top 5 and to get some points on the board in this opening round of the season?
Yeah, I mean,
nobody's slow there,
Andre. The first time here
nobody's slow. Is there that much of a gap? There's something that's happened.
Having that time off. A nice, easy way to get back into the GT World Series. No, we're going reverse. And some have adapted better than others. Unfortunately, Kravchenko for Team Lamborghini, we've not really spoken about him. It's because he's just unfortunately been nowhere in the race. He's about 30 seconds behind the nearest competitor there, really struggling. So not the start that Team Lambo would have wanted to this World Series, the Manufacturers' Cup, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, nice to see him on the international stage, Miroslav Kravchenko. Lovely chap, actually.
I said I'd be interested to see how Iceman does, because he always seems to have really unreal pace. He can dominate a top split.
He's at the moment, so clearly he's had some kind of incident, maybe hit the wall or something along the lines of that. Now, Kylian Drummond, the gap was about 3 seconds or so earlier on in the lap. It's now down to 2.1 seconds. It's a case of when and not if that Audi is going to launch an attack here on Pol Ura's medium shod Mazda. Let's have a look at some battles going on then here between Serrano and Kroll. So we saw Serrano back through on Maximilian Kroll, but he ran it a bit wide there, just through the left-hander, off onto the grass. That's about as close to the warning sign as you're going to get.
Corners.
I mean, it's good to show around here, and you really can't make any mistakes. Because any small offline mistake, and you just find yourself immediately in the grass. And luckily, Serrano was able to avoid the barrier there, but that has allowed Kroll to get right back onto the rear spoiler.
Things will get hectic in the last lap, though.
And we know that run up from Arenberg up towards the Flugplatz, that is now the run.
So Maxo's biding his time. He's going to sit in the slip here.
Here is Kroll.
And he'll probably take the lead. He's a little bit close here.
For that final lap, is it a good idea to pass?
He'd like a little bit of run too. I think he will get this done again. Again, the Ferrari has better top end than the Porsche, even around the outside.
At some point, here comes Kroll again. He's done this one before. He'll do it again. Ferrari back up into the lead. As we come into the Flugplatz, and I wonder now what's going through their head in terms of strategy. Tyre wear wise,
Calster's into P9.
They can do more than one lap on this tyre.
Antonio's had an incident. He must have had an incident. He's dropped back quite a bit, hasn't he?
If anyone's going to prove us wrong, it'll be these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Just a point actually about Miroslav Kravchenko. I said he was quite a way off the back of the field. He actually hasn't pitted yet in this race. He started on the hard tyre. He is still on the hard tyre. So forgive me for that small indiscretion, but we'll wait and see whether Kravchenko is just trying something different, whether it will close him onto the back of the field. I think points are going to be fair way off of it for the German driver, but Kilian Drumont is the man on the move at the moment. Now 1.2 seconds off the back of Pol Ura's Mazda. That gap has slowly been coming down over the course of this one. Likewise, Ura has also been breaking into the deficit of Balding in front of him. It was,
you would have expected him to close the gap up a bit quicker, though,
now
considering he's on the soft.
5.2 seconds. The medium tyre, as we saw at the start of this race, about 2.2 quicker around this Nordschleife circuit than the hard tyre. So Sejak and
all three tyre compounds have to be used, Eddie.
The end of the next lap here.
Yeah,
Hards, mediums and softs. So it's not really till the final lap we're going to see what the real order of positions is.
To make it look easy at the moment as he slowly reels
Calster started on the softs. Sorry, started on the hards.
From Spain, we've got a pair of them here.
So he should have a fairly strong finish, and he's in P9 currently.
Now half a second towards Serrano, and they are coming round now to think about making their
this is the fourth lap, 9 5 and 6. If I was Calster,
we have access to tyre wear here. We can see a little bit of that on our end.
I don't know. He's done one lap. He needs to do.
Tyres are already down at about 50%.
He needs to do 3 laps.
Here is our Dunlop pit stop prediction there. I don't think.
Yeah, he needs to do three laps.
That's a tricky thing.
1 lap on the hards,
you could try and
3 laps on the mediums, and then 2 laps on the softs. That's what I'd be doing.
That penultimate lap, and ultimately that's going to, I think, cost you more time than you will lose with another lap on what would be the
not got any slipstream to sit in
for those two drivers at the front at this point in the race. And indeed, they come straight into the box. No surprise there at all. So hard tyres to the end of the race for Kroll and Serrano. Sejak and Balding, of course, they are doing something different. They started.
Yeah, Jacoby, it's hard.
They're going to be on the soft tyre, aren't they, in fact, at the end of the race, because they went for the hard tyre in the middle stint. So that could bring them right into play in terms of closing that gap down. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
So maybe you can only do 1 lap on the soft.
Never say never in the world of Gran Turismo.
So
either way, all 3 soft job runners, Kroll,
who's this?
as well as Serrano
going on to the mediums,
all into the box. They
the
go
2
on
leaders,
to medium tyres for Drumont and hard tyres for the top 2.
Now, this is interesting because they've come out in traffic with Moxon.
Oh wow!
On some fairly worn medium tyres.
This is interesting. So Calster has got the 2 leaders of the race. Oh my God!
Their race plan.
They'll let them pass.
In the booth a second ago, he was saying that clean air.
Oh no, this is really bad for Calster because he's on the mediums.
Right now, that's okay.
He doesn't. He's on the worn mediums though. They're on the hards. Does Calster get in the mixer and mess this up? Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's awkward because if these guys are slower on the hards and Calster's pace on the mediums, that's really unfortunate. But he might get a bit of a pull with a slipstream. So.
I think on circuit,
I'm actually a bit nervous here.
But it's the way you have to get the calculators out. It gets very complicated.
Well, let's have a look at the gap. What's it? 15 seconds.
Calster's on his 2nd or 3rd lap on the mediums.
As it stands for now. Both those drivers are on the hard compound of tyres. Serrano and Kroll were in the race lead. That's what we expect at the moment to be that race lead. They are now starting to pull away from Moxon, which is good news, because the last thing that Serrano and Kroll needed to do is start getting involved in a fight, start squabbling amongst one another, bring them back into Moxon's sort of wheel tracks, if you like. Allow him to
Antonio
have a
is on one lap fresher medium tyres as well behind
they could lose position once those final pit stops.
But if this is custom slipstream, then Calster could be taking advantage of the slip he's getting. This is third lap on the mediums, yeah.
Basically, they've got to work together. They're tied.
So Calster's tyres are really warm right now on the mediums.
Right at the very end of this race, but they've got to play.
I hope this is helping him. I hope this is helping him.
This next lap and a half or so.
Well, I mean, you say that.
Wind confirmed earlier it is custom slipstream.
Sometimes that you aren't very smart.
So if that is the case, he's not dirty air and he's getting a drag, he's getting a...
And that's where it gets maybe a little bit tricky, but they've been playing nice so far.
And then he might be battling out with Antonio on the softs.
Max doing a good job in that Ferrari, very quick, and we've not really seen Ferrari at the sharp end properly like this for a while. Proper contender here. So I know it's been a lot of suffering for Ferrari fans across the world, but maybe this is your year.
Ooh, Serrano a little bit wide there.
Just looking at the gap again between.
Is he going to think about it? He's thinking about it.
16.3 seconds, and Kroll all over the rear wing of the 911 as we come through.
He went wide into the grass.
You can't go 2 by 2 through there. You can see Kroll modulating that throttle as he tries to get the power down as soon as he possibly can.
If they just keep feeding Calster a bit of slip, especially down these straights.
The Italian manufacturer for now.
Well,
there on the bottom corner of your screen, Serrano on the left, and then Kroll on the right-hand side.
It's acceleration that it really lacks and top speed.
In 8th position, doing such a good job there. This is someone that only really used a gamepad until now, and now is moving over to the wheel and doing well on it.
Yes, talk about Calster. Big him up. That's it.
Yeah, and a particularly big transition to jump onto the international stage here in the GT World Series with a very loud and passionate crowd behind you. It is a proper assault on the senses, and fair play to Callum Moxon sitting there in P8 in that Subaru. Let's see whether some points could be on offer for that manufacturer later on this season.
Yes, love it. Acknowledgement of being on a controller.
Against the Porsche driver of Jose Serrano. Serrano again defending that line.
I'll clip that just in case he wants to.
Into the left-hander. We're heading towards the sort of overtaking zone as we've found out over the course of this race so far, and you wonder whether Kroll is going to launch a move here on Jose Serrano. He's starting to look a little bit impatient, moving that car left, moving it right, and trying out a few different lines here.
Come on.
I mean, I think the Kroll is faster because he's just stuck to the rear end of Serrano. I mean, there is a little bit of a draft you get from the car in front, but not this much, and I think that the reason that Kroll is so close is just he just has a quicker package right now, but Serrano, of course, ever the champ, knows the strategy he needs to do to keep himself in the lead. But he's going to need all that experience now, all that skill.
Come on,
keep this aggregate.
What's the gap? Calster's still getting a bit of slip. Now, I think this is really helping him, helping to keep the gap to Antonio behind.
Say hello to the Rebel Tree on the right hand side. Hello Rebel Tree, hope you're doing well. And we move now down to where Kroll will be starting to think, okay, we are on the second to last lap. I know where I can pass him, but can he pass me back if I'm leading there? It becomes a bit of a chess game here.
Yeah, he's setting up the same thing, isn't he, Iceman?
A half marathon each lap of corners. It's insane.
Yeah, that gap had stabilised at about 16.2
We'll see,
seconds.
He'll do his own. Remember, he streams himself.
So far, you can see
he's easing off. He's not wanting to overtake now. I can see Iceman lifting off the throttle. He just wants to do this in the same place. Prioritise the exit, get a decent exit within a couple of tenths of a second.
As we come through that left-hander.
Sorry, Tom, Serrano there was actually sideways.
You can see the tyre wear. Look at Calster's tyres, though. 32% and 43.
So has the overspeed of Serrano in front. Serrano goes to the inside of the defender.
Yeah, just can't defend that, can he?
Around the outside. We've seen this move many times already. And Kroll back ahead of Serrano.
These two battling it out for P1 currently. These are net P1. Calster's looked out a little bit by coming out, by being behind them in the slipstream while he's on really worn mediums. He's got Antonio chasing him.
Serrano.
Oh no, Antonio's made him another mistake.
Quite similar, but
maybe not. They're fighting Fadi and Antonio.
He needs about a second.
He's still got 3.5 seconds.
To stay away from Serrano. Right
Calst,
now,
this is really,
this
is risky stuff for Calster right now. His tyres are really warm. The Subaru can bite you. Just got to last and then get on the soft tyres.
As it stands for now, so don't discount them from this one. Let's see whether that proves to pay dividends for them. But as I say, I think
he's definitely gained from this scenario.
Quite nicely at this particular point. They're not costing each other too much time. They're not tripping.
It'll be interesting to see where everybody's going to be.
Firing one on the outside. Sejak, meanwhile, has picked up a penalty. Red dot flashing next to his name. Presumably that's track limits, because we didn't see anything coming up on screen saying that anything's under investigation. So maybe he's just ran over a curb and been a bit too greedy. But either way, that could drop him behind.
It's Calster 25. He's a
just after
streamer,
the
content creator.
So where is it? It's coming onto the GP circuit. It must have been a chicane here. Yeah, just maybe taking a bit too much inside of the white line.
Well, that's a bit harsh.
And this is usually where you serve the penalty.
That was a harsh
here.
track limit.
He was awarded it just afterwards. That means he's going to have to serve that penalty on the last lap. So any fight he's in. He needs about a second.
That half a second penalty is worth about a second and a half at least. Maybe 2 seconds on that long straight.
He's pushing at the front there just to try and make that time up.
They're just about to come into the pit lane here as well, Jimmy. So Sejak and Boulding are about to come in. Likewise, Jura, Hengsei and Moreno, who were, as we said, a little bit out of sequence earlier on in this one. So
Fadi is gaining on
Jose Serrano,
Calster, but you would expect that. Now Calster is well out of the slipstream zone just because of those worn tyres.
As it stands for now, so Sejak in, Boulding in, as well as Paul Jura.
They're the net leaders,
and Moreno,
but they're on the hard tyres.
And 3 medium shot runners.
We've got a few people going on the softs now.
Soft tyres, which is going to be such a headache for the likes of Kroll and Serrano at this one. They're going to be on the hard tyres right now to the end. And is it going to leave them vulnerable on this final flying lap, or are we going to see the top two still battling?
I wouldn't be surprised if Serrano.
So through into the left-hander we go, back onto the Nordschleife for the penultimate time. It's Kroll.
I almost wouldn't want to overtake.
Second, but what's the gap to the likes of Sejak and Boulding? That's the important one.
Because the same thing keeps happening, and then you come to the start-finish line.
It's not insurmountable because it's about.
He's lifting off the throttle now. He's timing this. You see how he's lifting off the throttle? He doesn't want to overtake too early.
So that could bring Sejak and Boulding.
That's very intelligent, because if he overtakes him too early, then he can get back in his slip.
Of this race, and eyes on Jose Serrano blasting to the inside down the Dottinger Hill on Max Kroll as we come in towards the left-hander. The Porsche once again is back through on the Ferrari into the lead.
Let that go. Yeah, he's going to let that go.
Probably going to allow that because he's not thinking about.
That was extremely intelligent driver. If he would have just gunned it, gone past him straight away, Maxo could have slipped back into his slipstream and then overtaken him.
Keep his cool. If you're Jose Serrano, you've got to push now. You've got to try and make a gap. We've seen that this
what's
Ferrari
Jose's answer to what Maxo's been doing? Calster's in P9. There's a bit of a gap to Moreno.
In that Ferrari. Doing so
and Fadi
well
is within really 6/10.
I was just about to say, Drumont's done really well to get himself into 4th place, but Boulding's just managed to mug him on those soft tyres at the end of this one. So Drumont, he's got, 5 seconds over Paul Jura. That might be enough for him to hold on to a top 5 finish and bag a couple of points for Audi in his debut for that team. But Max Kroll, we're on board with him then here. 10 seconds the deficit down to Sejak, so they might be okay if they don't squabble too much over the course of this
Is anybody else close? Hengsei and Moreno, if they have an instant, they're pretty close to each other. That could be an opening if they start fighting
towards the end of it. But as it stands for now, it's Ferrari and Porsche that are battling for victory.
They just don't have the speed, Sejak, right now. He needs to really just
under investigation, killing Drummond and Jay Boulding.
Is a lot around here, and I don't think he's going to catch unless he really has a mega lap or these guys start fighting. Saying that the gap is coming down, so never say never.
Calster is Nat Moxon, P9.
He does have that penalty to contend with as well.
Yes, yeah, he qualified. He's P9, Callum Moxon.
He picked up at the end of the last lap, so it's got to be huge here from Team Nissan. But Serrano and Kroll, these guys have been.
Yeah, if you're the Ferrari in the Porsche, he was about 7/10 behind with a slightly better exit off the final corner, but that was going into turn 1. So you're not going to have that same scenario now.
The entry of the carousel here, right onto the back of
I
that
think
Porsche.
if
Familiar sight for him.
Maxo stays within 2 to 3 tenths
what a great job as well from Max
Serrano,
this is his debut in the GT World Series. Let's have a look at Balding and
coming into the same straightaway section where he's been overtaking him, he will get the position and then he'll have to really cling on.
Balding just gives a little tap to the rear. He's going to slide his way to the inside. I think that's okay, to be honest.
That was
a bit of rubbing, bit of racing, and a bit of confusion. But either way, Balding through on the Frenchman in the Audi for 4th place for now. But Serrano and Kroll, the drivers, we've got our eyes on at the sharp end of this one with just over half a lap to go here in the first race of the Manufacturers' Cup in 2026. And Kroll,
thank you for subscribing,
menacing on the outside there of the
Sorry.
Porsche, but no way through for now.
These two guys absolutely rocketing down towards Bergwerk now. Speed to 270 plus kph. The front.
This is going to be really interesting.
Slow these cars down
What's
that part of the circuit. Serrano is a mirrors full
Paddy
of
is closing.
Ferrari.
He's less than 3 tenths. He's within striking distance.
As we now come to what is realistically the last few places to look at overtake.
Calster is also closing in Moreno.
Try and do this. He's waiting for his run out of Arenberg up towards Flutas, but he needs to be close for that to work. He can't let Serrano get away. And right now he's basically pushing the Spaniard along. This must be such a weird feeling for Serrano. He's been dominant over the last couple of events here, and now he's really being made to work for it. We love to see it here. Of course, in the GT World Series, our first round of the Manufacturers' Cup Grand Final coming to a head here with only half a lap to go.
This is the part where I'm talking about. This is where if Iceman stays within 2 to 3 tenths of a second.
The GT World Series, this being his first event on the debut stage, he's all over the back of the old hand of Jose Serrano, looking for a way through, but Serrano blocks the line, holds the apex for now. We come through the left, then we come through the right. We're going to start the circuit beginning to open up as we head into the next series of it. And are we going to see Kroll being able to launch an attack? Will Serrano be able to defend?
It's through this section down the hill and around the left-hander. After the left-hander, this is where Maxwell will be doing his damnedest to stay as close as he possibly can.
Gain about a second on that soft compound tyre over the hards. These guys pushing really, really hard right now. And now, if you are Max Kroll, you are thinking, right, okay,
I'm actually getting a bit of adrenaline here.
What do you do though as Jose Serrano up the hill to defend this? I think you just have to sit in the middle of the road and hope maybe to make things difficult. You can't intentionally block here, but whatever happens now, we're about to get our
within
answer.
So through into the left-hander we go then. Serrano it is that leads. Maximilian Kroll
3 tenths. He did get a better exit.
Trying to fight.
He's going to have a longer run. He got a really good exit there, Serrano. It's going to be closer than before. He got a really good exit.
Champion with that Porsche team would love to continue where they left off at the end of 2025. Let's see though how it is all going to work out. On board we ride here with Max Kroll. Serrano defending the line to the inside, forcing Kroll to the outside. Side by side they go, and Serrano does manage to hold on to the race lead for now, but has Kroll got anything left in his pocket?
Blinder there. He pulled off the best exit he'd had all race. Is he going to send it down the inside? Have a cheeky look.
He looks to the inside, but Serrano defends that line, holds the apex, and holds the race lead as we head and blast towards the GP circuit for the last time.
I thought we were going to see a huge crash there, Tom. He really had to go on the outside.
He kept him narrow there, didn't he? He kept him narrow.
Waiting. I think he backed him up there on the apex and then just got away because Kroll was nowhere near where he was previously.
Yeah,
the result of that now is Serrano is still ahead.
There.
He's rapidly running out of chances to make this move.
There's still the run out of the final corner and the GP circuit, but like I said earlier, the Porsche is incredibly strong.
You're never going to have an easy time racing Jose Serrano
there, and I think this is where Serrano.
So let's see how it works out as we head on towards the Grand Prix circuit for one more time. Of course, they'll go onto the Dottinger Hill. That's where the finish line is. They clip their way over the curb. Serrano it is that still leads. 0.3 of a second in his pocket, and it's so difficult to fire one through on the inside here. There's not really an opportunity
should be happy with, even if he doesn't. If he stays P10,
that deficit down, but he's not going to be there to launch one on the inside of the Porsche as we flick it through the left and then the right-hander. He needs to try and pressure Jose Serrano into a mistake, but we know that the wise old head of the Spaniard, relatively speaking, to the young pretender of Max Kroll, he is so calm under pressure here is Jose Serrano, and he is soaking it up like a sponge.
I tell you what,
yes,
he's jumped up then, jumped up. This is going to be so tough for Maxo to try and do something. these corners are just made for this Porsche. You can see he's extending the gap.
Very brave, but we know Serrano's going to come for that. On board with Max Kroll now. You sense a
to
little bit of
4/10.
desperation from the German driver in the
He's going to need an incredible final corner.
Come into now the last real proper overtaking zone. Looks maybe to go into the back of him. No, not quite there. And now it's a run up the straight
that Porsche as well, up to 5.
And Balding fighting behind, but I just don't think Tom has enough time left.
No, Serrano got a really, really strong exit.
And the Porsche is normally pretty good out of this final
relatively
corner.
Speaking, as we come on to the second but last straight then here at the Nürburgring. And
still
Serrano
a bit of slip.
is going to be under pressure here from Kroll, but we flick it through the left, we flick it through the right. He needs
He's
to
got
hope
a
for
better
a
line
mistake
out.
from the Spaniard as we blast on towards the Dottinger for the final
4
time.
tenths.
So it
could be close.
Kroll. It's
I think
Porsche
Serrano's just got this
Ferrari,
sewn up. He's got it sewn
in
up.
the Gran Turismo World Series.
He's got it sewn
and as
up.
we head toward the timeline,
It's going to be close. It's going to be down up to about 2
Will it be the
tenths.
reigning champion, or will it be the young pretender? As we get ready to take the checkered flag here, Serrano pulls to the inside as Kroll slipstreams him to take the checkered flag. There's contact at the line.
Great
and
driving.
Serrano wins
What
it for
a finish.
Porsche. A phenomenal
What about
drive from the
Kalster? Kalster's in
reigning champions
P10.
to continue where they left
Kalster, as long as he holds on to it now.
Season,
I think Antonio Santos has got a penalty next to his name. So I think Kalster should keep him to P10.
Car here at the
Jack Balding P3.
And Balding in the Mercedes AMG will take a podium on his
what a race.
debut in the GT World Series.
What a race.
Also, a fantastic drive, calm, composed, and controlled. As you said, Jimmy, there is no substitute for experience.
You have to think there.
I would love to see the replay of exactly what he did out of that left-hander there.
Position his car in the right way coming out of Ironburg.
To be fair,
I
feel like Serrano
make that move and just couldn't quite get it done. But great to see.
Serrano probably deserved that. He was leading the way most of the time. And a custom slipstream was on.
Big congratulations to Jack Balding as
Go
well.
on.
Debut straight away.
That's Kalster. That was Kalster. Well done to Kalster. Massive shout out to Kalster. P10. Gained a position. Started at P11, and he definitely did not have a strong car.
Porsche and Ferrari. A great battle there throughout the race.
Amazing job from Jose Serrano and Maximilian Kroll. Fantastic to kick off the GT World Series in 2026 with
Put him
such
under
a
a lot of
strong
pressure
battle.
there.
There's Valerio Gallo, former
I wonder if they're
Nations
going to
Cup
interview him
champion.
afterwards.
He'll be hoping to do the business in a couple of hours' time when we get our first race underway there. But well,
you can't argue with it though.
Serrano,
like if somebody's
saw that experience coming to the
he's just
fore there,
class.
he
He
could
is class.
anticipate what Kroll was going to do, what he'd have been doing.
I'm really happy for
those
Iceman
shoes, and
though.
he was able to cover it
And
off so nicely.
Balding,
This is how the race
P3.
started. Then it was Jose Serrano from Kroll on pole position. We saw an early mistake from Paul Ura in the Mazda, who would eventually come over the line in good position.
Been there
So
a few
nice
times.
recovery job
That reaction,
after a difficult start
bit more animated.
to the race. But well, the story of it at the sharp end was
If I were there, I'd be
the
like, stupid game.
German and the Spaniard.
Yeah, I mean, these guys were
Sammy 1v1
for the entire race.
Facade.
I really thought that we would see
In a deadlifting
Kroll
competition,
maybe
maybe
taking
not.
on the last lap there. But early on, it was just, I think they're just kind of feeling each other out a little bit, trying to work out what's going on. You see there, Serrano there making the move onto the penultimate lap there, or onto the last lap, sorry, against Kroll, and just wanting to set the pace.
They'll probably
That's
interview
something
the
that we've
drivers
seen
now.
from Serrano a lot. As he
That
wants to try and lead
was
from the
a
front and
little
set the
bit
pace.
a little bit of
And they're doing
squeezing,
so
but
there
I
and
think
just
it was
very
okay.
expertly moving his car. And so
He
close
just
to the line,
did
there's
everything he
contact
needed
over
to
the start
do.
finish line. The gap at the end,
Serrano.
only 0.06 of a second. Ridiculous finish.
Listen to the crowd, they absolutely love that. To see Ferrari onto the podium, and regardless of the fact they didn't take the win, that is still their first rostrum since Prague in 2024.
Well
so it's
done,
been a long
Kalster.
time coming for that manufacturer. The 296 working very nicely, but it wasn't enough to depose Jose Serrano and Porsche from taking top honours once again in the GT World Series as they win here in Milan, ahead of Kroll, ahead of Jack Balding. The
No,
debutant,
mate, I'm not going
the
to make
Briton on the rostrum
a video
for
out of this.
AMG.
This is,
Cedric
I
did
think you
manage
can
to
only
get
do
fourth
live
place after
reactions.
that penalty cost him on that final lap. Paul Euro recovered to P5 ahead of Killian Drumont.
Of
He
this,
managed to
like
get
copyright
the best, just a
infringement,
tenth
all
of a
that.
second,
I'm allowed to
separating
react live
Euro
to this,
and
but
Killian Drumont right at the checkered flag. They
can't
are
really
your
make
top
videos out
six
of it.
as the race stands here for now. But let's go down and catch up
Boxing,
with our winner,
yeah.
Jose Serrano for Porsche.
Well, we're back, baby, apparently, Jose. Well done. Give him a round of applause. That was amazing stuff.
Mamma mia!
Now, of course, 2025, it was your year. That felt like a new kind of pressure. Did that feel like Miazano was breathing down your neck?
Yeah, I had a good rival right now. All the race with Max, in front of me, behind me. During the race, I thought Max, you can do a mistake or something.
Yeah, but he didn't.
What are you doing?
I'm joking. So congrats to him. He deserved the win as
well done to Kelsey, yeah. Epic well done to Kelsey, the P10.
Ovviamente il suo anno, una gara incredibile.
There's the Nations Cup. I'm not sure what the gap is. There might be another street for the Nations Cup.
That was an amazing race. I want to ask you, Nürburgring reverse.
It's too good in it, yeah. I agree.
How did you feel that?
I really like it.
Yeah.
It's strange because you know the not life normal, the original layout, but the Nürburgring reverse is so funny to drive.
So
yeah, I agree. I do like the
Mi è
reverse.
piaciuto molto guidare al contrario, si è visto, devo dire, si è visto.
I mean, I thought there'd be a lot more mistakes, actually, and it was pretty good. I mean, you had a little bit of grass, just a touch, just a couple of tires.
I had a lot of moments, but I saved it.
No, well, we didn't see it. You seemed very strong, but okay. So obviously, Max is brand new. This is like first time out. Is this a new rivalry? Is this the new rivalry? You and Max, what do you think?
The rival is all the drivers. So we're here the best driver in the world. So all the drivers are rivals.
Yeah, good answer. Good answer.
You, Jose. You got to keep up with it.
Don't want to
Giusto gli ha detto guarda che
disparage any other drivers.
Max, lui fa no, guarda che i rivali sono tutti perché questi sono i migliori piloti del mondo, quindi farei un applauso perché è veramente incredibile.
Let's go back up now.
I don't know what that was, but maybe just translate for the Italians.
Well, thank you to Brian and to Jose Serrano.
Is that what he said?
Well, the winner of GT World Series 1 here in Milan. What a fantastic way to kick off the year. And I really, really enjoyed that. It does feel a bit like there could be a changing of the guard on the way to soon. I don't want to speak too soon, but that was really impressive from a couple of rookies, both on the podium.
I mean, maybe there's like an attempted change of the guard, but Stryan's like, nope, sit down. And there is a reminder there. Porsche there taking 4 points here, around 1, 6 points. Great start for them, of course.
They're not avid Gran Turismo 7 players, are they?
Cup crown. Ferrari there, great start from them with Kroll for 5 points.
Right,
and AMG, they were bowling in 4. Nissan, Mazda, and Audi picking up the rest of them. And Drummond there in the Audi
you guys disagree
had a good
there.
recovery in the end there. It was a bit of a change for him. You must wonder, is he going to be happy with that change, do you think?
Well, I mean, if you look at where Subaru were, then you have to say that surely that is
driver of the day.
As it were.
Why isn't Kelstra on there? To be fair,
of the day, by the way.
as a debut, it's got to be Stroll and Kroll.
Let us know. It's all on YouTube, and well, the winner will get the good feeling.
We've got to grow a little bit, Jack, before that. Definitely. I wouldn't be talking about bankability, would we?
Serrano is having a great time right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got a million credits
they've got
in the
a million
back
more
pocket.
credits to go buy whatever the hell they want.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, really, really exciting way to kick off the season there, as we said, and a great job also from Paul Euro, I have to say, especially P5 for him in that Mazda. After being off track on the opening lap, near enough the first corner, that was a really
with
strong recovery.
refreshing honesty.
This weekend anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good recovery. As you say, like, it's not really what we expect from Paul Euro. We expect him to be on that podium minimum. So for him, that's going to be a bit of a failure. But recovery was nice, and yeah, I mean,
maybe one day.
I don't know. I don't think he'll be happy with it.
And if you look at some of the other manufacturers,
we'll do this for now.
It's going to be a particular disappointment for, I don't know, if you look at the likes of Subaru, Lexus, former champions, Lexus down in 11th at the end of that.
I mean, BMW definitely. I mean,
get your emails sent. Get your emails sent.
Used to seeing them.
Sparks
really
would be entertaining, actually.
As you say, Subaru, they've been past champions, but just not really having that pace. It's a hard one to gauge because this circuit is a very specialised circuit. But it might suit some cars better than others. So yeah, we've got rounds to go yet. It's all to play.
Let Mrs. Snake vote on.
Yeah. Let's
that's something not you.
Down to 6th place as we
vote
said,
on what? I forgot what I said.
As we get ready for the second World Series event later on this year as well. So that again is going to change things completely. Well, anyway, we know how it has all worked out here in Milan for the opening round.
Sparks would definitely bring the energy.
Cup. Let's go and celebrate the top 3 on the podium.
Yeah, Super GT. I feel like he's got enough game knowledge.
Onto the stage in 3rd place for AMG.
Let's hear from Jay
GT World
Balding.
Series from the UK. It's Jack Balding.
Absolute monster of a man.
Also making his debut in the GT World
That's
Series,
great,
giving
P3,
the
isn't it?
reigning champion a run for his money for Ferrari in front of their home crowd here in Italy. It's Max Kroll.
Iceman, aka Iceman.
And the winner of the opening round of the Manufacturers' Cup here in Milan, give it up for Porsche's Jose Serrano! Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've asked you please to stand if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, is that right? I usually wait for the highlights, Jack. Dinglefree didn't want any spoilers for everyone, so he deleted that. Is that why he did that, Dingle? Just no spoilers for anyone else? Is this a Spanish? Is this as much of a banger as the Italian? I know this is German. Wait. Is this just for the winner? Is this the Italian? Sorry, the Spanish national anthem. Michael Schumacher anthem. It's not. She's going to kick in. When's the beat going to drop? It doesn't move me as much. The Italian one had some. Spanish. Come on. It's very hard to freestyle to this. Bit too slow for my liking. I think they should release a remix version. Odin! Odin, come here.
What a way to kick off the 2026 Gran Turismo World Series. 2 new drivers onto the podium here in Milan. And of course, the reigning world champion picking up where they left off at the end of 2025. Now, time for the trophy to be presented. Tiziano Grasso from PlayStation Italy.
That's a good name.
Stage to present the third place trophy to Jack Balding for Mercedes AMG.
Go on, Titsy.
Good job from Jack Balding on the international stage. He's one to watch for the future, certainly.
Thank you for subscribing, Ben Martinez.
The trophy is presented by Brembo's Alberto Ferrari as we welcome him here in Milan.
Brakes.
And it is presented to the man who was driving the Ferrari, Maximilian Kroll of Germany, the Italian manufacturer.
That's a good name, isn't it? Maximilian. That's a great name.
Season.
Titsy stealing this show.
And now we
she should have had a bit of cleave out, shouldn't she? Oh, here he is, Kazunori.
To the stage to present
the man, the myth, the legend.
Once again to Porsche. Jose Serrano of Spain is the winner to take top honours, a maximum of 6 points here.
Look at him with a crew t-shirt. What's that crew t-shirt?
This year.
Very jazzy. Told you, bald. Is it no coincidence that he's bald and he's won? Very hard to compete against a bald driver. They're just built different. That's it, yeah. Round of applause. Yeah, but he's a quick driver. Him in white t-shirt with bald head. Picture time. When's the Nations Cup race then? Because there's still another race coming, you know. Well done to Jose Serrano.
Well, that's it. The Manufacturers' Cup round 1. A round of firsts. First of all, Kroll doing amazing. And you. This was your first. How was that?
I don't know, I'm so excited, so many emotions. Ci siamo divertiti veramente tanto e secondo me il pubblico in Italia veramente
pizza, spaghetti.
Quindi vi vogliamo ringraziare, siete stati fantastici, fatevi un applauso.
Fantastico.
Yeah, amazing stuff to be here in Milan. And I just
couple of fast drivers there with glasses and black t-shirt. Baldy's in background with t-shirt with glasses. Another guaranteed A+ driver.
I mean, that's a lot, and then to still be going to
Him sat down in green t-shirt. He's fast. He's got bald head.
Amazing race, yeah, abbiamo visto veramente tantissimo in pista, hanno combattuto fino alla fine, è stata una gara
I wonder what they do win. Do they get anything for winning this?
Well, most importantly, have you had fun?
I
think the stream's going to end in a minute, isn't it? And then it'll stop the Nations Cup one.
This organization is great. Ragazzi, credetemi, non ho mai visto una cosa così bella.
Mucho spaghetti,
lavoro da tanti
pizza,
anni in tutta la mia vita, quindi fate un applauso a tutta la produzione.
But also, don't go anywhere because we're going to have the Nations Cup coming up very, very soon. Go get yourself a cup of tea and a biscuit. And
Cup of tea and a biscuit?
More spectacular racing.
Cup of tea and a bicky?
Soon. We'll see you then. Bye.
We'll see you then. See you. Bye. Bye, bus driver. Bye. Right. Not bad, was it, that? Is it snack time, guys? No, empty. Why is it similar to that? Yes, the highlights. He showed Calster as the highlight coming out of the controller. What a boy. Oh no, he's had a crash. I'll get him in a minute, Ghost. Try and tempt him over. Well, we need to try and make it. Come on, Odin. Come on. Come on. We want to chill out with the snake pit, have a bit of a chat. When does Nations Cup? Can somebody check the rotor? It starts at 6 in 10 minutes. Right, let's change the screen for a minute. We'll change the screen. So that was watch along. But no, I don't want to go to that one, sorry. Right, I've got to swap my OBS around. Here comes music. What do we reckon to that race then? Out of 10? Okay. 8 out of 10. 7.5, 8 out of 10 for me. I would have liked to see more Calster. I'm going to stream the next race, yeah. It's just in the background waiting for the next one to start. 8 out of 10. I see now with all this ball chat that my long hair is costing me a second a lap without that. Yeah, you're probably right, mate. 8 out of 10 because Calster didn't win. I looked so confused. I was my screen was over there. I'm used to looking and making sure that everything's working there. It was a good race. -1 out of 10. They should have given Calster the win by default. To be fair, Wind, it's hard not to agree with that. 7.5 for me. 7.5 for me, not 7.5. Okay. All right, tyre issue, no worries. Turn the shoulders in the sim. It is a sturdy sim, this. Thank you to GT Omega. Snake, discount 5% with the code SNAKE. Oh, thank you for the segue into that. Bit of promo. So let Calster win with this. Yeah. It would be funny, wouldn't it? Like everybody's on the wheel and Calster's just sat there with his controller. Looking at the screen. Oh, let me just check the time tell. I'm guessing it starts at like 6 o'clock. What do you think? I'm just looking. I really enjoyed that though. I love this. Nations Cup. I'm too lazy. This is what I do. What time is the Nations Cup in Gran Turismo 7 in round 1? Just Googling it. I can't be asked to type that out. 6:30? It says 6:30. British summertime. Is that right? Saturday the 23rd of May. Yeah, that's right. Scheduled to be... It says 6:30 p. Is that right? No, where's Gabriel? Quick daily race. Maybe we should. Should we do a daily race? I just want to make sure I'm not like... It looks like it's starting again. Just a second, because it's... No, it's 40-minute countdown. Yeah, should we do a daily race? Let's do a daily race in between. I need to stop that, though, because I'm... Right. Where's OBS? Right. Let's do a daily race, C. Which account are we on? I want to swap my account, actually. I'll go from the back. I might have... I think I set a qualifying. Let's do one in America. America's always mental, isn't it? America's always mental. So we'll do a laid back. It's that account. See, he's not boring. Death Chicane Group 4 from the back of the grid. Come on. Turismo, that's coming every Thursday. I'm wanting to do that. As long as we keep getting the support. We got some good support at the end of the stream last week. The viewing figures, I think I said on stream, were abysmal. But as long as we get the support, I want to do something to keep the community races going as a weekly thing. As a thing we do often. Everyone's saying B. Okay, we'll do B. We'll do B. But when does it start? Because the timing might be off. I haven't done B. Let's see what time the race starts. Oh, it's in 20 minutes. We'd have to wait 20 minutes. I'm going to have to do C because it's going to be perfect time. If we wait 20 minutes, we're going to like miss the intro, I think. Yeah. Yeah. What car do we use, though? Should we use non-meta? We'll use the Jag. The Jag. The Jag. I don't think I have the Mustang. I'll go in the Jag. I know how the Jag drives a little bit. Make it a bit interesting. Warm up a bit. We're doing it for you got a home country and all that. Shizzle. Is the sound okay? Hold on. You probably can't hear the game sound. Let me change this. Yeah, you should be able to hear that now. Just checks. All sorts going off on my PC. Is it loud? Where is it coming through? I need to turn that down a bit. It's very loud because I turned it up all the way. Is that okay? That volume? Cal says I don't think it's in the Nations Cup, no. Minutes warm up. It was way too early on the brakes, but steady. That'd be me out of the Manufacturers Cup, wouldn't it? Yes, Mandy. Well, do you want me to do it? Do you want me to go? Should we do EU? Let's make it more interesting. We'll do EU. Oh, wait. Okay, so I'm guessing you're asking that, Mandy, because you want to do a race? Should be a few people. I've swapped accounts too quickly. Sorry. Okay, we'll go back to USA. We'll go back to USA. We've still got time. We've still got time. Sorry. I'm trying to follow the snake pit. Okay, we'll go USA. We'll just win this race in USA and then... Cruikshank, I'd have to be very lucky. I'd have to like literally practice every single day and try hard. And then I probably wouldn't. I'd have to get a lucky run of races, perform my absolute best in every single scenario, and like put every hour in the world to have a chance. I can kind of hold my own occasionally, but there is a difference. I'm 38, remember? Like, and that does make a difference. The snake follows a winding path. Mariano R. Just subscribed. Thank you for joining the snake pit. Shh, wind. Shush, wind. Keep those facts to yourself. He was obviously fast. He was much faster years ago. You're the one who told me you have to be young, wind, to have a chance. I use that. I lean on that. That's my crux. That's the only thing I can say to have an excuse. That's very loud. Oh, and it's very loud because I've not changed the... It's coming directly through my headphones. It's better. Right, in the jag. But now, isn't it? Sorry, guys, yeah. Come on, Jaguar. Warp on the hard tyres. One lap on the hards. Will not set a qualifying lap. Oh dear, that was abysmal. Steady! That wasn't very good. This is fake news spread by myself. To say I've been watching the world's fastest drivers, it hasn't done anything for my driving. Come on, Jaguar. On the hards. Yeah, really enjoying this stream, watching on. You guys are definitely the best way. Yeah, it's good, isn't it, when you've got like somebody else to kind of like chat with and react with. Slow down. The Citroen. Oh, Mandy's... Mandy, you're too quick to go in the Citroen. Don't go in the Meta. But no, you can go in the Meta. Flipping heck, I must have skimmed my wing mirror then. Just as I start on the hards. Wait, hold on. Oops. Citroen, shall I start on hards trying to keep up with the... You then pit the same strong. It's up to you, man. I mean, the Citroen tyre wear is a lot different. I'm probably going to have to do like 3 laps on these hards before I go in the pits. Right. Will we get this first sector done? Oh no, I went the other side of that curb. Doesn't take a lot. One more competition. When you don't have to worry about me being competition. 46 now, right? Okay, so if we can get through the traffic without too many incidences, there could be a win on the cards here. But Matt, I tell you what, Mandy's going to be our biggest competition here. I think Mandy's done like a 46.2 qualifying lap, and the dirty swine is in the race meta. What is he doing? Why is he doing this to us? Hey up, Lee. I think the Ferrari's good. The Ferrari's like a good anti-meta option. Anyway. Oh, Mandy, you came and you gave without taking. Don't worry. And you sent me away, oh, Mandy. Right. If you're drunk, don't take me out, please. Some good names. Break and Pray. Lats 77. Does that mean he's got big lats? DJR 2010. I've not tried it, mate, Andy. Right, here we go. A little bit of an intermission race. You get to watch. You've watched some slow pokes. Now you get to see the main event. Nice exhorter. Here we go. We're not going in the meta. I might be able to cheekily send this into turn one. He's got a slow start for some reason. Johnny Lawrence. Johnny Lawrence, come here, son. Johnny Lawrence. I'm going to bump you. 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 Oh, I'm not. I'm light. I lied. Oh, got it in front. Got that move done. Maybe a bit too early of a change. One space down, 11 to go. It's too early on the brakes. So what's happening here, lads? Calm it down. It's lap one. Come on, boys, calm it. Fall into line. Come on. Form an orderly queue, but not too slow. Like that's way too slow. Come on, come on, chaps. Come on, David Camp. He's snaking around his L. McGeeus. I smell a crash through the death chicane. Brake early. Just back off. Maybe a bit too early, but better to be safe than sorry because... I'm joking. Why didn't he ghost? That's crazy. The ghosting system is absolutely busted. I'm going to slot it in between this Citroen. Absolute joke, this ghosting system. It's sideways for literally... And again, absolutely busted. The game is completely unplayable at times. And a 2-second penalty. It is terrible. I told you I would react way different. It's absolutely awful, isn't it? Everybody crashing around you. Ghosting system doesn't kick in. 2-second penalty for somebody else's crash. They should, if they're not going to ghost the cars properly, I think I agree, they should just get rid of it completely. It's so unpredictable. And you learn to kind of like rely on it. You just think, oh, it should ghost there. That is where the game should ghost it. And then nothing happens. Anyway, recovery race. As if it wasn't hard enough going from the back of the grid in the first place. Understeering there. Yeah, he hits the wall, I get the penalty. Sounds legit. Need to brake a little bit early there. Not quite fully accustomed to this Jaguar. I'm used to how much better the Citroen handles through there. That was the last car I was driving offline. It's pretty poor, this driving at the moment. We'll get the hang of it by the end of this. I'm going to lose. I'm going to be like, no, I'll just lose one position, I think. But oh, he's hit the wall there. Okay, could be worse. Could be DJR. Right. Oh dear. Hey up, Collado. Doing well, mate. Oh, wow, I'm really not used to how to drive this Jaguar just yet. Not had the best run of circumstances on these opening couple of laps, but I tell you what, it was great watching the Manufacturers' Cup earlier. It's too slow. Can't get it in the sweet spot at the moment. Come on. What's your predictions, your race finishing predictions here? With what's happened? Wow, the Citroen handles so much better. It's so bad, the Jag. Well, it feels so bad, the Jag, after you've driven the Citroen a couple of times. I slowed that way more than I would have done on the Citroen. I think I forgot how broken the Citroen is. Come on. A snake bite third, do you think? I think Mandy's probably going to win it, depending on if he's got held up with traffic. Just everything about this Jaguar is a lot worse than the Citroen. I'm not doing a great job. You can't acclimatise. We're going to do one more lap. I have better tyres towards the end. I'm going to have to do a lot of fighting through the field. Somebody just called Dirty Mandy dirty in the game chat. I don't know what's happened. I wish the Citroen wasn't so good. It's just hard to acclimatise to handling characteristics like this. After you've driven that thing. Only the highlights, Collado. Right, be more patient. Where will we be when we actually pit? Because obviously, like, probably 80% of the field's pitted. 7 seconds. Don't hit the wall this time. You can take this flat. You just got to time the steering inputs right. Didn't there. Had to lift. Got to turn in earlier. Right, we're in the pits now. Let's see where we come out. Oh, he was on the hards as well. He's going in the pits late, stays in the Porsche. Let's go. Big recovery after those opening laps. The leader's already won it, unless he crashes 4 times in a row. Okay, down to P13. But not last. We get way too early. I forgot that I was coming out of the pits and not carrying much speed. Ooh, that wasn't very kind, was it? Helps me. That was a bit harsh. Steward's inquiring. What was all that about? Right. That's probably right, Collado. But I thought I'd have to fight a lot on the later laps because I've had such a bad start. I just wanted really strong tyres at the end. We get a look into turn 1. We've gained a lot of time to this guy in just 1 lap. Just parking it in the middle. Hang back and try and get a switch back on the way through. Yeah. It was drive. That's classic driving in your rearview mirror. He was just looking at what I was doing. Broke too late. See what we can do now. I'd like to have some clean air to test what kind of lap time we can put in this Jag, but turn 1's been scuppered already with that. Run him like a kipper. Read him like an open book. Right, come on. In the Jag. Thank you, Ninja Twins Gaming. Right. Oh, massive, well, not understeer, I had to lift. But it is quite understeer with this. Right, let's go, see if we can get fastest lap with no slip. It's like those guys are working with each other. We'll try and shoot for fastest lap. Consolation prize. Let's do a little lift on the way out, not the bestest. The Jag. Oh, purple. Come on. Just need a couple of laps to warm up, didn't we? Oh, that was a bit poor. Just broke a little bit early. Still poiple. No slip. Poiple. Flat out. No problem. Come on, let's try and catch up to these geezers. No! Ruined my exit. I wanted to keep it in, but that was a shame. Ruined that lap. Whoops. Ah, still purple. Come on. I got the line wrong again. Right, Andre. third. I'm losing about 2/10 down the home straight. Oh no. I've slowed it a bit. Come on, Jake. Well, I think the streams, the warm-up for the stream started. I've got the background music going. What has got that? I've got... That's so off-putting while I'm racing. I can hear the stream, I think, in the background. On the straight, I'm going to have to turn that off. I have no idea what I'm talking about. They are getting huge amounts of time down every single straight. Right. I've not got the fastest lap in now. That needs to stop. Why can I still hear music? I can hear music somewhere. Oh dear, who's that? Brake and pray. Pushing hard. He did have the fastest lap with the slip. He pushed so hard that he's crashed. Can we take it back? That's going to be tough in the Jag to do a 47.3. Oh, purple there though. Come on. Jag is a gamble last week. Was an anomaly. That Jag's alright. It's obviously not as good as the slip. Not as good as the Citroen, but it's got the ability to put some decent laps in. It's just there's no way I was lifting there. Somebody just crashed here. I just saw a Porsche for a minute. Come on. Wasn't the best of final corners. Let's dive for this. Shortest path. Come on. No! The slipstream. That's not a bad lap in the Jag, but you can see how powerful the slipstream is. Oh no. Four more for 200. What do you mean four more what? Tackle hands with the big bag of golf clubs. So let's see if we get P6. We are gaining to it, but running out of laps. Other people's crashes and mistakes have cost us in this race. Let's see. The best we can. Has anybody else not pitted who's in front? Stop! 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 Well, what I mean is you get the slip all the way down down through here. Even through here you do get slip, and then to the start finish line. Wasn't really a bad corner. There's something playing in the background. I can hear a foreign person's voice, and I don't know what it is. It's close. I'm gutted that happened in the opening first laps. We just still keep pushing. What's happened to Dirty Mandy? Is he? They must have crashed too. .8. We're not giving up. Oh, 200 likes. Thank you, everybody. I've not really set a like goal for this stream. Wasn't really expecting much, so appreciate that. Very kind of you. We'll get Robbie Williams out. I'll just hit the limiter when I lose purple. Thank you. Oh, I messed up that line. Whoops, that was all my own mistake. Yeah, thank you for the like. I've not really set a like goal. I wasn't really trying to. Well, thank you to whoever crashed in front of us twice on the opening laps. The amount of understeer in this boat is insane when you use a Citroen. But P6. Go. And the tyre wear was still probably worse than what the Citroen is when you pit on lap 1. Let me figure out what this noise is. What on earth is going on with this noise? Ah, it's the intro. I know what it is. Okay. The next stream. Right, we'll get ready for the Nations Cup race. Hope that kept you entertained, madly entertained. We'll look at the replay actually. Because look how crazy, for those who didn't see. Mandy started on the mediums, I think. Watch this. So, it was literally all on the first lap, wasn't it? Yeah, the Scirocco's got some good top-end speed. So it's literally through here, wasn't it? So what actually happens? I said something would happen with these guys. Right, so he gets a hit. This is really on him. What a poor move. VGTT just comes steamrolling through. They're on the hard tyres. He's probably thinking, well, I'm on the mediums. Sets it up. Doesn't think about where they're going to be. Watch him just floor the accelerator and just doesn't lift once. And because of that, this guy goes sideways. I'm trying to predict where he's going. Literally doesn't. What was that spin? I don't actually hit him, but it's the yellow car. What was that spin? What's this? This is crazy. Goes one way and then flicks the other. Oh, he gets hit. Then flicks the other way. I hit the yellow car, so I'm thinking, right, okay, fair enough. I've got a bit of damage. I've lost a couple of positions. And then Johnny Lawrence in VR got counter steer and assist ASM on, hits the wall twice, and then I've got nowhere to go. And I get slapped with a 2-second penalty. Yeah, Mandy, well, you just saw what happened to us. I was slapping 2 months on that. Anyway, so that was that race. Hopefully you got a bit of entertainment out of that. Let's go back to the stream, to Nations Cup intro, shall we? Watch along. You ready?
Race people going side, you have to know when to brake, you have to know what line to take.
Let's get rid of the chat.
That's hard to know.
They've got their own chat.
And that's the fun part of it.
There we go. And we're in. So 5 minutes to the Nations Cup. I don't even know what the race is here. Is it? We're not in time with the sound. Position raises 7. What happened to you, man? I didn't see. Ram mediums forgot to change.
Race, I think the points
Tyres
they are
first
what
time,
they are.
first
I
race,
would not feel more
don't bite
nervous
to my
just
ankles. Did
because
you
I know
by
I have to
considering
get more points. I don't think it's the main factor. I'd say like you always want to perform well.
Can the voice?
You'd feel more nervous just because you want to do well.
Can the voice be the Nations Cup stream
getting
playing?
that specific points to get that to a specific position. So I think you always.
Yeah, it was the Nations Cup. This is what I could hear in the background. I was racing those last few laps, and I could hear some of this intro. It was weird. Have you seen next week's dailies? I think I've seen that it's meant to be Watkins Glen. Daily Race C.
図とかを作ってるんですけれども、例えばソフトが3周しか持たないっていう風な予想をしていてでも彼らはもっと伸ばしてきたりとか、ワンピットは絶対あると思ったけど全然ピットしないでレースを終わらせたりとか。
There's two series they run. They run the Manufacturers Cup and the Nations Cup. Now the Manufacturers Cup, you choose a manufacturer like Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, and you race your races. You try and earn as many points as you can. And I think like the top 3 from each manufacturer, top 1 in each region, qualifies for the Manufacturers Cup. So Calster's done round 1, representing Subaru. Somebody else has qualified for Subaru. They do round 2. Somebody else has qualified for Subaru in another region, or I don't know how it's done actually. But 3 people will represent Subaru. I believe this is right. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. They all do 3 individual races, and then they have the final where it's a group event when all 3 of them race. And the Nations Cup is its own separate thing where they just have races where everybody's in the same car, I think. And I think whoever finishes top for their particular nation represents their nation. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. Hey, Absolito. Thank you, Trigger. But I have to say, Bad Brother takes the glory. He was the one who said, why don't you do a watch party on Saturday? And I thought, just because Calster's been so involved with our channel on a repeated occasions, literally we've been streaming the last 2 weeks with each other, collabing, and he's appeared on a couple of videos with us, it made sense to show him a bit of support. And it's been great. I've really enjoyed it. We could maybe do this for every round. I've enjoyed it. As long as I can make it. I'm on holiday 1 week, so I'm not sure. It depends on the dates. It's on now. Well, this is the live feed I'm getting. Wrong screen. I'm looking at my mouse on there.
世界のあちこちに安全に迎えるようになんかみんなでね努力して
Turn down the volume, the broadcast volume a little bit. Okay. Understood. That's better. Yeah, quick showing us as. I don't know whether Gran Turismo choose or the teams choose who's going to be racing where. Right, so I had full volume before, and I've just turned it down. So by vote, for everybody who's watching in the chat, do me a favour. If I'll put a poll. I'm not sure, Trigger. I'm not sure what happened to them. So what are they racing in? I might have to turn it down if it's in the Red Bull. So the Red Bull's an extremely quick car, very loud. Screaming down the streets. What is this race? Does anybody know? I should know, really. I was concentrating on Calster's race.
Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup, round one, coming to you live from Milan.
Tow Truck Pimp. Where have I seen Tow Truck Pimp? Did you see Dingle say hello? That's a great name.
Finalmente ci siamo, il primo round comincia qui in Italia, a Milano. Fatevi sentire.
Pizza,
Vai,
spaghetti.
Gran Turismo World Series has come to Italy, so I mean, you guys are doing us proud. This is one of the best audiences.
Has anybody told her
had.
she's put a dress over a shirt and tie?
Avete capito cosa ha detto? Ha detto che siete il miglior
She must be sweating cobs.
che abbiano mai avuto. Grazie, Jules. Grazie.
And leather trousers with a dress over a shirt and tie. I'd have some right Betty Swallocks doing that.
It's a pleasure to be here with you on stage.
We're going to have so much fun. The Manufacturers Cup was brilliant. Some amazing racing. Did you enjoy the Manufacturers Cup? You need to translate that.
Yeah, you don't need me.
Actually, some of the guys, obviously some of the competitors and people actually had a little journey outside of Milan, did they not? Had a little visit to a certain factory, I heard.
Did they go to Monza?
Sì, hanno fatto un bel giro perché i player e ovviamente la stampa hanno visitato Brembo, e facciamo un applauso per Brembo perché è una grande realtà italiana nel mondo, e quindi hanno avuto questo piacere.
I mean, look, so it's a little ways outside of Milan, but obviously Brembo is a partner. They look like they're having a great time, got a whole tour of the factory. You guys like Brembo?
It's a UK selling. I won't explain it. If you know, you know.
Yes, they do.
Our people.
So obviously we had like a lot of what happens with Gran Turismo.
Oh, Brembo, was it?
The guys actually get to go out and have a look around the town. So they've been having a lovely time in Milan, from what I've heard. It's been almost like a holiday.
Assolutamente sì. Milano è contenta di avervi qui, di avere qui Gran Turismo, perché veramente è un gioco incredibile ed è qualcosa di magico.
I mean, I've just been working. Barely been out.
Does she speak? I'm like, what was that? She reacted like she speaks Italiano there.
Things as a little treat for just coming along and joining us. So why don't we take a look at what you
Steady, lads. Steady with the.
Don't forget, you can jump into the World
with
Series
the
action
comments
too.
about
Inside
appearance,
Gran
not too
Turismo
much.
7, head over to the bonus campaign.
Come
and
across a
select the
little bit,
winners
you know,
campaign
people
banner
don't
on
like
the GT7
a
World
hint
map.
of
Predict the winners for a chance to win 1 million.
Those types of comments.
1 million credits for both the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. Just imagine what you could spend that on.
Just went to
and remember,
see
voting
Casters
stays
walk
open
out. Loved
right
how he
up
came.
until
Yeah,
each
it
of
was
the
brilliant,
grand
wasn't
finals
it?
begins. Good luck. Watch the World Series broadcast through GT7 and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers campaign. Tune into the Manufacturers Cup.
I suppose that might come with a job role, eh? She needs to be bilingual.
Watch, claim your rewards, and enjoy. I mean, free rewards are very hard to say no to. So don't miss your chance to grab them.
Free rewards,
Yes.
but apparently it's broken.
We love to give out some free stuff.
The
But I think
broadcast
it's
has been
worth
broken for
mentioning
people.
to the crowd, because obviously they're here right now. They're not watching online. But actually, maybe it's worth letting them know that you can still claim your rewards after the event.
Assolutamente sì, potete comunque godere di tutta l'esperienza completa di GT7, quindi insomma è pazzesco, è veramente pazzesco.
Just in case they were worried, they might have been worried they were going to miss out.
Non
Yeah, a million credits.
Bene.
So a load of credits
I
that.
think, just as a little refresher, it's round one. Everyone's forgotten what happened last year. I mean, if they could. So we put together a little. Just
Yeah,
for you
please
guys.
do. Give us a recap, like the beginning of a Netflix episode series.
Just a little season recap so we can get up to speed.
I
Yeah.
won't skip it because I can't remember what happened last year.
Good evening and welcome for Gran Turismo World Series. It is time for the Nations Cup.
Did Serrano win this as well? Has he qualified for both, I'm assuming?
Here tonight.
2025 marked the 8th
Banging bit of violin there, like that.
World Series, and round one kicked off in the United Kingdom. And London did not disappoint, and we were treated to some incredibly tight racing.
I wonder whether you'll see me in background. Oh yeah, it was Grand Valley. I was here for this one. I don't know what I'm talking about. This was a tyre saving race.
But Jose Serrano pulls a blinder and wins the grand final.
Where am I? Oh no, I was on. I looked out. I got in the front row VIP section.
Berlin, Germany, where we had some exciting battles, and we also saw the start of the Spanish dominance.
Serrano leads, but Ura's got the inside line here on Kaiderbrin in the middle centre. Can he make it stick through into the left-hander, he can.
Remember when this was the Nations Cup race? This was a tough race.
From 2 races in the Nations Cup here in Berlin.
No, I haven't Cruikshank.
Round 3 in Los Angeles was a bit of a banger as Paul Ura managed to stop Serrano going 3 for 3 and also got the sweet taste of vindication for his little bit of a slip-up in Berlin.
Here we go to the first turn. Ura on the inside.
Flipping out, it was Daytona.
He comes across the timing line to take a commanding victory. Paul Ura wins World Series 3 in the Nations Cup in LA.
That would have been a bit of a slipstream war in
And so here we are at the World
Red Bull.
Finals in beautiful Fukuoka, where anything can happen.
Here comes the Jaguar.
Are we? No, we're not. Group C. What cars is everybody in there?
Going to the final corner. Jose Serrano wins.
No, I wasn't sat with Rory. Rory did sort me out though. There was a mix-up with the tickets. He said he'd sort me out a ticket for me and my mate Jamie, and then there was some kind of mix-up. And my mate Jamie ended up having to pay for a ticket to get in, so Rory felt bad. And as he was apologising to us, one of the event organisers came over and was like, "Oh, we'll get you down there if you like." And we were like, "Yeah, too right, we'll take that."
For one final time in 2025, we go racing as the grand final for the Nations Cup. Serrano was on the inside line.
Cheers. Yeah, I saw you started at the front, didn't you? We had we didn't really get to race with you that much. I don't know if you rewound it. There was a couple of incidences on the open first lap. But yeah, I saw you win that one, mate. Well done.
It's time to meet the 12 drivers that will be competing in the Nations Cup here.
Who have we got then? I want to see some big energy. Some big energy. Oh yeah, that's it.
Spain, it's Samuel Moreno.
Samuel Moreno. There's two.
The 18-year-old rookie is also competing.
Is that, oh, it's the same guy, but
he's
got a different T-shirt on. He confused me. That's it. Get the hand slaps in. Give it big legs.
From Brazil, Lucas Benelli. 37-year-old makes
the good old arms folded pose. We like that.
For the Nations Cup, he's a
Lucas Benelli.
World Series
He's applauded himself. No hand slaps. Oh yeah, a couple of hand slaps. There you go. Have them, fellas. What I'm here to applaud myself.
The returning Ryota Kokubun from Japan. He missed 2025, but he was top in the Asia regional qualifying sessions earlier on this year. Let's see whether he can bring the fight to the front in 2026.
A bit. You know, hand slaps, I'd give those maybe a 4 out of 10. I want to see more energy.
Canada, it's Samuel
some
Cardinal,
slaps.
the 19-year-old, is a one-time event winner, and again, he was top qualifier, this time
Yeah,
in the North
showing
America
the love.
region.
Showing the love. Hand slaps. Almost like a hand, he's doing handshakes. No, me. Come on.
What
are we going down like he's slapping us? Look at him with double bicep flex. Oh, giving it big licks. Karate. There we go. Front double bicep. I cringed myself out a bit doing that.
Debut podium in the grand final of the Nations Cup in
Should be walk-on music, yes.
Year. 11
De Bruin,
top 5 finishes to his name.
sporting the moustache and curtains classic.
But for the remainder of
he's got his gloves on. He must care about his hygiene. Don't want those hand slaps contaminating his mix.
Australia, the 29-year-old, he's still chasing his first Nations Cup.
Guy Barber, yeah, that's
he's
it.
Tenacious. 5 career.
G'day, you withering wallabies. Yes, I do like the Australians. Go on. Hey, crowd favourite. Yeah, I like that.
And the hometown hero, Valerio Gallo, to the
applause
of the crowd here today.
Oh, they were cheering for him. They weren't cheering for the Australian. That must be bad. Barbara's like, oh, me. It's just because Valerio Gallo was about to come in. Go on, Valerio. Go on, lad. Old favourite. That's how you do it. Mamma mia, pizza, spaghetti.
From France, it's Kylian Drumont, the 22-year-old. It's his 4th year of
qualified for both.
And he's won 8
Get that
events
camera
in
focused
his
in,
short
lads. Come on.
time so far.
The crowd just silent for Kylian after that. They've used all their energy on Gallo. Like, who's this? Who's this?
2023 Nations Cup World Champion as part of Team
How
Spain.
old is Paul Ura? Because he's going great.
Four-time event winner in the Gran Turismo
Silver
World
Fox,
Series.
that lad.
He would love to add to his talent.
Wins 30% of his races practically.
Crowd here in Milan.
I like his energy.
Two-time
Go on,
Nations Cup
Dharma,
champion
lad.
Takuma Miyazono. He's not
Oh, with the samurai sword. That's
Japanese driver
unique.
will be coming out fighting here tonight.
Also cares about his hygiene. Got his gloves on.
19 wins to
Yeah,
the driver's
like it.
name. And let's see whether he can add to that tally. Get his season off to a strong start here in Milan.
Good lad. Legend,
And last
isn't
but not
he?
least is
Miyazano.
the reigning double
Oh.
GT World Series champion with
Saluting.
2 Nations Cup titles to his name, Jose Serrano.
Fan favourite, well, not the fan favourite,
Spaniard makes his way onto the stage.
favourite
won it once in
for
2023 as
the
part of
victory
Team Spain,
because,
and he
like
won
I
it
keep
last
saying, he's
year
bald.
as well. He's kicked off tonight with a strong result.
I didn't
also
vote
in the
Collado. I
Manufacturers
didn't. I
Cup.
forgot.
Let's see whether he can continue that form.
But if I was going to
Under the
vote
lights
for
here
who I want to
in
win,
Italy.
it would probably be Valerio Gallo out of all those. Who I think's going to win, I think it's hard not to say Serrano. Now we're going to have the same format again. They've already done one qualifying lap, and then the top 6 are going to
Well,
fight
those
it
are our
out.
12 drivers. The fans are watching on here in Milan. And we're excited to get action underway for the Nations Cup here for the first time in the 2026
Do you know what?
season.
That's weird how they've set that up. They've got 2 tiers of sim rigs. In London, it was one big
Full of
line.
anticipation. Now we ask you to please stand if you're able for the national anthem of our host nation here in Italy.
Oh, this is a banger, this, boys. 221 million likes. Thank you, boys. Then the beat drops. Go on, boys. Tadil. I love that. I love that. Go on, son. That's it. Everybody singing on your feet. Remix. Look at them. They're proper belting it out. Even the presenter. I'm tapping my foot here. Oh, that's a good one. I have to say. Turn that down a bit.
Did you enjoy it?
Absolute banger.
Words to this. I only got the but in the middle. But like, seriously, I'm getting patriotic and I'm not Italian. I was like, what?
Devo dire che Jules ha apprezzato davvero il nostro inno, soprattutto quando facciamo po 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 po.
That's the bit
I think you finished P10. P10, Slito. Start qualified P11, finished P10. Did an excellent job, I'd say.
It's going to be really great. Nations Cup is a really, really special thing. We've got a couple of like older faces back in the mix, so we're going to see how that goes.
Andiamo a vedere come funziona qui a Milano la Nations Cup.
But of course, first of all, we need to kind of break down like, what are the
being
rules?
cute.
Because you can't have a good,
The
competition
bib.
without a good set of rules, so that it's all done fairly. So let's see how it's going to break down.
Right, what's this race then? Come on.
12 of the best drivers in the world. Following the 2026 online
Nobody from the
qualifying,
UK made
8
it.
countries will battle throughout the season to earn World Series points. Spain leads the field with 3 drivers represented, while Brazil and Japan bring 2 competitors each. For today's race, the competition begins with a one
Everyone else just
time
won.
attack. From there, the field moves into
Spain
the
have done
sprint
well,
race,
3
where a
drivers.
multi-make battle will determine the starting grid for the grand final. World Series points will be awarded to the top 6 drivers. Alongside earning the maximum 6 points, the winner will also take home the trophy and be crowned the round 1 winner of the 2026 Nations Cup World Series.
Well, yes, we are.
Still don't know the combo. So Serrano's qualified in first, like in the provisional qualifying.
Hello, Miyazono, how are you?
I've got the same translator. Yeah.
いや、もう緊張して吐きそうなんですけど、
I'm so nervous I'm about to throw up.
Always very
I've
polite.
never seen a crowd
Japanese.
this excited, and it makes me feel good to be a competitor here.
This is your 1 millionth Gran Turismo World Series. You should not be nervous. You're going to be fine. You know you're going to be fine.
もう100万回グランツリスモのワールドシリーズで走ってるじゃないですか。そんな緊張する理由全然ないじゃないですか。
いややっぱりこんなに応援されるの嬉しいですけど、なんかインタビューが僕じゃなくてバレリオの方がいいのかなってちょっと思ったり。
Yeah, but it's great to be cheered on like this, but I feel like they should be interviewing Valeria.
Vomit on his sweater already. Mum spaghetti.
To race around the Nürburgring because you did that recently. That seems like it'd be scarier than this.
Somebody just needs to do that, like an M&M rabbit rap.
いや正直両方
Big Jimmy spaghetti.
走れるっていうのが同じなので、もう本当に同じぐらい緊張してます。はい。
Yeah, I think in both events there's so many.
Palms are sweaty. Big Jimmy spaghetti.
I'm nervous in both.
He's vomiting on his sweater already.
Driving around the Nürburgring, was it fun? Is that the right way of explaining it? Was it fun?
Can't imagine flying all over the. Well, without speaking a word of English. I don't think you can expect other countries to speak English. I know it's a common language, but I don't speak any other language fluently.
There are scary moments, and driving in Gran Turismo all these years really helped.
Got to rate them demographics, Dave.
What's scarier, Nürburgring or Gran Turismo World Series?
ニュルとグランツリスモワールドシリーズどっちが怖いですか？
両方。
Both are scary. Okay, all right. Different levels of scary. Well, let's give them a big round of applause to Kuma Miyazono, one of our best drivers from Gran Turismo World Series.
Legend.
Please go take a seat. Oh, right. I think it's time probably to get it underway, really. We should probably just get this Nations Cup started. Let's
German, yeah. I do speak a bit of German. Das ist gut, ja.
I'm also loving that Gran Turismo.
There you go, finished.
Phenomenal. So good. I saw some of the things that were on that earlier, actually, as well. It's absolutely brilliant. It's like if you want to try your friend's car, it's like 300 credits or something like that. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, looking forward to getting the Nations Cup action underway then here in 2026. I mean, if you look to last year, of course, we had Jose Serrano, who went on to take the title in dominant style in Fukuoka. The question is, can he do it again?
Yeah, I mean, there's no argument who the home crowd are cheering for here today. Such a huge amount of noise coming from just above us. We're down in the basement. We're used to being down here, but yeah.
Testing with a coaching session. Okay. That's all. That's all I know.
Because the crowd will probably take the roof off at the Teatro Linico here.
And that was all. Was it good, lad?
Now, of course,
Okay.
it's not only the World Series here in Milan that continues throughout 2026. We're going to Singapore later in the year for World Series 3. And if you want to get some tickets and see how to get involved, have a look at this.
The Gran Turismo World Series.
So literally, somebody mentioned coaching and it came up with Stream Elements for timed. That wasn't planned. I learned French from LOLO.
Turismo.com from Monday, 25th of May for tickets and to find out more about an exciting Singapore.
Dex, what does that mean? If I read that out loud, will I be in trouble?
In Singapore.
I don't care. Gar nicht so schlicht, Sam.
Anyway,
is that any good? Gar nicht so schlicht. Schlecht. I don't know.
And there, it's the worst.
Thanks very much.
My page.
9 years. This is what it comes down to.
Send
Anyway, let's
a
move
message
swiftly on,
in the
shall we? Have a
stream on
look at the
console
driver
mode.
lineup for 2026 in the Nations Cup.
Well, good job you got somewhere to watch it. I'm watching it on YouTube and then live streaming it.
In this category.
Big Jimmy's knees weak, arms are heavy.
Returning one as well. Riota Cockerman, keen to see how he's going to get on. What about Valerio Gallo on home soil? Samuel Moreno, he's a new face. I don't know how this one goes down though.
These guys are all like exceptionally fast.
Samuel Moreno, is he auto spec? Where's Samuel Moreno?
Like the level of competition is slowly.
Moreno, was he too young to qualify? Because we know his name in the daily races. We know he's very quick.
The best of the best, all squabbling with each other, and I cannot pick from that list.
Not that bad. Okay.
Who I would go with for this event. I mean, luckily I haven't got to do that. Of course, we have qualifying to help sort that out. So
Dinglebury. Ik sweep was the guest
This is in the Rebel X 2019. This took place earlier on today.
I don't know if that was any good.
And it's the venue where we're going to host the grand final for the Nations Cup later on here tonight.
Thanks for all the support, everyone. Cal is made up and relaxed. Good. How do you know Fuffington? He's 18. Okay, that explains it, Vince.
Across the timeline in that X 2019. A 124 was the benchmark.
Oh, it's Monza.
Of the field to beat. So not a bad start to life there for him.
This could get intense because
would we see that time being toppled? You see Cockerman, Benelli, Gallo, De Bruyne, all established names.
I thought he was going to spin out then, the way the camera angle changed. The cockpit view.
The least possible distance to the start finish. So set a very competitive time. First man into the 23s.
We were all rooting for him, Puffington, if you some way communicated with him right now.
Jose Serrano. Who else could it be? The reigning champion.
I could check Discord,
Fellow
actually.
Spaniard, of course, to Moreno. He came across the timing line and managed to get the better of Drummond, as well as Moreno, to take provisional pole position right at the very end
message him
of
afterwards.
that session. Strong start to life then for him. He is quite literally riding that crest of a wave, and he will line up for the qualifying race, the sprint race, in a few moments' time on pole position.
Yeah, also to note that
so where's Gallo? Gallo's P7. But around Monza,
possible start for these two, but we know
depending, do you know? They won't. Surely they won't have custom slipstream for. Mind you, will they have custom slipstream in this race too? Because that'll be insane in the X.
Not only the grand final, which is coming along the way,
the Red Bull.
That qualifying order sets the grid for the sprint race, the first race here tonight. And
what did MD say?
Being Gran Turismo, we had to turn it completely on its head. So gone is the X2019, gone is Monza, and we've got cars that have got no downforce, and we've got a completely different circuit as well.
Yeah, I think cars that range, I mean, from the 30s to the 50s, inspired by the Mille Miglia. We have
you sat next to him. Oh, nice one.
And in terms of circuit, we're going to Sardinia.
Go on, Calster.
Which isn't probably the name that rolls off the tongue the best, but it is a great place for overtaking. That long run down towards T1, a perfect spot.
We loved the controller exit that he did. Brilliant.
The braking zones are pretty huge, Tom.
Yeah, they're not going to stop all that well, I would imagine. So we're going to see
Serrano points to the rest of the grid, well, the rest of the lobby. What, like that Tom Hanks film? I am the captain now.
Of them in the 20s there as well. They're all inspired by the Mille Miglia, the 1,000-mile race. This is one that we picked out for you. The Porsche 356, an absolute
the 1,000-mile race.
However, it's going to be a tricky thing to handle in those high-speed corners.
Yeah, and you got to think it isn't just a matter of like we haven't got downforces, but also on tyres.
Is this another race that they're doing in this thing?
Before, really, we had good grip. The crossfire bias by style.
Controller McGregor.
We got 180 horsepower, so that really does make things tricky. And now, a couple of years ago, of course, Yamauchi-san right here on stage actually took part in the Mille Miglia alongside Igor Fraga, past Nations Cup champion, current super driver in this lovely Alfa Romeo. Is that an 8C or a 4?
I don't know what they're talking about. I've been talking over too much. What are these guys talking about?
Yeah, heavily inspired by this event. And they're interested to see how our competitors adapt to what is quite a unique car for them in this competition.
Yeah, grueling race.
Come on, start the race.
Just how much the Italian
Chuffing gits. 25 minutes into this.
Three drivers that we think are the ones to watch here this weekend in the Nations Cup. Of course, reigning world champion Jose Serrano. Who else could we pick to kick things off? Valerio Gallo, 2021 Nations Cup champion. He's going to have that home support behind him. And Samuel Moreno as well. Very impressive.
So we got Bald, tick. Samuel, tick, because that's a great fast name. And then Valerio Gallo has collaborated with me on videos. So obviously he's going to be quick. And he's a legend. I am rooting for Gallo. We're rooting for Gallo. Well, who are you rooting for actually in this race? I'm rooting for Gallo. Let's hear it in the chat. Who do you want to win this race?
In the Gran Turismo world, right here, right now. And about to do something they probably haven't done before.
No, it's going to be interesting.
Could have got another daily in, you're right, yeah.
But Jose Serrano, as
could have,
definitely. That we've been talking about throughout the entirety of this evening in the Manufacturers' Cup, and I'm sure tonight here in the Nations Cup as well. He's the reigning world champion. Have a look at this as he recaps his win.
Too much German, I don't know what I'm talking about. Gallo stands for GOAT. I chose Serrano on game.
Acabo de ganar la Copa de Naciones, campeón del mundo. Ayer también
campeón was not supposed to be there, really?
Los dos títulos se ven a casa. Gracias a todos por todo.
Did they DQ somebody yet? Was there some drama actually with
that? El año que viene.
Yeah, it was domination from Jose Serrano in Fukuoka. You can
hey,
see
Urban Brink.
Cup for Porsche. Won all 3 Nations Cup races.
Porsche for another. Who's Porsche though?
If ever, certainly on the
Wait, this isn't. This is all in the Red Bull Trigger GT.
Oh, there we go.
Serrano, since I'm Spanish, makes sense. My heart says Gallo, but my head says Serrano.
Do you know, I think he's going to be joining us, though, in the Nations
Oh, really?
Cup.
Dingle's flexing on the chat with his bilingual skills, isn't
Our
he?
drivers now getting their last little bit of practice.
Must be fun. Exactly, David.
Really the first time
Exactly.
drivers get to feel the atmosphere of the event whilst driving the car. So it's sort of a twofold style of practice. One, cars to drive the car. Two,
The stream are behind.
seeing a lot of wheel movement going on there. These cars move around a lot in every. There are a crowd there.
Only by about 10
Absolutely
seconds.
Amazing all day.
I've just
so
refreshed
far.
it.
Great to see such a passionate crowd here in Milan.
Well, you got to realise if you're watching my stream, there will be a stream delay of maybe like 20, 30
Right,
seconds.
let's go down then to Brian and Jules.
Because I'm streaming this, then I'm streaming it to my stream. So, yeah, that might be what you're experiencing.
From the Nations Cup start here, round one. Are you ready, Milan?
Yeah, we're chuffing ready. Get it started, lads.
Ready? Let's hear it. Let's do some racing.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, that was great. Really got us hyped up. You could do it when you B&Q it.
Have you ever heard a crowd like it? Phenomenal. I am so excited to see
Oh,
what
we're
is
at
gonna happen here
Sardinia.
for
Why
this
did it
sprint
show
race. We're in
Monza?
the Sardinia Road Track A layout. We're in
Sardinia.
inspired cars.
We're at Sardinia. I say it properly. Push. Sardinia, mate. Sardinia.
So 12 drivers.
Oh, so right, okay.
Here is how it all
This is what they were
breaks down.
talking
They had
about.
a qualifying session earlier on today, which determined the grid for this race. As I said, this race is going to determine the grid for the grand final. Jose Serrano in the
Right,
Aston Martin
so
DB3 on pole position with Killian Drummond.
The qualifying at Monza decided the grid placement for... What are all these cars? Has anybody done any of these cars? This is... I hope this is good racing, because these look epic.
Mercedes 300 SL, the Gullwing in P6. Hometown favourite Valero.
Look at that absolute behemoth.
Roar of the crowd here has got Pole Europe accompanying in the Alfa Romeo alongside him. Then it's Kai de Bruyne.
Yeah, we've had four... Was it 4 or 5 cars that are being added? 4 or 5 hypercars being added in June.
For the Australian.
My mind's telling me Serrano, but my body is telling me Mourinho.
Gallo had his luggage with him there, in the back of the car there, just to make sure he had something to eat when he got around.
Chitty bang bang race, yeah. Oh my, chitty why, chitty bang bang, we love you. Da 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 da. I'll stop me singing now. Come on then, we're getting into it now.
Towards that first corner, which would be quite handy because I imagine it's going to be a big.
I wonder whether there's like different strengths and weaknesses with the cars, like.
Of which they qualified.
Yeah, there's a lot of different weights and powers here. Some cars absolutely rapid in a straight line, some very light as well. So we're going to see a real mix.
Yeah, there's going to be. It's like that Tokyo Expressway race they did with all the tuned road cars.
Cup is so much fun.
Absolutely. Well, there is Killian Drummond as he just
imagine crashing in and being hit with a suitcase. Yeah, we see some suitcases on the back of Valerio's car.
An opportunity for him to move forward and secure a good grid slot ahead of the grand final.
Well, that's the same. Who do you think's the hardest out of all these races now? Who would win in a fist fight? They're off. They're off. Serrano's defending the inside line. Wow, he's already been done by Drummond. Drummond's gone.
So it's Drummond that leads, Serrano into second, Moreno into third, Miyazono and Kokkerman trying to squabble for places, as well as Pole Euro making some ground. He's up 2 from 8th on the grid into P6 at the
Here comes Moreno up the inside maybe of Serrano going into the middle part of the circuit now, side by side the Ferrari and the DB3 just about keeping them out.
Look at this.
I'm just hoping they don't
just spat everywhere.
I know, of course, his cars are virtual, but there's something in me. Man, there's a lot of money on this grid right now as you watch Moreno just about stay ahead of Serrano.
Ooh, we had a little look. Who's that? Look at the Undertaker car coming
A
through.
lot of pace in that thing. Very quick in the straight line, very light, and maybe that was the car of choice around here.
Yeah, the drivers who qualified higher up the order got first pick basically at the cars for this one. So if you, for example, if you were Jose Serrano, you got first pick and second for Killian Drummond, etc. So that's the way that he's.
Right, that's interesting. So whoever finishes in 12 gets the worst car, and they started 12.
Because you've got Moreno side by side here with his compatriot Jose Serrano. Miyazono's keeping
Ooh, bit of contact on the exit there.
That's opened the door for Moreno to walk through it and take the front of the race over from the Frenchman.
A little bit of contact there between the two of them, but that's just racing around here. Of course, these cars move around quite a lot in the braking zone, so it's quite hard really to predict where they're going to be.
Yeah, he's gonna. This will be a daily A race, won't it?
Different manners of shapes and sizes working their way through the S's. Now to one of the heavy braking zones here.
Pay attention to what car Serrano chose. Apparently that's the best car. That's probably one you want to use.
Going a bit wide. Serrano was up the inside there in the Aston Martin.
Armstrong's a slip here.
On board the 356 with Takuma Miyazono, of course, someone who's won this Nations Cup outright before. He's been pretty much every position.
What tyres are they on here as well? Oh, Gallo, no, in the absolute tank.
The Mercedes and just slowing himself down the straight. You see, even these little kinks are quite considerable.
Look at that thing! Chitty chitty bang bang.
From the likes of Riots Cockburn and the prevailing field as well. They're about a million wide down this start-finish rate. Gallo's got the inside line, but he's going to drop 3, maybe even 4 places here as he's down to P10.
That's not good for Gallo, is it?
Made that mistake across the line, so it's all changing at the sharp end of the race as well, because Takuma Miyazono it is that now leads from Samuel Moreno. How did that happen?
Stream doesn't look blurry on my end. Have you made sure you're watching in 1080p? Are you?
So up to first base goes
10 laps. Yeah, this is going to be a slog, isn't it? I didn't realise.
Serrano is down in 9th position, so something must happen there to Jose Serrano.
Yeah, you'd imagine there must have been a bit of contact.
Power steering, ABS-TC, not even invented with these cars, yeah.
Let's wait and see what happens. Yeah, Dumont and Serrano under investigation for a collision, so you wonder whether one of them has outbraked themselves and nerfed into the side of the other.
Miyazono was actually in the lead, I didn't see that.
Especially if any penalties are
Gallo late for his picnic.
Sharp end, it's Miyazono now from Moreno and Paul Ura, who's elevated himself up 5 places. So what happened here between Dumont then and Serrano? So they split Moreno down into turn 1. Dumont on the inside.
Ooh.
Serrano there as well. And
that was
contact on the exit of the corner.
Flipping heck, that is very costly. Wow, I didn't realise. Serrano back down to 9th. There were just so many cars side by side. Nobody wanted to back out.
Sorry, no, it was Moreno, from the Ferrari. So they just ended up going each side of each other. But meanwhile, Miyazono leading from Ura and from Moreno. 2 Spaniards hounding this car. This is where we're going to see a difference in the straight line speeds here. Gallo, interesting, has made his way back up to 5th place there after his incident on the first lap. Here's on board with Takuma Miyazono how he went
just check the quality
in one corner. So we're going to get down the corner. So
sorry, yeah. When I restarted the stream, it's changed the quality. Sorry about that.
They'll have their accent.
That must be much better now.
I'll take that.
Apologies, it had gone down to 480p.
Outside, you're always leaving yourself vulnerable to situations like that.
1 second penalty for Killian.
Well. He's in P4 as it stands, but will drop down the order, you would imagine. Top 3 looking to try and break away in all the chaos that's unfolding. We begin lap 3 with Miyazono.
Is that better? Thanks for pointing that out, Ayo.
So good starts to the race then, as we said, for Moreno and also for Paul Ura as well.
I don't know about the World Series. It's on YouTube. Simon, but why are you worried, Simon? You watching this? Don't worry, lad. You're watching it here, mate.
Let's not forget, a couple of laps ago was 10th across the line.
That's just, it's like catch the pigeon.
That mistake, and he's now managed to
catch the pigeon. Catch this. That isn't it?
Over Serrano behind.
Yeah, I mean, of the front-running cars, you wouldn't put.
I'm surprised I didn't notice that.
In that Mercedes, in the same
YouTube things.
It's a big old thing, but it seems to be running well in 5th position. Miyazono still leading this train up front. And I do enjoy these races where we see the different cars and different strengths and weaknesses. It's very Gran Turismo for me. It's what the game's all about. As watching Moreno now maybe make a move on Miyazono.
Polo in that massive, looks like an Undertaker wagon, that, doesn't it?
The braking zone, Miyazono managing to hold him on the outside now, and you see putting back past, and that's going to be a bit of a difficult for Moreno. But he's got the brakes up the inside. He goes up into the lead. Goes Moreno. So
these guys don't want to fight too hard too early because they've got a nice gap to the cars behind.
Half the circuit being straight, you have to wonder which is a better one to have.
Well, they can't bump draft on the straight, so that's.
More contact there down to turn 1. He's way too late.
Oh, mate, that's so bad by Killian.
Barbara then gets into the side of it.
Like he didn't even try and avoid
on the inside and
that face. That face. That was really bad. He didn't. He I think it looked like he kind of aimed towards Carrazza as a breaking point.
This is what I was saying.
That was Dharma. What are you doing?
The braking distance is so much longer in these.
That wasn't great. Odin, come here.
It really can, especially when some of these cars are better than others. And we're seeing now Miyazono absolutely rocketing by Moreno as he's just stuck there in 5th gear. Nothing else he can do. No more top end speed, but then on the brakes he's right back there again. And so is Paul Ura there up on the inside. Paul Ura in.
You're gonna watch this when we come.
And man, doing it in style is Paul Ura.
I love seeing Paul Ura coming through on the inside. He looks like he's an LA gangster or something in that blacked out machine as he scythed his way through on the inside. Said, hello, there we are. gets the position on his compatriot and is through for second position as well.
Just Lord Beerus holding the car. Sorry if it's distracting to the stream.
Over the prevailing field. De Bruyne and Gallo.
He's not had much attention today, have you, Odin?
Chunk down the road. This is good for Valerio Gallo.
Hall of Shame performance.
The grand final. He's now all over the back of De Bruyne, who's just served that penalty following the contact that we saw.
That was. You could see what he was doing there. He'd missed his braking point. He was going into the sand, and he just kind of.
Go there, just show what. Here we go. Choo choo. Thank you very much, mate. Off I go. I've got another 20 or 30 horsepower in you. It's only got 4 gears, though, I think. No, he's got. I thought he only had 4 gears there. That's over 200 kph in something from the 20s.
It's a cat. It's a Sphinx cat.
Into the break zone. Big shout from the crowd there as Gallo gets it done up into 4th position.
Is that another penalty Killian's been given,
Gallo,
or is it just?
That first group has broken away, and I think realistically, unless he has a really good run now, he's going to struggle to catch him. And Serrano also recovering in the background there. But 4th place isn't a bad start.
Nice, Simon.
Grid for Valerio Gallo at the moment as Kylian Drumont picks up a penalty for that collision that we saw a couple of laps ago. Meanwhile,
I think that's just a late notification.
Paul Ura is through.
The Undertaker's winning.
On to Kuma Miyazono. So again, this story continues changing. And let's see whether we're going to get a breakaway here, because Paul Ura trying to build out a gap. What he'd love
my eyes are going a bit funny here.
To start fighting.
Looking at screen too long.
Speed of the car that Ura's in there, looking.
Gallo worked through the. Yeah, Gallo's doing great, hasn't he? Started P7, he's up to P4.
Again, very, very quick down the straights is that little mini Porsche there. So up the inside, outside.
Flipping heck, is it? Look at it fly.
5.6 and have a little look. Oh, there goes Moreno too. So. Yeah, there really is, you know, a top end for these cars.
Kylian Drumont under investigation with El Bonelli now.
As Gallo has to defend from De Bruyne there in the background.
Bonelli's going to be having fisticuffs.
Moreno and Ura.
Thank you for subscribing, Chris.
Only 4/10 of a second.
Somebody did your cat have very short, like it's the skin. It's got no hair. It's a Sphinx cat. They don't have any hair.
Being thoroughly ignored right now, while Paul Ura just wrings the neck out of it, which is exactly.
It's going well, Real Mad Hatter. The first race was great. And this is actually quite interesting to watch. And then we've got the race at Monza afterwards to get stuck into. I'd like to see backstage after this race, yeah.
It takes such a long time. So the
bit of Ronnie Pickering.
Absolutely phenomenal. Meanwhile, Moreno not worried about the detail of the interior of his car. He is worried about the race lead, though, as he goes through on Miyazono once more, uses the advantage there of the slipstream, so that's good news for him. But I think he's going to leave him vulnerable again coming on to this next straight, isn't it? That's
Gallo needs these guys to fight. He's a long way behind, isn't he? It's like 4.6 seconds.
And when we go through to those final couple of laps, is he going to be in a position to attack for that race lead, or is he just going to run out of puff?
Chitty bang bang storming through the field.
I think he just gets past the start-finish line and the car starts to give up a little bit. So Miyazono's got to be close and have a good move. So because the Ferrari's good.
So this is rapid, this car. Miyazono, it looked like it had a lot of straight line speed.
About now to get into 4th gear, the Porsche, which is also light and pretty powerful as well for what it is, starts to reel it back in, plus the draft as well. So let's get a little dress rehearsal. It's pretending to last lap.
Look at this.
Start-finish lines under that little gantry there. Would Miyazono make it?
Flying past him.
Not quite. So that's good for Miyazono to know. Like, if I need to be closer than that on the last lap if I want to win this race. So those little moves like that, it's all part of the game.
Guy Barbara's having a good one as well. He's up into 7th position. From
no, this will be a sprint race, this MD.
11 where he started, so he's worked out quite nicely for the Australian driver. You see Samuel Moreno's pre-race ritual, taking a full nap and waking up just 20 minutes before qualifying. That's the Kimi Raikkonen strategy.
It's working so far.
To slow his
for the lead here in one of the most prestigious sim racing events in the world. So you can't argue with that, can I? Can you really?
Gallo is essentially an F1 car all the time.
Ura all in your screen there. You're seeing the picture of
too many laps for these meme races. Do you think?
Back up from 6th. He is catching Gallo.
To say this defines the qualifying grid. Oh, De Bruyne's round Gallo.
The only man to go into the 159s. So a lot of pace up front.
Tommy Gunn, yeah, a bit of Bugsy Malone action with the pie guns. Young Provo.
This is where we know that Mercedes is quite strong, and it might leave De Bruyne vulnerable here to an attack from the Italian driver. The crowd are going to absolutely love this as he sends his way to the inside. Over the crest of the hill we go, into the braking zone. Gallo is through for now on Kai De Bruyne, but is De Bruyne going to be able to use the nimbleness, the
You all right,
agility
Odin?
of that Jaguar to try and launch
Chilling.
attack? Look at how much better
You'll
it
get
is
fed
than
after this stream. Don't worry, mate. I'll give you some biscuits and some.
turns so much tighter.
What do you have? Sheba? You don't have Sheba.
Like, it's a huge difference there. In fact, I'm
Weapons
surprised
cache
Gallo
on the
got out of the way.
back,
I didn't
yeah.
even see him going down the straight there. Here is Kai De Bruyne. Here's his POV. All he can see is Gallo's luggage there. That's maybe a question for
See, do you see the warning for S Cardinal? That's for bump drafting.
Trying the outside line there, but Gallo just
You're not allowed to bump draft.
The barrier waiting to collect you on the outside there, and yeah, I mean, Gallo doesn't really have a choice but to park it. To be honest, that thing's so heavy.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the different peaks and
Yes, Ghost is here.
Revival race this where you've got certain cars that are quicker in the corners, others which are quicker.
I'm
in the
starving,
You
I
see
am.
visibly how much the advantage is there for Valerio Gallo as he just pulls
Really,
away.
really race.
with
I think that's what it's after,
This is Guy Barbara
Mikko.
in P7 at the moment. Cockburn and Benelli close behind on these battles on the fringes, sort of the top 10. Cockburn
Lord
looking to try
Odin
and attack
Beers,
here
yeah.
on Guy Barbara. Just gets out of the throttle, goes for the outside line on the curb.
Can he
And
hold
that's
it?
great.
Can he hold
Make
it?
stick though as they run side by side with each other. So the Mercedes
they'll be
there on
running
the outside.
to-
Barbara has the inside, which is going to flick back to the inside line there for Cockburn, but Barbara's not giving this one up. He's still parking his car very much in the places where Cockburn would like to. Down the
Benelli in the slipstream looks like super aerodynamic. That car, that Mercedes that Benelli's in.
Oh, Cockburn's going to get it. He's been there side by side the entire time there, just trying to set himself up. But now, of course, he's on the
That
outside
battling is
left
let
corner. There's Benelli
Benelli
there
in.
as well as we come in. Next corner's the left-hander. Guy Barbara
Yeah, I think we've got the Red Bull X1 race at Monza.
Can he? No, he can't. And now running side by
They've
side.
been side by side for so long.
Loving this. He's right
But now the Australian Barbara is been left out to dry.
Will Benelli be able to maybe mug Cockburn as well in a straight line in the
But
draft?
the slipstream, the draft.
These guys side by side at 200 kph. Braking zone come up to the left hand.
There we go. Potential.
Try and split the two of them.
This is great racing, though, isn't it? Side by side, clean.
Is clear of Guy Barbara, and that all started at T1.
Yes, MD, after this one, I believe.
Beautiful racing from these guys.
Superb.
I don't know, DJ.
Superb. Some of the cleanest battles we've ever seen in the GT World Series in some of the hardest cars.
I'm hardly maintaining at the moment, Gus. I'm so busy with YouTube. I don't get to train very often.
He's surely going to launch an
I train like a couple of times a week at the moment. I'd like to train more than that.
On the inside as it stands for now, but Benelli
It's in Motley, yeah.
Keep an eye out for the likes of Samuel Cardinal actually there in the background. He's not too far adrift of this one. Meanwhile, part 3 with Kai De Bruyne versus Valerio Gallo.
Can you see?
Does
Does it actually have people who've all got helmets on?
driver. So the Jaguar now going to come under threat, and surely Gallo is going to just absolutely fire his way through as we come down into T1
No,
with the straight
De
line
Bruyne
speed.
looks like he's kept
No,
that.
not quite for now. De Bruyne holds it off, uses the weight advantage, gets into fourth
Yeah, a lot of these drivers, not just their skill, like what we saw with Moreno in the first Manufacturers' Cup race, is the race IQ.
Size difference is almost comical, but watching also Valerio.
That is second to none. You don't just get to this level by being quick. You need to know
Gallo there
when to make your moves, how to make your moves, how to position your car.
D-type with that little fin on the end there. Basically used to stabilise
Yeah,
the
a bit of
car
rain.
at high speed. Very cool to see
Would
that.
be awesome.
These cars being raced in this way. And this is where we see the Mercedes have its advantage. The D-type is pretty quick, but on the straight line speed, the raw engine capacity of this Mercedes-Benz just gives it a bit more oomph. And here we go then. To the outside goes Gallo once again. This battle's been going on for the entire race. And he just tries to
Yeah,
drive
you're
around
right,
there.
MG, I
So
suppose.
try and break late here and
We've
keep
been,
the pace. He does. They're alongside
Maybe there's more
here.
fighting going on because the
Gallo's
track
really
is
got
shorter. I don't know. The racing's closer. Perhaps the field was spread more in the first race. They did seem to focus on the leaders more than anything there, didn't they?
As Kai De Bruyne, but the punch and the power out of the corner there for Valerio Gallo just allows him to get greater speed, and he just goes through on Kai De Bruyne like the Dutchman was standing still. Meanwhile, sharp end of this race, Miyazono, Moreno and Euro, we've not mentioned them for a few laps. They're still
I think they have done. I think they've done that before, Simon.
Last couple, but Gallo into fourth place for now. Sure, we've not seen the last of it though.
They had like Rory Super GT. Somebody called Dave Gaming. It was like a pro-am. They called it.
The joy of Gran Turismo. You see both of them have a bit of a smile on their face there. He's like, whatever, nothing I can do here. That's just part of it. That's part of having these different cars in these Nations Cup event. Every session matters. The qualifying session.
Yeah, Gallo's done well to get to P4.
This session matters matters. Of course, the grand
But they're
final,
swapping positions, aren't they? They've got different
Lego's,
strengths and weaknesses,
trying to
these
route
cars.
past Gallo again.
I think Killian's got the handling,
About 5.5 meters.
and Gallo's got the
of,
top speed.
hood in front of you there. And a nice big aiming reticle with the Mercedes AMG 3 stars there.
Yeah, you got him quite literally in his sights. Meanwhile, sharp end of this one. Moreno now in front from Miyazono. So it's two Spaniards with a Japanese.
Somebody, did you try
driver in the
go-karts
middle
or
of that sandwich.
F1
Through the
VR?
left, through the right. Nose to tail.
I didn't actually, no. I just tried Group 3 cars.
That it's going to start to kick
The
off
Tomahawk.
before too long. Euro there has a bit of a look to the
But a
outside
few
of
people said I
Miyazono,
should have
who
tried
goes for
go-karts and
the
F1 an
shallow
open top.
inside line down the backstroke, but then ducks over to the more traditional racing line. This race, just to remind you, determines the grid position for the grand final in the Nations Cup, which will be
Yeah, we weren't good enough,
in the not
Ghost.
too distant future. Under the bridge we go, though. Is Jura going to think about launching an attack here on Takuma Miyazono? He pulls alongside the Porsche driver and just backs down to the throttle, gets out of the slipstream. Of course, Miyazono has got that hole in the air being punched in front of him by Moreno's Ferrari as well. And it's as you were as we come into the braking zone, or is it? Because Jura finds a gap on the inside. Miyazono pushed to the curb on the outside there, and Jura tried to launch something on the exit of the corner, but the circuit there, as you can see, just jinks right, and he runs.
Got to get an invite first, Ghost.
Man, that's that Alpha there in third place giving me
I'd
solid,
love to do something like
solid
that.
Mr. Burns vibes.
I reckon we'd have a good chance. Well, depending on who we got paired up with, we'd have a good
I
chance.
have to think they're just waiting.
Oh, yeah.
They're just waiting, because I think Miyazono knows that if he's close enough here, he can win the race just from here, just by hitting the gas. And Pole Euro, same sort of thing. That Ferrari isn't the quickest, but they've given themselves an 8-tenths buffer to Moreno in front now, so they've got to be careful.
Yeah, you're right, nobody
They
from the
can't fight
US.
too hard, otherwise Moreno is just going to get away with it. And we know that Ferrari in front is good.
I feel
for
like this, yeah, it's not quite as popular to say how many people there are in America.
They get down towards T1, and whether Moreno can build a gap or not.
So, on to the last lap we go. I wonder if there might be a bit of
Community VR
gamesmanship here from
race.
these drivers as Miyazono then goes for the outside
Could be
line
an
here
idea there,
on
Mandy.
Samuel Moreno. Jura there on the inside. Gap has appeared for the Spaniard. Moreno off nearly to the curb on the outside. It's as you were between these top
These three are
But of course,
battling,
we
aren't they?
go
How many?
into
What lap
Monza,
are we
let's
on?
not forget, it's a slipstream race, and I wonder if the option
Where
might
does it
actually
say the
be
number
to
of
start from
laps?
second position, so you've got the run going out of the first chicane. Not that these drivers are going to be worrying too much about that. I think they're having too much fun at the moment. Moreno still
Yeah,
leads
what
as we
happened
come
to
through the right-hander.
Well, what's happening now
Carrazza.
is that basically, I mean, you see
He's
Moreno's
gone
parents
to the
there
back,
watching on
hasn't he?
quite nervously. Is they're all, Miyazono and Jura are both fighting for the right to have a go at Moreno on that last corner. So they both want to be ahead of each other. But they've got to be careful here, because if they end up knocking each other off the circuit, that gives this win and pole
Final
in the
lap,
final
neck and
to
neck.
Moreno. So we got on board with Pole Jura now. Here's really his last chance to get ahead of Miyazono before the final corner. But here's where that Porsche starts putting, and here's where that Ferrari starts lacking. You see Miyazono
Ooh, he
opting
lifted then.
to actually slow down there. Moreno goes defensive. Will Jura go around the outside of all of them? He's going to try and do it, but I don't think he's going to make it. Miyazono and Jura side by side.
He's done it. I think he's done that.
It around. He's got the ideal line here, but they're 2 by 2. Oh my word!
Oh, what a
Jura
move
is
by
through
Paul
up to
Ura.
P2.
That was an absolute epic move. Two trailer park girls.
Next target is his compatriot Samuel Moreno then. So we flick it through into the left-hander. Just one more big braking zone now remaining as we're right on board here with Miyazono, who fancies another attack against Pole Jura. I don't know if they're going to be
This is going to affect, I think, Moreno. This is going to give Moreno the win. The fact that these two can't set up a good exit. They were both battling to try and get a good run out of that final hairpin, and that's let Moreno get away with it. Unless this... How much faster is Moreno?
Will it be Jura or will it be Miyazono who takes the chicken?
He's trying to get the slip. 1.6. I think he's going to cling on to it.
It's Samuel Moreno who takes his first ever win in
Less
the
than a
Gran
10.
Turismo World Series on his debut ahead of
And Gallo is clinging on to P4. He has. Gallo takes P4. What a race.
Valerio Gallo in Milan in P4 on the grid for the grand final.
Yeah, Gallo narrowly beating Kaiser Broadside in the background.
That was
there.
a great
Three
look at them.
wide For 8th position, Guy Barbara
That
just
was so
taking it
close.
there from
12
Benelli
thousandths
and
between Barbara
so
and
amazing
Benelli.
battles up and down
He's a
the
quick
field.
driver, that guy with the bald head and sunglasses, I can
race
tell.
there
I like his hairstyle and his beard.
Just managed to
So he
keep
must be
Jura
quick.
and Miyazono in the right
That was
spot
fantastic.
at the right time, and he will now start pole position.
Thumbs
in
up.
his
Yeah,
debut
number one. Yeah, that's
final
me.
event. I mean, that's huge.
I
It's gonna
told
be
you,
huge pressure
because his
here
name's
as well.
Samuel.
And we saw his
Where
parents
did
there, the audience cheering
Jose
on.
Serrano
There's
finish?
Miyazono must be thinking, well, you know, to be honest, he's where he should be. You know, he's one of those first 4 places is pretty much where he was going to be anyway. And
Gotta be
because
quick.
of the nature of the race, as you say, at Monza, It's a slipstream
I'm not sure
battle.
what. I think the pigeon got away. There was too much fighting.
The worst thing, but I
They
guess
weren't working together. If they were allowed to bump draft, the pigeon would have been caught.
Yeah, not great at all there for Jose Serrano, caught up in all of that melee at the sort of beginning echelons of the race. He started, though, on pole position with Kylian Drumont.
Have they got
very close behind. Both of
the
those
highlights
drivers
ready
a
already?
shocker here in the sprint race. So this is how it all went down towards the first corner. It changed pretty much as soon as the lights went out, though. Drumont, as you can see, dropped down to 11.
Yeah, young shit, I've been told
Serrano
that
was
would be
down to
good.
P6 there as well. And it became a three-way scrap up the sharp end of it between Moreno, Miyazono and Yura, and you couldn't separate them at all out on track. Anything you can do, I can do better, seems to be the response from either
Destroy
one
all these
of those
macro machines to
drivers.
make a
Miyazono
600.
at this particular point was back through
Yeah, give me a
the
Group
front.
3
Fantastic swabble for
car and
fourth
racing
place between
softs. I'd
Valerio
school
Gallo
these
and
guys.
Ryder Broom, which Valerio Gallo eventually would win.
Sick,
Coming
yeah,
into the
sick,
last
I've
couple of laps
seen.
of the race, though, a move here for Moreno
So,
on the
Serrano
inside
actually
to,
recovered.
Miyazono. Sort of set the
Well, he
stall
got
out, really,
caught up
as we
in
headed towards the checkered flag, though. It was Moreno
that
who
incident,
led
I think.
from pole Euro with a brilliant end to that race. A great final lap, and Miyazono across the line to
We
start
need immediate
victory
highlights of the
for
daily. Well, that's why I watch the
final.
replays,
But what a race
FFJ.
from this man here. His debut event in the GT World
It's normally
Series, just 18 years of age, and he takes
showing
his
you.
first win in the
This is
nation's
why
ahead of compatriot Pole Europe.
I got. This is what happened when this guy crashed in front of me.
Serrano, Cockburn didn't really feature much throughout that one. Guy Barber made some good progress right towards the back of the field, is where he started. Benelli, then Drumont, who had a bit of a shocker. He lined up, of course, P2 on the grid and ended up 10th at the end of that one.
I'd love to know how
Sam
old
Cardone
Paul Orr
and
is to say he's got grey hair.
Yeah, I mean, very reserved celebration there from Sam Moreno as well. As someone who understands that the job is only half done. This, of course, setting the grid for the grand final coming up very shortly.
The grand final coming up shortly. Better be shortly, Jimmy. Otherwise, we'll be having words.
Takes his first win in the GT World Series here in Milan.
Oh, my soundboards don't work on this screen. I had Ronnie Pickering playing then.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Say it again. Wow, Pody.
Italian audience.
Meow. Wow. Meow.
Okay, good job. You were.
Wow.
This is the first time for you on this stage. Okay, it's
You're
different.
being attacked.
How do you feel about that? Come ti
Help.
senti? Come ti senti prima volta su questo palco?
You need some food, don't you? This stream's actually going longer than I expected. You should have had some food by
no
now.
pressure. I know it's my first event, so
Wow.
I mean, I'm just trying to do my best, and it's working out.
Si sente come un signore anziano e non ha pressione.
Yeah,
è
Mikko.
tranquillo.
Right, come on, Odin. You're making me boiling.
How did you find?
I'll be with you soon. Just one more race, buddy.
The Milli cars. What was
I'll
that
spend
like?
some time with you later, mate.
Oh, tough race.
Aldrin Demance's sacrifice.
Weirdly stressful.
It's, B&Q is the best
When you thought that you had this race,
comparison we've had yet so far. Aura is 21 and he's got grey hair. What is all that about?
first, and it was so stressful because I
Must
thought
be
I
very
had,
taxing
I could maybe escape, but then
being that
the
quick.
straight, again,
When you've got a, let's face it, when you've got to deal with the penalty system and the ghosting system in Gran Turismo 7 and you're trying to be the world's fastest, it is going to take its toll on you, isn't it?
too much slipstream.
Very much so. How was it to come?
If
to
there's a
Gran Turismo
break, I
World
might
Series
do
and
that,
kind of
Wayne.
meet all of your competitors. Was it interesting and fun to like meet?
You
all
could
the
do it
Gran
if you
Turismo
B&Q it.
drivers?
It's a great opportunity to be here with such great people that have won a lot of championships, lots of races. I just try to improve every race. This is only my first race, so I hope I can go.
Is Wind still here? Wind, are you still
I do
here?
have one bit of feedback, which is the guys from Gran
I wanna know
Turismo
if
really
Wynn's still
love
here.
it when you shout when you win. Like you were too casual. You need to be like yeah, and then that will basically be used on every single video for the next year. But no, I'm just kidding. You don't really have to do that.
I wanted to know if Wind was here because I'm sure there was some kind of incident in the Manufacturers' Cup where he got pumped.
2, 1.
Oh, pathetic. Pathetic. I could do better than that. I could do better than that. I could do better than that.
18
Come
years
on.
old. His debut event and now a winner.
I'm not
going
to change the screen, but you
ready?
ready? I've just
more
won.
about him in a few moments' time, but let's have a closer look then, shall we?
This is what I'd do. This is what I'd do if I'd won the race. Ready? Just crossing the line.
So we're here in Milan. It had to
Get in! You're all fucking shit! Yes!
Love it. It's going to be an exciting one, this.
Temple of speed.
That's how you should.
As you say, where else would you go? It's not too far away from where we are.
That's how you
right
should
now.
react.
And a circuit
Is
that
it
I'm
not?
sure everyone is familiar with. And of course, we know around
Oops.
Here that slipstreaming a huge part. And as you say, where else would
Sorry,
you go? It's not too
messed that
far
up.
away from where we are.
That's how you
right
should win.
now.
That's how you win it.
And a circuit that I'm sure everyone is familiar with. And of course, we know around here that slipstreaming a huge part of of this race, of this circuit. So grid position.
What's Rory?
Maybe not too important. But we'll see, of course. A reminder of the grid positions, of course, for this race. And Moreno, after winning the races on the pole position with Euro in second, so an all Spanish front row with Miyazono and
You probably
Gallo
didn't even hear that. I shouted too loud. Sometimes the microphone just kicks out.
And sixth with Kokeman and Barbara. A good result from him after starting from last in eighth.
That's how you should
Drummond
celebrate.
in 10th. Disappointing for Drummond.
Rub it in.
Wanted better than that from the sprint race. And Carl now Karatsa heading up the rear of the grid.
Yeah, those drivers who had a difficult time in the sprint race, they're going to have to really get their elbows out, I would imagine, in the first few laps in particular to make some ground. So you might see some
potato, yeah, okay.
There are 3 tyre compounds, and we change it completely from
27 laps. Flipping it, I'm going to have to feed the cats. Right, carry on watching this. I'm going to have to go and feed Odin. I'm going to have to get myself a snack, I think. Flipping heck. This one's a long one.
There's 3 tyres. Soft, medium, as hard, and
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Over the course of the race. This is what our
Come on, Odin. You need some food, mate, don't you?
Going to happen. However, we have a habit of knowing that the drivers don't listen to that.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, the guys at Dunlop tend to give us a decent prediction, but as you say, our competitors do tend to ignore that. Here is our car. You're familiar with this right by now, the Red Bull X 2019. We're talking 650 kilograms. We're talking over 800 brake horsepower. We're talking all the aero that our competitors can handle, and it gives us some of the best and fastest racing possible. You've got to have quick reaction times for this and very good understanding of how aerodynamics work. Again, as Tom said, the complete opposite end of the spectrum from what we just saw. Here are winning predictions. Jose Serrano again getting the majority of your vote. I mean, you guys were right last time for manufacturers. Will you be right this time for nations? We'll see. Might see Miyazono getting some love though. Yeah, someone else. Not Serrano.
He's always popular as Takuma Miyazono. Wait and see how it works out. Don't forget about the Predict the Winners campaign. You can claim it up to 2 weeks post the end of this event as well. So even if you're not able to do it today, you can still do it later on as well. So Jose Serrano there, as you said, the man who is on top form at the moment. But here are the 3 drivers that we're really keeping an eye on. Of course, including Jose Serrano, including Takuma Miyazono. And let's be honest, we selected Kylian Drummond prior to the start of this evening. He didn't have a particularly brilliant sprint race, lines up down the order, but he's going to have to, he knows how to fight his way through the field.
Brutal, Tom. Brutal Brooks, we're going to call you from now on. But yeah, I mean, Drummond is quick in these cars, but he's got a lot to do. I mean, I don't think there's really a driver out there who isn't fast in these X2019s. They use them so often that these guys are all sort of specialising in them now. But someone else we know who's very fast in his car is, of course, Miyazono. So we really have an awesome lineup here.
Absolutely. Well, then, let's get ready to get the grand final underway for the Nations Cup. Down to Brian and Jules.
No.
Well, we have shuffled the pack for that grand final. It is anybody's race. Are you ready, Milan? Are you ready, Brian?
I'm ready, Jules. Noi siamo pronti. Il più grande pubblico è quello italiano. Vi amiamo, ragazzi.
This is going to be a crazy race. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm not commenting.
Go and race!
You guys, stop talking. I can't really pass comment on that. I don't want to start any beef. Anyway, I've actually got some unhealthy snacks. Saturday night, I've been eating well all week. I've gone with Quavers as it tied me over. Oh, Quavers not going to fill you though, is it?
It's time to kick off the first grand final of the Nations Cup in 2026.
This ain't got to wait long for the next race.
How is this one?
They're going to have to adjust from driving those things straight to a Red Bull X1. That's going to be crazy.
He just took his first win, and as such, he lines up on pole position here for this race in the Red Bull X 2019. It's Samuel Moreno who will head the field.
Yeah, we call them crisps in the UK.
Temple of Speed. 27 laps of action ready to come. Here is Moreno, the 18-year-old on pole position with Pole Eura. Sort of an experienced driver now in second position on the grid. Takuma Miyazono.
What's your predictions for this race? This is going to be interesting now.
Valerio Gallo, the hometown favourite, to the roar of the crowd here in Italy for company.
Has the quality dropped again?
Next up on
Picture
run
looks
3
funny.
with Jose Serrano, the reigning champion, alongside Ryota Kokubun, returning after a year out from competition. He's at P7, and he's got Guy Barbara, who did a great recovery job to get into P8 at the end of that sprint race. Lucas Bonelli is...
To there, Mandy, I have actually reached out. I've been contacted by food companies that have wanted me to promote this stuff, but I didn't want to. So I've actually reached out to some companies that I've used before when I was bodybuilding and powerlifting to see if they would like, because there are times where, you know, grabbing a quick bite to eat is
it's not a strategy we've not seen before.
It's very convenient.
Want to go fast, and those at the
but I don't want to use the stuff and give you a discount code for stuff that I'm not.
Looking at Moreno and Euro,
I don't believe in.
I think they need to really focus on trying to work together a little bit at the start of this race.
Anyway,
the worst thing you can do with using that medium compound tyre is squabble. You lose time. You have to think of the race as a whole.
Yeah, it'll be like more. It will be more fitness, healthy stuff that that companies that I've used to get my products from when I was training really hard.
There are your drivers on the stage. There's the audience in the background. Over 1,000 people here in Milan, and we're waiting to find out who will be the master of Monza. Tension is in the air as they will come around the final corner, come across the timing line, and we will get ready to get racing underway here as the grand final at Monza for the Nations Cup.
Right, let's get into this.
They lead them down over the timing line and head towards the first corner. So a rolling start then with Moreno, Jura and Miyazono. Will we see any Dandare moves on the brakes? Moreno looks like he's got the lead covered off for now. Miyazono has a look on Jura. Gallo there also looking a bit racing.
So they've got to use all three tyre compounds again.
The first chicane, which is a very tricky part of the lap because it does bottleneck up through there. But the upshot is the pole sitter of Samuel Moreno, the 18-year-old, holds the lead over Pole Jura for now.
Yeah, nice, neat and tidy start up front.
Yeah, man, I'm just making sure, Manny, that everything that, like...
3 bases now on that medium compound tyre, so a horrible start from him as we see Jura kick up
Fanatec, GT Omega, I've spent my own money with.
First chicane there.
Like, so I'm happy to, promote that. Anything that I kind of just back, that's what I want to... I just want to be genuine if I'm doing anything like that.
This is right at the start of the race. You've got to try and be neat and tidy. You see the background there. Kokubun on that hard compound tyre, just moving to one side, I think, to try and let Serrano through. He knows his fight is
Thursday morning. Not in the same car, though, Puppy.
They fight. So just let him through, be sensible, think of the race as a whole.
So explain to me why that is, Jimmy. Of course, it's obviously different tyre compounds.
We've got Barbara, who started on the mediums, actually in P10.
Just tuning into the GT World Series for the
Serrano's on the mediums.
Really, Serrano's going to pass him anyway. And here is Serrano. I say that. He must have made a mistake at the start because he did start in 6th position. Yeah, that's why. So I thought it was out of the kindness in his heart, but actually it's because Kokubun caused that contact and moved him out the way. So showing good sportsmanship there by letting him back through again. But again, a bad start for Serrano here. So he's not having the perfect races he had last year.
Yeah, not very good at all there for Jose Serrano. Guy Barber was the other driver.
He's got his work cut out for him.
Which is why he dropped down into 11th position.
But
on the opening
if any man can do it, it's probably him, isn't it?
He basically came to a stop down at the Rettifilio. On board we are with Valerio Gallo as we exit through the Curva Grande, heading towards the Della Roggia chicane. Sparks flying underneath Miyazono. Massive closing speed there from the Italian.
They're not choosing to chop off the second curve. Is that because that's track limits, or is that through just risk?
Make the mistakes on the outside. So the start of this race, pretty much as we were expecting to see for the medium short runners, with the exception of Guy Barbara.
Thank you, MX Stursons. I'm glad you're appreciating it.
That first corner drama. So they're going to build out a gap.
There we go. Now we're getting into the meat and veg of it.
Runners, but of course the converse
this is a proper race, this, isn't it?
Compounded tyre later on in the race, so it depends on what they're going to do in terms of their strategies and whether we'll see any divergence when it comes to the first pit stops.
Yeah, right now you're seeing the gap sort of all stabilised around half a second.
Audis disappeared though now. Audis having some food.
Yeah, these cars produce a lot of downforce, and when you're following in the wake, it upsets the airflow going over your car, meaning you produce less downforce and you're a bit slower. So it's a good idea usually to give it about half a second or so, maybe a bit more, and it saves your tyres too, because all that time your car is...
Not if custom slipstreams on, like Wynn said, depends. I would love to know,
to the front tyres, trying to make up for that. So,
to any avid player, you want to know like whether it's custom slip, what the slipstream settings are. Is it real? I'm assuming with what he's saying it's real slipstream, but Wynn said that it was custom for at least the Nürburgring race
for Gallo, and I'm sure he feels that right now.
I don't think. No, they know. I don't think they ever do rally now.
While he's driving, actually.
Yeah, you can tell they're related.
Yeah. Let's have another look then at Guy Barber.
Favourite pie, Hollands, red foil mint and onion. What are we talking about?
They're side by side.
Carl has a past few races I've seen him involved in. He's ended up suffering.
Sort of needed to, really.
Racing incident. Done. Finished.
There we go. Lovely stuff.
I'm not sure if the stewards agree, but I just think in those situations where they're fighting like that, as you say, they're both going in, they're both taking the risk, but one of them knows they might not make it out of that corner like that, and unfortunately...
Let's see if the stewards actually agree with Jimmy's decision there. He does a whole series about stewarding racing incidents, so that'll be interesting, won't it?
Valerio Gallo in the background there, but anyone's race at this point. We're only 3 laps in, or nearly 4 laps in now, to what is a 27-lap race. As we say, you must use...
I'm not sure exactly how they set it, Sleeto, but custom slipstream it's stronger on the straights, like the sucking power of it to like help you gain in on the straights is stronger, and the amount of dirty air displacement mid corners, or just dirty air displacement in general, is decreased. Also, Barbara actually has received a 1-second penalty. That means that Jimmy Broadbent's whole stewarding series is dead and buried now. He got that wrong, so...
Have you seen the big stick down the middle of the table?
Great job, stewards. Love that.
Right, Guy Barber then, 1-second penalty. Difficult day continues at the office for...
Is that yay or nay, sir? What do you mean? Yay or nay for what?
With the Italian of
Dave, Mr. Wilkes.
Exits his way out of the second Lesmo. We're going to come under the old
I missed what you were asking.
And head in towards Ascari in a couple of moments' time. Now, the good news
they're just broadcasting it, Stringer.
They're all sitting in the slipstream.
In...
fuel-intense track this
Gallo actually uses chase cam. I'd say 90% of the field will be bumper cam, but Gallo's like the odd one out.
You see there, Gallo really fought
using chase.
The move and then going, actually, no, I'm going to just do what you say, just save this fuel, just get off the throttle, use the slipstream to pull the
It doesn't seem like there's dirty air is a bad thing. You would notice it mostly on that exit.
Who's not going to be saving fuel is Moreno at the front of the field. Now, say that Gallo looking for a move now on Miyazono, thinking about it. Now, will Miyazono fight this? Yep, Gallo there up into P3. So
he let him through there. Thought it'd be better not to lose time.
The toe to Paul Ura in front. 8 tenths is the gap now. Gallo, we know is quick in these cars, but I think it's fair to say sometimes
Gallo up to P3.
Inconsistent in how they are.
Serrano has closed the gap
now. Kai de Bruyne also
a bit. It was at 1.9 seconds.
Will Kai de Bruyne go through? If he does, so Miyazono goes from 3rd to 5th.
De Bruyne is normally really good in these cars, actually. I think this is kind of like his specialty.
To give you an idea of the difference in pace there, Gallo last time around 26.3.
See, living the life there, Simon. That sounds awesome.
So Miyazono must have made some kind of a mistake.
You're making me hungry, though. I've not had my tea.
Or something like that.
I think what it is they're just being slowed down by Moreno.
Right.
There's a bit of draft going on here as well, so that's so small up. Here's Guy Barber. Here's the reason why he got a penalty.
There's the first corner. This is the only lap.
It's for that. Okay, fair enough then.
Oh, right. I'll take it back.
It's a penalty. It's avoidable contact.
Jimmy's YouTube career is safe. That was the stewarding call that he had was separate to what he got penalty for.
And now Valerio Gallo, who has moved back into a slipstream range here. And you have to...
I think I'm missing some comments in the chat.
Moreno a very sharp line, but he's just taking the least possible distance to start finish line there.
Good point of discussion, actually, in the driver briefings for
I think the G29, is it G29? Is that right? I can't remember. The Logitech, they do like cheap entry-level wheels. If you're really struggling for funds.
And see whether they will come in. We've had 4 drivers box at the end of...
That's a yay or nay, sorry. What do you mean? What are you talking about, David? I don't know what you're yay or naying for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. Get off that tyre as soon as possible. Now, interestingly, you might be thinking, why is Paul Ura not making a move on Moreno? Why is he staying there? Why is Gallo kind of staying there right now, not pushing? Because this might be where we see Moreno's inexperience get him a little bit. Yeah, sure, he's leading the race. He's got a big number
Miyazono,
of
half-second penalty.
Numbers next to their names. Miyazono picking up a 0.5-second penalty. That's track limits. So the start of his race really not going to plan, particularly Miyazono.
The incident. What were the? Do I agree with the penalty?
For everybody else, and everyone else behind them is saving fuel. So mate, it feels good right now to be first, but everyone else takes a little longer.
Yeah, we see this a lot in something like Formula E, for example, where you've got to lift and coast and save energy over the
Yes, Elsnorth.
The same principle applies here.
Exclamation mark.
The upshot is that's Moreno now the half-second lead, but as you say, he's going to be expending a little bit more fuel and also probably using a little bit more tyre life, you would imagine, just to try and stay.
That's my affiliate link.
It's a bit of
might have a bit of news to do with that. I can't confirm, but there may be a bit of news coming regarding
and just like that, Jose Serrano is back in
the old boys at Fanatec in about 2 or 3 weeks.
Who bring the car back like this? I mean, behind them is Guy Barber. He's the last person not to pit yet, but unfortunately.
I've got $1,000 to spend. What do you suggest I get for a rig? My issue is my current TV on the world. Amount of screen to me, then it'll block.
If he can do pace similar to Kai de Bruin. So Serrano, look how fast he is.
And a good entry-level rig that I had was the GT Omega ART. You can buy, that's quite cheap to buy to begin with, and you can get like a TV stand mount, which if you can either choose not to have a TV mounted or use your TV on the screen on the wall. But in terms of an entry-level cheap like rig, GT Omega, the ART, that's what I started with. GT Omega got a good range of like cheaper to premium products. I'm not switching partners. I'm not switching. I'm definitely not. There'd have to be good reason for me to switch partners. I've droned on about how much I like my Fanatec wheels.
Big of a difference, if any difference.
Yeah, the Omega ART.
It's a better technique, it seems. Miyazono coming back at Serrano, giving a little bump down the straight there. That's not allowed. No bump drafting allowed in this series. Although if I was Miyazono, I'd be like, well, I tried to.
Yeah, my personal opinion is.
Sorry, Your Honour.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Don't look
buy cheap, buy twice.
Penalty for track limits.
I know it's not everybody's got the funds, but I'd rather because once you've got a wheel, you'll be hooked. You won't want to go back to controller. How it feels is just great, and I think there's some really good deals on actually with the DD Pro, the Fanatec DD Pro, and there's some firmware updates that are coming to bring full force to it. So ooh, who was that? Serrano, a big tank slapper.
Jose Serrano, that's going to cost him time and cost him track position here to Takuma Miyazono as we blast under the old banking. So all of the hard work there that Jose Serrano did, he's now got to do all
laser sim racing. How we doing, mate?
On Takuma Miyazono.
This is good for Gallo because now he's got a little bit of a rest, a little bit of a gap behind him to fall back into, and hopefully now. Yeah, he's not lost too much.
I think they are at the level if they have a good. Oh, who's that? Moreno. They were right. They were right. They said, "What happened?"
What has happened there to Samuel Moreno?
Moreno's gone. I think Damien and Lewis are capable of qualifying.
Who has been so supreme in the Nations Cup thus far is plummeted down the order and out of the lead of the race.
I had no idea that. I just saw him sideways. I have to either assume he caught the grass on braking.
It's going good, Laser. Right, I've really enjoyed this actually. Completely something different, but just great to hang out with all you guys while we're watching this. And some good racing, some good banter. Just like going down to the pub with your mates and watching the footy. Apart from we're watching
GT World Series royalty.
GT World Series.
What's your read of this race so far?
Firstly, thank you for having me here. It's always a pleasure to join you at the commentary here, but this is not a way how I wanted to join the commentary here.
The Mikel Hazal.
Curse is alive and well, I'm afraid to say. But
that's Hazal.
I was just about to sing the praises of Samuel Moreno. We haven't seen what happened, so we'll wait for
Let's see what he's got to say
on that one. Up until what's just happened, he was driving superbly well though.
Indeed. So you can see that the top six previously, like before Moreno had the spin on the last corner, you were able to see that the top six were trying to dictate their own pace.
Let's have a look then. So we're on board here with Samuel Moreno. So we're coming down into our.
Oh, he dips a tyre on the grass.
Corner and spins all on his own.
2 pixels.
I mean, the gap
2 pixels of grass and he's gone. What? He'll be absolutely devastated.
You've driven at this level before.
Yeah.
It really is millimeters, isn't it? When you're driving like that.
Especially at the circuit, because you really want to use every single millimeter here it can be like the breaking point. Or like
Gallo up to P3. Oh, the crowd will go wild if he's challenging for the win.
The full throttle all the time, so there's not really a lot of opportunities where you can gain a lot of time.
Here's the goal, isn't he, Hizal?
Yeah, it's such an easy mistake anybody can do here.
Some of my most successful racing videos have been when I've had a good battle with Hizal in the daily races. Had an absolutely epic battle at Nürburgring in Group 4 cars.
After all of that, and despite the penalty, still sits in second
Absolute
position.
gentleman racer.
Though, for Paul Ura, who's got 2.2 seconds now at the sharp end of this race, and you can see similar on tyre life, similar you would imagine on fuel consumption there as well. So it's worked out very handsomely here for him.
Yeah, has Gallo been pulling away?
So in this
Oh wait, De Bruyn's gone up to P2. I didn't even notice it. Right, tyres. Oh, I want to see the tyres more. I'm more bothered. I wish they'd show the tyre wear as much as they're showing
to see like a prediction
the
what the strategy might look like. But I was also talking to a few of the
fuel
other drivers
and
before what they
Delta.
intend to do here. So some of the other drivers, they want to extend the
Hezal's
tires
commentating
as
now.
possible in order to use the hard tire compound as how should I say, not as much as possible in the end. So we might see some of the drivers
I'd be reacting a little bit
maybe, you know,
differently, wouldn't I?
15 or 16
He just kind of shrugged, didn't he?
So I'll tell you what, Mick, I'm going to put you on the spot. You're Paul Ura right now. You've not made a stop yet with the medium compound tyre. You're leading the race by 2.2 seconds. What are you thinking? What's your strategy?
So if I was Paul Ura, obviously I would be thinking, hey, this is perfect. Nobody's right behind of me using my slipstream. But this would also put more pressure onto yourself automatically because you're not allowed to do like a single mistake even, which allows the competitors behind of you to close the gap down to you.
Yeah, I think he just stopped.
And them also having
Probably hasn't got the time to put into it.
Here, you can easily follow the driver in front of you. You can also
I
set
think
the tires.
Key just enjoys
So in Paul Ura's case, I think he's
LMU
really
more,
trying to extend
so
the
I
gap
understand.
So Paul Ura it is that leads then 2.3 seconds. The gap he has over Kai de Bruyne. Moreno's
I
picked up
think-
another penalty just to compound his woes there in second
Well, I
position.
don't know.
That's the sort of snowball effect that can happen really. You end up with one unfortunate incident and they just sort of
Is this
come along
time,
like
is it-
London buses. And unfortunately for Moreno, presumably a track limits one because we didn't see anything flash up on the screen, but that's going to cost him a
This
bit more
time
time
is
and give him a few
it's
more
in
headaches
Tokyo.
later on in the race. On board we are
Sunrise
meanwhile.
video. I think if they do, maybe the last time they did Tokyo, they did like tuned like race cars.
Waiting and saving fuel at this stage.
I think so. I mean, even at
Do
this
they have to
stage here,
save
they don't
fuel?
really want to.
He's got a good run
allow
on him
themselves
there.
to go
Always-
into a fight,
I thought De
because
Bruyne
if
was
they
going
would
in the
fight
pits.
right now, this would only allow Paul Ura to pull the gap even more. And
He's
it would just
purposely
give Paul
not
Ura
sitting
the
in his slip because he doesn't want to be too close
I think they're trying
to go
work
for an
together at this
overtake.
stage, and let's see.
Yeah, he's right. He's right there,
I get
Gallo.
the impression that at the moment Paul Ura is a bit quicker than Kai de Bruyne, just in this strength fight. And if you're, I mean, the lap time wise, it's about 2 tenths between the two. If you're Valerio Gallo, you think, come on, mate, get on with it because he's getting away. I'm going to overtake
Yeah,
him.
Hizal is a
I can
German.
lead instead. We'll catch him together. I mean,
You're completely right.
yeah, well, what do you do there? Because obviously you're stuck between not wanting to have a fight, but also like, come on, hurry up.
I think in Valerio's case here, you would probably look at Kai's pace for the next couple of laps to see whether he's really able to follow Paul
I've just
Ura's
missed that. GG
pace.
Dad. Hey guys, on the topic of I have a
Same lap times as Paul
T3
Ura,
100 RS.
then obviously
What will be a
Valerio Gallo is
novice,
probably going
not
to
too
try and
expensive
overtake
upgrade. I
Kai
think a
as soon as
T5
possible.
now. Seems to have people
I have
many
a small
probably
question.
don't.
Obviously, you've been a competitor here in the past. Have you ever been tempted just to reach over and be like, "Oi,
I've not used the
come on, get out of the way,"
T598,
and just tell someone to get out of the way.
but every time we talk about mistake from Killian, but I have seen quite a number of complaints, not from everybody. Like I know Divine's had the T598, said he's had no problems. I think somebody else has just said they've had no problems, but there has been a lot of reports of issues. I think the customer service has been pretty well, pretty good, but
What I think Gallo should have done is gone for the move.
it's hard to recommend a Thrustmaster T598. I don't know what the price difference is, but like I say, the DD Pro, Fanatec is a partner with GT7, is a little bit more premium, so I don't know what the price difference is, but if I'm going to recommend anything, it's what I use, the DD Pro.
That was important too because Kai de Bruyne's going to be behind. Now, I think what Gallo is hoping is that Sorano's going to do sort of the same
Bad news
thing
travels
and
fast.
give them a little bit of a gap because now Gallo's leading this train, so it's up to him to try and match the pace of Paul Ura. The gap is 3 seconds, which isn't insurmountable, but it is enough to make a difference, of course. So Gallo now needs to get his head down and do the best he can to try and catch Paul Ura. And Serrano, of course,
I'd like to try different wheels out.
What a recovery from Serrano. He's
just
right
from like a review point of view.
This train. Any of these guys can win this race at this point.
That simple, sorry, Nick. That simple mistake there from.
I just, what I'd say is like, the one thing that swayed me to go Fanatec is two things really. I noticed that there generally seems to be the quickest drivers using Fanatec, like the quickest streamers that I see, and like whenever I ask, so examples of that would be Digit, Wind, Calster. I put myself in that bracket in terms of streamers. I'm one of the quickest streamers. Key was quick. He's still quick. He just don't play GT7 Fanatec. And they're the partner with Gran Turismo 7. And Digit, because he's reviewed lots of different wheels. And after reviewing all the wheels, and before he was properly partnered with Fanatec, he was still using Fanatec wheels.
Pole was quicker than all of them last lap.
I mean, this is not really what you want to do at this stage, because if we were looking at the gap from P2 to Paul Ura on the previous 2 laps, I think it was like 1 second.
So many computers, I don't know, mate.
So 1 second less, I mean. So I'm not quite sure if these guys are probably going to start thinking, okay, I think Paul Ura already won this race, but
who's my favourite driver? I think I'm rooting for Gallo in this race for sure.
Well, Mick, what are you going to do in terms of tyres? Do you think it's going to be a case of follow the leader, see what they do when they come in?
Obviously, Calster in the first race, I was rooting for, but now Gallo.
I think all of them are going to try and go into the pits at the same time, but the question is going to be,
yeah, indeed. It's a hard one to kind of like discuss.
They only have to use either the hard tyre compound or the soft tyre compound.
Do you think it's worth like taking a gamble?
I think if you're spending quite a few £100 on stuff, like when you're already investing like £1,000 or whatever, like.
Aside from Serrano,
yeah, Serrano takes that gamble, so we're going to find out now if that's the right choice or not, I suppose. So Ura, Gallo, and Miyazono in soft for Paul Ura. We expected that. What about for the rest? Gallo and Miyazono going to the hard tyres.
Amanda's got the T598 and the GTDD Pro, and uses the GTDD Pro. So I don't really want to like.
He's going to put away now, but also for Gallo, if he can try and stay with.
That's just, if you're asking my opinion, that's what I'm going to recommend.
For him on that hard compound tyre.
Well, you'd imagine it wouldn't be as difficult at this circuit relative to some of the other tracks because of the slipstream.
Indeed. But
string her off.
De Bruyne is going to start pulling away after sector 1.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, mate. See you later, buddy. I think you're 5 hours ahead of us, so yeah, it's probably late for you.
But even so, it would still help.
Have a good one, mate.
Even a tiny bit, because if you can use the slipstream on a straight line, it's like 3 lap times. So you obviously you want to use it in the end. But now the question is going to be with the hard tire compound. It's like the safest tire compound. You can extend it if you want to, but as Valerio Gallo as well as Takuma Miyazono.
So Serrano's gone long
they're probably going to start
to have better tyres at the end. Yeah, but I'm sure he knows he's going to have to fight
going to start going into
back
the pits in order to do the undercuts. But if they intend to go into the pits earlier, by the end of the race, the soft tyre compound are going to be almost gone. So
Serrano's going to come
simulated G-force, flipping it, that would be something.
Just to give an idea of the difference in sector time, sector 2 on that last lap for Paul Ura, who's on the soft tyre, 28.4. Serrano.
Yeah, it's hard because it's a lot of money, isn't it, buying all this equipment? So you do have to balance cost and, you know, what you want. It's not easy.
Who went onto softs early?
Yeah,
he's burned through the softs quite a lot, but he is there. Serrano now is he going to come out ahead of Miyazono? He is there. So Serrano,
right, so he's got a lot better tyres
again, and right onto the back of Gallo, who is on that hard compound tyre. Now, if you're Valerio Gallo, you play. How wide is my X 2019? Now you've got to try and hold up Serrano on this soft tyre. Although I must think maybe he's going to just let him have it.
Yeah, you've got to let him have it. It's on the hards. There's no point fighting that.
Serrano to win this, he had to do that. He had to make that move as quickly as he could. Because if he got stuck behind Gallo, especially in this middle sector, that could be half a second, maybe a second. That he
can balance costs versus misses. Yeah.
Or fighting for a lower podium position.
Indeed. Again, Mick, you've had experience in these races before. I mean, how much of your thought process is going towards like the race as a whole, the outside of the race? We'll get to that in a second. Here's Moreno on Drummond.
Yeah, he's got another penalty here. It's sent it to the inside at Ascari. That's a nice little move there on the soft tyre relative to Drummond's.
I wouldn't even. You got to remember the wheel. I mean, the wheel can help enhance your skill a little bit, but the wheel isn't the game changer. Pedals are actually more important.
When I was still a competitor in
pedals will make more of a difference to your pace. So
the Salzburg World event, we had the same track combination, like track car combination.
You've got to get that in there as well.
Even at that time, I was fighting against Miyazono-san for the victory here, and
Serrano's
usually
got
the
your
strategy we
vote.
were using back then was
Okay.
we also had to refuel, and there you were also trying to think about, okay, what am I going to do differently in order to come out of top against Miyazono?
De Bruyne's got a penalty as well. That
Yeah.
again must be for track limits.
Oh,
Right then, so
De Bruyne.
9 laps to go. It's time to crack open a cold one and enjoy this. So here we see with Kai De Bruyne out of the exit of Curva
That's
Grande.
costly.
Half-second
How far back
penalty,
is Serrano?
presumably for track
So
limits
yeah,
there,
Serrano's got a
for the
lot better
Dutchman. So
tyres,
that's
hasn't he?
a disappointing
91.85.
one, for him, and it could bring him into play with Jose Serrano. Might
Yeah,
be
they're going to be
saving
close
place there
now.
for Serrano. What's the gap? It's about
Serrano will want to make a move when he serves his
2
penalty.
seconds or so there and thereabouts.
He's going to be right on his bumper going into this final corner. I think. I don't think he'll get
It's about a
round.
second sort of net loss time, so it might just bring him into slipstream range for the Spaniard.
Yeah, I think it'll be about a second to a second and a half. He's lost with that half a second penalty because the brakes are so good.
Because once you receive a track limit penalty, which we're going to see with Kai De Bruyne here, like the amount of time he's going to lose compared to Jose Serrano, for example.
Oh, he swerved.
I think he really wants
Is he allowed to do that?
and bring it safely back home.
He did the
So,
swerve
let's see,
technique.
because the gap is already up to 4 points.
That's interesting. He swerved when he served that penalty, which
Based on this, Serrano's got a chance of winning this race.
that's interesting.
I doubt it, if I'm honest. I think so.
The
I
old
think
swerve
Paul
technique to
already got
minimise the
this in
penalty.
bag, unless something similar.
And he didn't actually lose that much at all, did he?
Moreno earlier, so or him getting multiple track limit penalties.
It's worked out really nicely here for Europe because he's been driving almost like qualifying lap the last couple, really. 1:24.4. Serrano's now matching that in terms of pace. The problem is it's just coming too late here for Serrano. And Europe has built out that gap to 4 seconds now.
Unless
over
they only got a
Grande,
penalty.
1.5
Oh
seconds
no.
further back from him.
Gut him. Oh,
Is
he's always on the
Jose
last
Serrano,
corner,
and
isn't
that's
it?
the advantage there of being in the lead, sort of dictating it. And that overcut, you know, also the pit stop strategy's worked out really nicely. He came out in
Oh,
clear
God's
air,
give you
and he's
A1.
not
A
really
plus.
fumbled since.
Indeed. And with Valerio Gallo and Takuma Miyazono for
Serrano.
example,
Oh no, Moreno. I thought that was
I think
Serrano. Moreno's got another penalty.
More laps and trying to finish the race on a soft tire compound. But the issue with the soft tire compound is it wears so quickly. So any single wrong movement you do with the car around the circuit here is going to affect on your tires. So
There's a big gap now from Serrano and De Bruyne.
Warning for bum drafting there. He's also picked up another penalty for his troubles as well as also Ryota Cockburn. They're down in 8th position. Do you think there could be a possibility of a podium in the closing stages of this one once the final pit stops have made? What's the gap to himself and Serrano? 5 seconds. I mean, it's a tall order, but is it out the realms of possibility? Given that Serrano's going to be on the hard tyres at the end.
Yeah, Moose Snook. I'm surprised they haven't picked up on that.
Because we also have to remember
If you see, if you had somebody who played Gran Turismo 7 a lot, commentating, they'd pick up and go, oh, well, he just swerved there. What that does is it minimises the time you've lost.
So they're already going to gain a lot of time compared to the drivers in front of them automatically. And with the hard tyre compound being the slowest
Gallo on the hards is going to create a time loss for the guys behind. With Miyazono, not so much, but Moreno's on the softs.
These two, Gallo and Miyazono, on these tyres. And of course, it's in these guys' best interest to try and facilitate any pass as easy as possible, or get to the box and get on the soft soon. I'd love to see our little tyre graphic again.
In fact, Serrano's actually only 1.2 behind. It's De Bruyne who's 4 seconds behind from P1.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Hang on a minute.
We'll get our Dunlop tyre graphic up again in a second.
Grass
so we can,
dipper.
definitely remember
I didn't see that. Did he? I think I was reading the chat. Did Moreno put 2 tyres on the grass when he served his penalty?
Gallo Miyazono coming in for that soft tyre and then just going hard at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be 7 laps to go at the end of this one, isn't it? Mick, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciated your insight. Absolutely phenomenal, as always. Go and find a comfy seat somewhere and enjoy the end of this race.
Yeah, thank you for having me here, and hopefully I'll be able to see you or join you guys on the next time and enjoy the commentary.
Always a pleasure, Mick. Thank you so much. 2019 champion Mikael Hazal joining us here.
Mikael, legend.
Miyazono in at the end of lap 19. Cockburn also in. Cardinal. The last pit stops are now taking place. So Gallo and Miyazono, they're going to go onto the side.
I didn't see it.
Cardinal, Benelli, etc. They're all going to go.
So that's just happening, and people aren't maybe aware that that's like a huge time saver.
In terms of their pace, but it's Gallo and Miyazono, the two drivers that we need to really watch at the end of this one. Now they're out of the pit lane, they're on soft tyres. And
it's where you draw the line on, like,
yeah,
it's not a cheat, it's just, it's, you know, it's depends how you view it. You could view it as not cheating and just being clever, or you could view it as manipulating an exploit, which is cheating. I think at this level, I don't know, I don't think you perhaps should be doing that. The penalty should be the penalty in daily races. It doesn't really bother me as much in the daily races. I'm not that too triggered. I'm not that triggered by it. I used to do it myself, and then I had a few comments saying I shouldn't. I thought, fair enough, maybe if I'm streaming I shouldn't, and I don't do it anymore.
So the gap has gone from 4.2 down to 3.2 now, so a second net loss time as it's all worked out here. As
3 seconds to Paul. Serrano's not really managing to make. Well, yeah, he has actually. If there's dirty air, maybe that's affecting the pace because his tyres should be better.
Also into the box there as well, who'll be going on to the mugging Moreno before the conclusion of this one. But we again need to keep a close eye on Gallo and on Takuma.
Yeah, grey areas.
Yeah. Drivers to watch. They're on the soft tyre. The three in front of them all owe the hard tyre in the closing stages of this race.
What the exploit is. So basically, when you serve a penalty, all the game does to make you lose that time is it make you brake for the penalty. If you've got 0.5 seconds, you'll brake 100%, or the game will brake for 0.5 seconds, and the same for if it's a 1 second, 2 second, 3 seconds, you'll brake for that period of time. But if you if you swerve as you're braking, the car doesn't slow down as quickly, so you don't lose as much time. Or if you put your two tyres in the grass, which have far less grip, again the car will not slow down as much for that half a second that it's braking, so therefore you minimise the time loss.
Going for another lap. Serrano in the
that is the exploit. Serrano's going to get this done.
Serrano's tyres much fresher than Kai de Bruin. He's going to draft by up into second place. Goes Jose Serrano past Kai de Bruin.
Oh dear!
Not giving it up. Yes, he
there
is.
He is.
Up into second goes Jose Serrano. But these guys, these top three, they all still owe a pit stop.
But don't forget, Serrano pitted a lap later than Jura and he can then, in theory, pit a lap later than it. So he'll do 1 lap fewer on that hard tyre, and that could be a crucial difference here for Jose Serrano. He's up 4 places from where he started. He's now got.
Serrano's done well, hasn't he? I'm not sure what the difference is with Gallo, like, because it'll be interesting with Gallo. Oh no! That could be the difference.
That's going to drop him behind Takuma Miyazono and possibly bring his podium challenge to an end.
Yeah, one mistake.
It's so easy to do this. These guys are really pushing the limits. I know you might be watching at home thinking, well, I wouldn't.
Serrano's just lost half a second to Paul Ora there. That's something.
Of these machines to get every
Paul Ora is motoring in that Red Bull.
Put a wheel slightly the wrong side of the line and pick up that 0.5 second penalty. Now, Miyazono will bounce in that.
Zeti's just another level, isn't he?
They'll work together now.
But it'll be the final 2 or 3 laps where it'll get spicy. I don't know how many laps they've been doing on the hards, but when everybody's pitted in the final laps, that's where we'll really get to see. So it might be the last.
Try and get another lap out of those tyres there for Serrano.
I'm surprised Serrano has pitted there.
And exactly the same strategy as Miyazono does get through on Valerio Gallo after the Italian driver has.
Serrano has done 1 less lap on the soft tyres.
Out of the pits onto the hard tyre. Likewise, Serrano. Likewise,
they probably could have gained a bit of time there.
To understand the logic there of Jose Serrano.
That's strange.
He just thought he was coming to the end of his shelf life, but his time on the lap last time around was 0.3 of a second clear of Paul Ura, despite the fact that they're
now it's 4.5 seconds. They're on the older softs.
On those 3 drivers, the gap 4 seconds with.
Did Gallo do it? I didn't even. Again, I didn't see it.
These two, Miyazono, of course, didn't have
God, everyone do it. Well, somebody set the standard, and if they're not getting penalised for it, then the stewards don't class that as cheating. So if you see one person doing it,
with 4
I'd be like, if I get a penalty and he's not had been penalised for it, then everybody else has to do it, I think.
Are going to know this. They need to be clean and consistent now and worry about positions later. Euro has a nice buffer.
I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying if you're in that race and you'd seen somebody else do it and not get a penalty, maybe they asked the question before the race, is this allowed, disallowed?
So out of Ascari we go then. The gap was about 4 seconds last time around. At the end of this lap, or coming towards the end of it, it's now down to 2.8 seconds. Kai de Bruyne is going to be seeing 2 very fast charging X2019s in his rearview mirror before too long.
Yeah, what's the gap to Bruyne? Yeah, it's only 1.1 seconds.
In that slipstream, they're sort of joined at the hip at this particular point, but you'd imagine that Gallo get an inch.
I think Gallo.
Here we go then. Down the start finish straight. Miyazono moves to the inside. Gallo blasts to the outside.
Okay, choose not to fight it. Let Gallo take the lead. They don't want to lose time. They're chasing the hard tyre runners. I would love to see how much tyre wear there is on these soft tyres.
Doing that just by letting off the throttle.
Less than a second. Gallo could be on for a podium still.
Time for Gallo, so he can pop back into the draft and go from there. 2.3 seconds now.
Toronto is catching up to P12. We're going to put a cat amongst the pigeons when Gallo catches up. There must be a decent amount of tyre life left because, you know, there's still 3 tyres left, 3 laps left. Plus, they'll be on a lighter fuel load with these soft tyres, so the tyres should last longer. Doing softs at the end.
And just having that mental advantage of seeing yourself catching the car in front, that's worth even more time. So it's really all now coming to a head with only 3.5 laps to go.
Yeah, they might be on to Jose Serrano before the end of this one if they drive some absolutely brilliant sectors and depose of De Bruyne very quickly indeed. The gap to him is only another.
Yeah, well, that's why I've got YouTube Premium. I'm watching this on YouTube Premium. There's no adverts.
We go. Gallo so early on the power there on the soft compound of tyre, and De Bruyne is now going to be coming under pressure here from the Italian driver. Don't think Gallo's going to be quite close enough to launch anything.
Well, there's still plenty of 65%
maybe a strong exit out of there.
On the fronts, 43% on the rears.
Might be the first chance.
So these are going to. Oh wow, this is. He could get a P2 here.
Faster, pretty much. It's Gallo on that tyre.
And he's got a set. That's a second penalty. That's perfect timing for Gallo. He's going to get a bit of slip. Hopefully he's quick enough through these next 2 points. He don't get held up, and he's going to be putting Serrano under.
Basically a free third place now for Gallo. So if you're Gallo, do you now look beyond Kai de Bruyne and look to Serrano and think, right now the gap to him is, well, roughly 2 and a bit seconds. I can
what a time to get a penalty.
Look how much faster Gallo is through here. And there's no doubt in my mind he'll be being held up slightly through Ascari. Will Kai de Bruyne fight it, or will he just let him go?
Well, Gallo, surely he's just got to get through like Gallo.
Premium is a lifesaver, isn't it? He's going to get held up a little bit coming through these corners.
Every corner. And the problem is, in Ascari, it's so much one line through there. We're going to come through the exit of it. De Bruyne's going to pull off the racing line.
Gets a bit of slip.
Gallo is going to go siding on through for that
will he swerve?
podium place. To the roar of the
he didn't swerve, and he didn't do a grass dip there.
As well. Could these 2 drivers on the soft tyres of Gallo and Miyazono challenge for the final 2 podium places?
What's the time? It's 2. Look at the delta. 2 seconds.
1.6 seconds now between Gallo and
there wasn't a huge amount gained in that corner.
6 seconds or so, and that is roughly the deficit that Gallo has over Euro in terms of tyres. So he can catch him. On pace he can catch him, but he's got to get
Can he get round him though?
Serrano and then get by Pole Euro. So we're going to have a real grandstand finish here. But bear in mind,
he gained 1/10 on that corner. Yeah, his tyres are going to be fading off.
Had the best out of his soft compound, whereas that hard compound just sort of goes forever. But watch on.
I don't think he dipped then. I don't think he did dip.
And going,
they're not allowed to cut over those sausage curves. He didn't really gate. I don't think he's got Serrano. Oh, what was that for? Oh no!
Much like the World Cup, it's going to come down to penalties here, I think, which is going to decide this one in the final podium places. Gallo can see Serrano in his sight,
and Serrano's been pulling on Polora, hasn't he?
Cost him very dear, and it might open the door here for Takuma Miyazono to return to the rostrum.
Where was the penalty for? That's very, very harsh track limit penalties. Will he swerve? Oh, he did the tyre dip! He did the tyre dip!
As we head down into
He did the tyre dip!
side, but nothing he can do against the charge of Takuma Miyazono. And is that the moment there where the battle for second place will come to an end?
He's only lost probably half a second thanks to that, and now he's straight back putting Miyazono under pressure.
Miyazono and Gallo. If these guys fight, Serrano's going to get away. Miyazono defending. Gallo going to the outside now. He's going to have to make him work hard. Miyazono squeezes him to the outside there. Gallo has no
Serrano's gone. It's between...
And now it's the fight between the Italian driver and the Japanese driver. Two extremely experienced...
I hate to say it. I think Miyazono deserves... as much as I was rooting for Gallo, Miyazono deserves P3 because he's not picked up penalties. He's not dipped his tyres in the grass. I'm not... Yeah, you can... It's hot.
Oh, no! Mistake, he's off. He's hit the grass and he's round. The pressure gets to Valerio Gallo and he is off to the dismay of
oh my goodness!
But to the elation of Miyazono, Serrano and Ura. Oh, what a shame for Valerio Gallo.
Stunned silence.
Oh my god, yeah, I knew a lot of comments would be saying karma for that.
Valerio Gallo as he drops down to 9th position following that mistake on the final lap, demoting him out of podium contention.
I don't want to. I like Gallo. I don't really want to say anything bad about him. But you could say that might have been a little bit of.
Hasn't actually won a race, of course, since 2024 in the World Finals.
Yeah.
But for Pol Ura, what a
Pol Ura takes the win. What a controversial race, though. And then the commentators aren't even like, they're not even aware that this is controversial in any way.
But the opening round of the Gran Turismo World Series in Italy, and it's a Spanish one too, with Serrano leading them home in 2nd position as well. Takuma Miyazono.
I am interested to hear the post-race interviews. Chat is brutal. Chat is brutal, yeah. Triple dipper. I am being on it. This is. I would never not be honest. Like, I actually really like Valerio, so I don't want to say anything bad about him, but I don't. I think Miyazono. I don't think he deserved to like crash at the end. But I think Miyazono definitely deserved P3. I like.
Clawed his way back up into 2nd place after an awful qualifying race there.
There was a lot of minimising penalties there by dipping the tyres into the grass.
Damage limitation there, scoring 5 points here. Amazing run for Serrano. And good to see Miyazono back in the fray as well. I mean, that strategy at the end there started to fall apart as that soft tyre just started to wear, but still good enough for 3rd position. And also drew on 4th place.
Grass dippers.
From his starting position, so a good run from him too. There is Valerio.
Should that be allowed?
Understandably looking quite upset.
Oh man.
It's one of those things.
I wonder whether they'll interview him afterwards.
Certainly can, and yeah, disappointment as we said for Valerio Gallo. Delight for Pol Ura though.
Yeah, it takes the shine off. Like Pol's just won that race.
Nations Cup Grand Final in
really
Los
well.
Angeles last year. Let's have a look at some highlights though from that race. So it was.
What about the lowlights? The grass dipping.
Started that one on pole position after a quite brilliant qualifier where he got through to the head of the field. Ura was in 2nd.
I'd be interested to. I'll ask Calster about the grass dipping. I'll message him and see whether.
Miyazono coming down in towards the
see whether there's any controversy, because I would be surprised if some drivers would put some complaints. If I was Miyazono, even though I finished P3, I'd be straight to stewards and I'd be saying, what's going on in this race? Why is everybody, when they're serving a penalty, dipping the tyres in the grass? Are we allowing this? Do you know what this is doing? If I was in that race and I was not, and I didn't get a penalty and I'd not done that, I'd be like, this is BS, man.
Victory. Then we
I haven't Shadow Law.
Some penalties at the end of it, and it was Gallo and Miyazono.
Oh, I have actually. When we came up while we were watching before the Manufacturers Cup.
Mistake right at the very end of the race, out of the.
I'm having a double dipper whopper right now.
And you can hear the crowd there. Pol Ura, meanwhile, came through to take his first win since LA in 2025. A great start to life in the Nations Cup for the 21-year-old Spaniard. 6 points on the board.
I do want. There's going to be a post race. I don't know if they'll interview Gallo because he finished 9th. But
I gotta say, Tom, you know, like this is the difference between the champions here and those who just can't quite get there right now. It's just how they adapt to that pressure at the end of the race. We saw Kai de Bruyne.
Serrano did excellent, didn't he? Where did he start? Like P6, P7?
Someone who has won this before, but obviously the pressure getting to him a little bit. We saw Moreno falter. He's a rookie. It's his first time here. Pol Ura, Jose Serrano, Takuma Miyazono. Absolutely solid.
No, Calster wouldn't have.
Top three.
He's never done anything like that.
Sensational. Pole Euro takes first blood in 2026.
Dippy eggs and soldiers for breakfast tomorrow. Dippy tyres. Dippy tyres and grass.
With the winner of the Nations Cup here in Milan.
Let's give a huge round of applause.
We can show you actually. We'll watch the
Good job.
the preview. If anybody hasn't seen what's coming in June, we'll watch it now if you like.
Emotions
after
like,
this.
you know, going from like the qualifying, then to the sprint, then to this. Like, what was happening?
Yeah, for qualifying, I was I was in P8, so I was a little bit hesitating about what to do. But then in the sprint,
Dippy Kai Dharma. Dippy Kai Dharma, he was doing it. What was he doing? Dippy Kai Dharma.
Apparently, you're supposed to have a very restrictive horsepower, and then you do quite well.
Yeah, I don't know, but I kept third place, then gained second place.
I will do Moose Knuckle. I'll find it. We'll get it up on YouTube in a
Following
second.
Samuel in the beginning, I didn't want to attack him. I wanted to escape, break the group. Suddenly he spun. I wasn't expecting it, and I had to focus myself now to set the pace. It was very important not to penalize, so I'm glad of how I managed it. Yeah, only one I got.
I'll do it. We'll watch it after this
Ha fatto un ottimo
interview.
lavoro, chiaramente gli ha chiesto come passare da una posizione non favorevole chiaramente a vincere una gara e lui chiaramente è andata molto bene, è stato chiaramente difficile, però complimenti.
Spaghetti!
Thank you.
Ok.
No, that's too harsh, Ghost. That's too hard. Too much is on the line for that.
About when you're racing, okay? The final race is there's a big pressure, okay? What's your focus?
Focus.
Thank you. Grazie.
They cheering him on. That's nice.
In Italian, it sounds like, you know, in like America, the guys are like, "Oorah," right?
Yes.
Yeah, pipe down, B&Q. What are you on about?
In first place, you really have to focus because you have the pressure from the guys behind, and
sounds like I'm doing an interview, love. You don't mind?
And I was like, I don't want to penalize, I don't want nothing. So
I don't want to know where the nails are.
Congratulations to
and the timber.
No, sorry, who finished third?
If I need some paint, I'll come back to you.
Biasono.
Yes,
Biasono, and I would also say a big applause for Valerio because he did great. So
My focus is to not dip.
Yeah. Gallo coming in. How are you doing? Valerio Gallo, everybody.
Valerio.
This guy's AI is trash on GT7. You've had your own him chain, Matt. Run rings round him in the single player campaign mode. Oh, he's here. He's here.
Obviously, you've got this amazing crowd who are all.
Yes, I had the dirty tires. I don't know why.
How are you feeling?
Of course, mixed feelings. I know myself, I'm quite hard, you know, on my mistakes, but I think it's also part of my growth, let's say. Like, I'm trying to work hard also on, let's say, slap the bad moments away. And because I think, I feel like that I was confident in the race. I was always in the zone.
I was minimizing time loss on penalties excellently.
Just one more lap situation to keep it in. When I got the penalty in the last lap, it was becoming difficult because I was looking for the podium, of course. So yeah, I had to deal with the tires, but nevertheless, it was a great race from my side, despite the little and bad mistake. But yeah, and congrats to all the winners and to the podium finishers.
Valerio, puoi dirlo in italiano, è il tuo momento di parlare Valerio.
I still do feel sorry for him.
Valerio, puoi dirlo in italiano, puoi dire qualcosa in italiano, vai.
No, vabbè, ci tenevo a dirvi grazie comunque che siete venuti, perché siete tantissimi. E dico anche che secondo me poi...
Muchos el gracio, el tiro, el penaltio, minimizio, time lossio, pizza, spaghetti, grazie.
Aiutarci, no? Aiutarci ad imparare ad andare avanti, e io spero che anche come me tanti altri possono fare questo percorso, e quindi vi ringrazio perché
el
grazie a voi,
suevio, el penaltio, el no time lossio, el dipio,
questo mi dà lo stimolo, mi dà la forza
calzoni,
e quindi vi ringrazio.
spaghetti bolognese.
Valerio, before the thing is, Valerio, and like Paul, post Gran Turismo World Series party that we have. I've spoken to you sometimes, I've spoken to you sometimes, I've spoken to every single one of the competitors here when there's just been something that's happened. And it's happened to every single, like, all of our top drivers have had those moments. And they've always
He does just want to dip out of there, doesn't he?
You're always consistent, so it's just, you know, last time it was
He is a
you,
legend.
last time it was me and Zono, it happens all the time, and yeah. We know that, yeah, but you're one of our top drivers. It's going to be great to see how you do for like the rest of the year.
Thank you so much.
But okay, we need to throw it back upstairs, but let's give a huge round of applause for our competitors for the Nations Cup!
Dipio Gallo. What a legend. I like that, Mandy.
Well, it's not only the mark of a great driver, but also a great man to be as magnanimous in defeat.
Can't believe GT7 sponsored B&Q.
That was Paul Ura taking top
I
honours in the
think
only
we're
round
wrapped
of
up here, aren't we?
2026 ahead of Jose Serrano. Miyazono there in P3 from Kilian Drumont, and then Kai de
What I'll do, I'll get there's a few new cars coming to Gran Turismo.
The final point.
So,
where did that come from? I guess it happened when
let me get that video up for you.
Sorry, that was me missing that. But
I think we're done here, aren't we? We've watched what we want to watch here. Let me change the screen and then get that because I don't want to.
Happy about his season's off to a start. At least it's something.
Absolutely, and it's returning to the championship. Let's not forget after.
Right. So let me find this. I'll just get it up first and ready to play first. But there's a few new cars coming to Gran Turismo 7. Some hypercars. We'll play you that. Muchos el Dipio. Por favor. Ah, yeah, here we go. This is good. Right, you ready for this? Are you ready for this, gang? This is actually quite exciting, so I'll change the screen back. Right. Oh, God, what's happened here? I've changed the screen, haven't I? Oh, muchos por favor. I've zoomed it in too much. Bear with me, I'll fix it. Get that at the top and drag it down to the bottom. There we go. Right, these are the new cars. 4 new hypercars. In June. I think the 11th. Some new Group 1 cars. Porsche. Oh, is it? Oh, in fact, there's a safety car Porsche as well. Is that a Ferrari? I don't know. BMW. Coming. Is that Peugeot? I think it was Peugeot, was it not? Porsche there. Definitely Porsche. Four hypercars in the WEC safety car. Pretty decent. That's pretty decent, I have to say. PlayStation. Right, let's go back to the other screen. That does look... Oh, that's an old screen. What am I doing? That's my old screen. Don't use that anymore. Back. I don't use that anymore. There we go. Did you enjoy that then today, gang? Was that good? Should we try and make that like a regular thing, watching these finals? I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Let me get some yays or nays. If you want to see that again, give me some yays. If you don't, say nay. Well, if you're here, you probably would say yay. All good, but we need more variety with the racing, not just 3 daily races. Yes, Mad Max, yes. Hopefully in Gran Turismo 8. If we do something with I don't know how many people were watching. I'm not too bothered about the likes. I didn't ask for likes. It's more about people enjoying watching the racing, having a laugh. So if that's happened, that's great. I enjoyed it. Easy, I just sit here and just watch it with you guys. So if we've got the ability, the schedule works out, I think we'll do this again. So I think Bad Brother said we got 258 likes. So thank you for the likes. Obviously not as high as we normally get on streams, but I didn't ask for it, so that's That's good. Appreciate you. But it's 25 past 8 and I haven't had my tea. I've only had some snacks. So I need to go and have some food. Make sure Odin's okay. So thank you for the likes. Thank you for the guys who did send, I think at the beginning of the stream, we had some super chats and some memberships. So thank you for the support. And I've got you, Mandy. I'll log it down. But I'm gonna call it a night there, guys. I hope you enjoyed this stream. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday night, the rest of your evening. We've got a new video dropping tomorrow, episode 7, 6, I don't know, the next episode of Sammy Snake's Racing School. It's not about tyre dipping. So keep your eyes peeled for that. And we'll be back Monday for a live stream to check out the new daily races. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for watching. From the fastest snake in the world, it's over and out. Take care. And thanks for watching. I said that twice. Ignore that. Bye.